audio level okay?
Yep, it's perfect.
Fantastic. Let's get some video going here.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait for
Change
if
your
Well,
background real quick.
Love your back.
I should probably change that a little bit, right?
That's
How about
awesome.
that?
No, the other one was cooler.
How about that one? Well, let's see, something a little bit more tame. Maybe how to. I didn't think about this in advance. That one's good. Okay.
I'm going with the Aurora.
Fantastic. I love it. I've never seen it in real life before.
Really? Oh,
No, I
I
haven't.
used to live up north near Winnipeg, and we see it all the
gosh.
time in the winter.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's so beautiful. What does it do to you?
It's okay. It's not worth the cold that it has to be at for you to see it.
I didn't realize that. Do we need to test any video or audio or anything like that?
I think we should be okay. We could do a quick test. Always
Yeah,
good.
I'm sure we're fine. Yeah, I'm sure we're fine.
I don't know. That's the famous last words.
You know what? You're right. Let me, am I able to share screen?
Yeah, you should be able to. If not, we can make that happen.
Okay, it says cannot start screen sharing while other participant is sharing.
Oh, that's me. Okay.
Oh, okay.
There's a button. There's a button for that.
There's a button for that. I teach a class called There's an App for That.
Oh, are you screen sharing?
Let's see. I'll try again. Oh, yep. Okay, there we go. And I don't think I have any audio, so we should be good. And let's try one video. Yep, that seems to work.
Lovely.
I'll probably go full screen. There we go.
Looks like it's
Great.
working on this end.
Okay, fantastic. Is it stuttering at all?
It's not running super fluidly, but it's not too bad.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. All right,
It's
I'll
Zoom.
stop that.
Okay.
Okay, it's Zoom. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's it. Okay, we are going to get started right about now, I think. So hold on, I'll pull up a little bit of an introduction. Welcome everybody to Speaking Volumes. This is the second run of this event. We ran it for the first time on a real shoestring last year, and it was tremendously rewarding to bring together a community of creators who are working with and creating with volumetric images, and to kind of center them in conversations surrounding volumetric technologies. So, so this, I think, is a particularly unique symposium, even though it, in many ways, I think maybe shouldn't be, that that aims to kind of to center on the different things that people are doing with volumetric, as opposed to talking, or as opposed to necessarily centering particular technologies, particular companies, kind of removing that sales element and technology features focus from it, except in cases where it emerges naturally through people's work. So it leads, I think, to a really interesting conversation that is maybe slightly different than some of the other volumetric and kind of digital capture symposiums that are around, but hopefully sets the stage for more of those discussions in the future. So thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for the folks that are joining us that are here with us on Zoom. Thank you to the folks that are potentially just joining us on YouTube. We're going to be streaming it out there so that we can kind of make the symposium as accessible as possible. We also have a third location. Our back channel is running off of Discords, and the Discord invitation link is here on this slide. So if you are interested in holding kind of these broader side conversations about things at the symposium, if you are engaged in a speaker's presentation and you really want to kind of keep that conversation going, even though the speaker Q&A is done, then I would encourage everybody to go to that channel, to join the Discord, which is open and available for people to have those broader conversations. My name is Dr. Cindy Paremba. I am an associate professor at OCAD University, which is in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. My co-host is Dr. Andrew Hogue, who is joining us from, I don't recall.
Close to Detroit.
But who's from Ontario Tech University, and we also have on here today Purvi Agarwal, who you might recall from if you're a speaker or panelist from various email communications leading up to the symposium. So this is a fairly informal event. We kind of run it fairly scrappily. We are open to kind of emerging conversations, technical challenges and triumphs, and all manner of open discussions surrounding these images. We do have a code of conduct, which hopefully people came across when they were registering for the conference. The short version of it is basically just be a good person, but the long and specific version of it you can find on that page. And yeah, and I think this is most of my preamble. Andrew, is there anything that I'm missing that you wanted to jump in and say?
No, I think you covered all of it. I think I'm super excited about the speakers today. We've put together a really interesting set of speakers, and I'm super excited about it. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, putting together symposiums like this are a lot of work, but this is like the Christmas. This is when you unpack everything and everybody's here that you are so excited to see, sharing work, which is just brilliant, creative, innovative, sometimes, provocative, contentious, educational, just running the full spectrum of works. And it's really, I think, just like creatively invigorating to even host events like this. So thank you very much for spending your probably morning with us today at this point. And thank you to all the speakers for sharing your time and your work today. I am going to formally start us off by giving a land acknowledgement of the land on which I am hosting this today. So I am on OCAD's campus. We are situated in downtown Toronto, Ontario, Canada. So here we acknowledge the ancestral territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat, who are the original owners and custodians of this land from which we host today's symposium. We acknowledge their position as primary witnesses to the rapidly changing physical environments that we gather in, relying on us all to be worthy co-stewards and keepers of the beloved spaces where we live, work, and create, together facing the responsibility and realities of this shared legacy. We also acknowledge the Métis, Inuit, and Indigenous urban communities who share these lands. Recognizing that not everybody is here with us in Toronto today, we invite each of you to take a moment to recognize and reflect upon the land from which you join us today. Thank you. I am going to turn over hosting to Andrew for a second, who is going to introduce our opening keynote speaker, who I'm very excited to hear speak, and welcome here today.
Hi, great. So we're a bit early, but I guess we can certainly begin. All right. So you want me to just start, Cindy?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could take a pause. We spent
just to make sure that everybody's on the same timeline, I guess, on the schedule.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. We can do that. Dr. Carter, are you okay with the pause? All right. We're a well-oiled machine here. Okay, so I am going to let everybody get settled in for the keynote, and give everybody a chance to kind of arrive for it. And yeah, we will pick up in just over 10 minutes.
Andrew, we just got back from South by Southwest with a team of students. Have you ever been to that festival before?
I haven't. I've always wanted to go, but I see all the cool stuff online, and I'm like, oh, I want to go there.
I know this is my first time, and what you see online is only a smidgen of what's really there. Oh my God,
it's exhausting.
I know. You've been before, Cindy, have you?
I have. I feel like I'm still recovering. It was about 6 years ago or 7 years ago, and I'm just
still recovering.
I'm just recovering.
Oh my gosh, it is exhausting. And this year they said it wasn't as big as they think it's going to be next year, because of course people were just kind of coming back, but I had no idea that there was so much going on concurrently and literally almost all night long. It's really, really quite something.
Yeah, I remember I used to go to GDC, the Game Developers Conference, a lot, and
really?
That's also super, super exhausting, right? So
really, oh God, are you going this year?
No, it's actually I think it's this week right now. Actually, so it's.
Oh really? Yeah. Oh okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not into that world as much. I know some of my developers are, and I think I've heard them talking about it. But what about what's that conference? That big one, SIGGRAPH. Do you ever go to that one?
I wanted to go in person. Yeah, I've been sort of watching it from afar lately, but yeah.
Same here.
I'm not much of a traveler myself.
Oh, really? Okay. So what city are you in? You're in Ontario, right?
Yeah, close to Toronto. It's my home base is close to so just outside of Toronto is our university is in Oshawa. About 45 minutes away ish, and yeah, so I'm around there.
Cool.
Which is fun.
Very cool.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this is interesting. So yeah, South by Southwest sounds fun to do. There's a lot of neat tech being shown there right now. So
yeah, they did the premiere, the world premiere of John Wick 4 while we were there, and Keanu Reeves actually made an appearance on stage. And unfortunately, we were doing our presentation at the same time, and we couldn't go to see it. But it was so funny because apparently. Isn't there a nickname called that they call him Baba Yaga or something like that?
Yaga or something like that. Yeah.
Baba Yaga. There were these people walking around with signs yelling, do you believe in Baba Yaga? And they were passing out these secret numbers that you could text that would then give you information on where the premiere was going to be shown.
That's funny. That's awesome.
All kinds of crazy stuff. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know if anyone in the audience has been to or was at South by Southwest. It'd be great to hear from folks. Are they able to make comments in the chat area?
I think so.
Yes, yeah, and I think if and what we can do too is have for anybody, there's a formal Q&A feature that's here in Zoom.
I see it now.
But also anybody who wants to ask a question, if they raise their hand, we can empower them with voice. So they just need to let us know. They have to use it responsibly, of course. But yes, but anybody anybody who wants to raise their hand and join in, we can let speak.
Cool.
Yeah. It's mostly just to make us feel powerful. Where are you today, Brian?
I am in my lab today. We just got back a couple of days ago, and so yeah, I'm here. Running a little bit late this morning, but I got here earlier than usual. But typically the students don't arrive until about maybe 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning or so. So usually, if I get here around 6 or 7, it gives me a little bit of time to get some quiet work done.
So valuable.
So I'm in Tucson, Arizona.
How warm is it there? What's the weather like in Tucson? Oh. Hey, Brian, what's the weather like in Tucson? Can you hear me?
Today it's not too bad. Believe it or not, we had snow about a week ago, and because we're high desert and everything, so it snowed about 2,000 feet. We had a couple of inches in some places up in the mountains. About 45 minutes away from here, they got, dumped on maybe 10, 15 inches or so up at the ski resort. So it's really quite interesting. You can go skiing up in the mountains and come back down here, and it can maybe be 60 or 70 degrees. So it's kind of interesting in the wintertime.
Wow. I never thought.
Yeah,
I
so
never.
today I think
I
it's
don't
going to
think
be
about
maybe
snow in
70 degrees or
Arizona.
so.
I don't think about snow in Arizona. That's funny. We get a lot of
So
snow.
I lost your
Oh,
audio. I'm not sure why. Is that me? Make sure I still got the right.
probably me. It's probably me. Hello. Hello. Hold on.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Strange. I'm on a weird connection in the hotel here, so it comes and goes, I think. Maybe
I'm not
Brian's
quite sure what
doing
happened.
stuff. Weird. Can you hear me, Brian?
Still can't hear you.
No?
Let me log out and log back in.
Okay.
Be right back.
Technical difficulties.
Always. Yeah, technology.
Just a quick note for folks that are joining us. We have officially started the symposium, but we are running a little bit early. So we're going to wait for, I guess, 3 minutes so that we can start our keynote speaker on schedule. In case you're here and you're a bit confused by the random banter, it won't all be random banter. There will definitely be random banter, but it won't be the entire thing.
You're back. Can you hear me now, Brian?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
back now. Yes. Oh, not sure what happened. Great.
Strange.
Okay, we're 2 minutes to showtime.
right. I guess we can start, Cindy. Sounds good.
That's a go.
Okay, so I will introduce Brian for a second. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the symposium. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Brian Carter. He is a professor in Africana Studies at the University of Arizona. Dr. Carter is a renowned expert in African American literature of the 20th century, with a primary focus on the Harlem Renaissance. Moreover, as the director of the Center for Digital Humanities, he is on a mission to explore the intersection of immersive technologies and the humanities, sparking new and unexpected research directions that explore the most enduring questions about the human condition. Dr. Carter is a true trailblazer in the digital humanities, with pioneering work in virtual environments that began with his doctoral project, Virtual Harlem, one of the earliest full virtual reality environments. He has since applied technologies such as data visualization, digital storytelling, 360-degree immersive video, digital mapping, and virtual and augmented reality and volumetric video capture to subjects, including traditional African dances, Buddhist temples and rituals, ancient writing and languages, and religious expression in social media. His work at the Center for Digital Humanities is inspiring and exciting, especially to me. From XR projects that explore microaggressions and racism from different perspectives, to VR exhibitions exploring the history of the Buffalo Soldiers during the Civil War. Dr. Carter is using volumetric and immersive technologies to challenge our own prejudices and perspectives. He's a true inspiration, and I invite you all to join me in welcoming Dr. Brian Carter to our symposium. Thanks so much.
Thank you very, very much, Andrew. It's such an honor to be speaking at this symposium. When I saw the list of speakers, I was just so impressed with all the topics that we are all going to be introduced to a little bit later on. And I can't wait to attend a few of these sessions. It's going to be fantastic. Let me go ahead and share my screen, and then we'll go ahead and get started here. Here we go. Okay, so the title of this talk, as you already know, is a focus on presence, redefining being there in the metaverse. And I'm so glad that we established that this is going to be relatively informal, because some of the things that we'll talk about are going to be not only who we are here at the Center for Digital Humanities, but also what we're doing and why we're doing it. Most importantly, not necessarily who we're doing it with, although that, as you heard, that will probably come up. We're the Center for Digital Humanities. We are a center that employs about 30 students. They are a range of majors, mostly undergraduates, from computer science to film, television, and media, graphic arts, animation, and everything in between. Some are humanities students, some are double majors, etc. I employ them through grants and funded projects or other income that comes in order to keep them paid. My salary is paid through the College of Humanities. These students work on real-world projects ranging from advanced websites to interactive media, VR, video games, VR, XR, as you heard, some of the projects that we're working on, and most proudly, our volumetric capture stage here. We'll talk about some of the things that we're doing with this particular technology here as we get into this talk. Many of you have seen much of this setup. We'll talk about where we've come from with regards to our so many lessons learned. Oh my gosh. We got into this game of volumetric video capture a few years back when we earned a Knight Foundation Award back in, gosh, it must have been 2000. 19, I think it was, just before the pandemic. And when we got that award, we were invited out to Redmond. And that's when I was first really introduced to this notion of volumetric video capture. So I'm pretty young at this game as far as this technology goes. When I saw it, you all know, I think we're all preaching to the choir. I realized this was really going to be a part of our communicative and our expressive and our creative future collectively. When you think about where they were, I mean, they were way advanced with their big stage that they've since dismantled, of course. But what we were introduced to, their prosumer level technology in the form of the Kinects or any of the other cameras that we've been introduced to lately. I think we should definitely get on the same page with regards to where we are and some terminology here. So we are all talking about volumetric. When I talked about this term holographic to a colleague of mine, he thought that we were talking about the same thing, but I have a slightly different definition. It'd be interesting to see what some of you think with regards to this. When I think of holographic, I think of one camera shot. I think of it could have depth because there's something in the background, but it doesn't necessarily encompass a full 3D version of someone. We're using holographic right now because it is very, very accessible. You can experience it through a tablet or a mobile device, or even through some of the lower end glasses, because it's so ubiquitous with regards to its ease of streaming. It's just an MP4 on a chroma key, right? You can scan a QR code, you can geolocate these, very, very accessible. You can even use this application Beam here and be able to have two-way audio communication. That makes it really accessible when you're talking about people that may not necessarily have access to a high-end headset, right? And when I think about these technologies, I think about accessibility. I think about all the ways that, we are so privileged to have access to a volumetric capture stage, which we all know is not inexpensive, but many don't. So how are we going to at least maybe ease or expose them to some level of this kind of technology? I had a colleague that really simulated this kind of 2D form of communication by simply having the camera move around her as she simply turned, and it really looked quite compelling, even though it was just shot with one camera. So that's where I come from with regards to this. Now, what we're doing here with our stage is, of course, quite different, and many of us know what these requirements are in order to even carry some of this off, because of the high entry costs. Not only the cost of the equipment, which we could get into if we want to during the Q&A, but also the cost of software, the cost of processing, the cost of storage and streaming, the cost of a rig, all that kind of stuff, as well as the cost of personnel that have to have some level of expertise in, initially multiple computing platforms. When we first started with this, the only player in the game, ran on Linux, and of course there were a couple, but then the other one ran on Windows. So we had to have people that knew both in order to at least make something happen. Expertise with at least comfort with depth sensing cameras. They're not rocket science, but they're not the same as a webcam in some cases, but at least some comfort with that, but also some eye for things like color correction and bit rate. So here's where, a couple of the students that I have working on this are film and television majors, and they love this, this difference between, shooting with, say, a Red or, a high-end Panasonic or whatever they shoot with, Sony's, to something like this that has a different type of, feel to it in many respects. And then, of course, the computing requirements can be pretty high, at least I think there are going to be some changes on that pretty soon. But what we have, we ran through so many lessons. It's going to be interesting to see what some of your experiences are. But because we have undergraduate students that are working with this for the very first time, I was learning for the very first time back in 1919. It's only a couple of years ago. We bought our first high-end PC. It had to have, we thought we were doing, something good by getting, two high-end graphics cards. But of course, that didn't necessarily work out as well. So we had to divide those, and then, we worked with several types of cables. You know what I'm talking about. Several types of cables, several types of PCIe cards to make sure they were powered properly, making sure that there was no bottleneck between the PCIe and the motherboard. Many of you feel my pain. And then, of course, a camera would go out, or it might go out of sync, or someone might bump a camera, and you have to calibrate all over again. So believe me, my students and I have been through the gamut, and many of you have also been through that. And then, of course, you have your space requirements, depending on, of course, how many cameras, how many people you want to have in the stage, the type of resolution you want. All of that, requires some level of detail. This was our initial setup. A little bit chaotic, but it worked. We were using, of course, DepthKit and Omnivore at the time. They've since changed to Forma, but DepthKit was, one of the only players in the game at that time that really recorded at the level that we wanted. There were a few others, and we messed around with a few of those, but you got to. It's not just the output, it's not just the hardware. We know it's the user interface. We know it's the workflow. We know all those things play a part in decisions that you make regarding whatever platform you decide to use. When you think about, where we were, tossed between if we were going to mount these on a rig or if we were going to have them on tripods because people could bump them. We had all these things because, employing, 20 or 30 people in a lab, things happen. And this is in a classroom building, so there are natural vibrations. There's gravity. All those kinds of things play a part in the decisions that we make here. Of course, we learned a lot of lessons with the hanging rigs, with the ways that we position things. And it's really quite interesting how you, of course, have to position things based on, what you're doing in the space. We've been very, very fortunate to be able to apply this technology to groups that would never have an opportunity to even work with it. And here's where we partnered with a group that does reenactments of the African American presence in the desert Southwest. And when you think about the desert Southwest, the first thing that comes to mind aren't necessarily African Americans here, but believe it or not, there was a huge presence here. There are communities all out this way of exodusters that migrated this way instead of north during the Great Negro Migration. So when you think about the ways that this can be used to tell stories, oh my gosh, the power in this technology is tremendous. There is a location here in Tucson called the Presidio, and they also do historic reenactments. And so in addition to our being able to introduce them to this notion of volumetric and having QR codes scattered around the real location during the times when the actors are not in place, being able to also have them tell a complete story that could be standalone outside of the Presidio, or of course, imported into a Unity game, which we've done. So a lot of these kinds of things, of course, make this technology very ubiquitous with regards to how it might be used. Some of the bandwidth requirements can be quite high, but also, of course, we know what that workflow is and how that cost also is multiplied when you start to think about hosting, when you start to think about converting it to variable bitrate streaming or whatever, and then of course that crazy formula that AWS has with regards to how large it is, how many viewers, the length of time down to the second that they watch it, how long it's online, all these kinds of things that make this really kind of challenging. Of course, we're working with, doing some local hosting, which is really going to be quite nice, which once again helps us make decisions with regards to what direction that we want to go. Calibration. We all know that can be challenging to say the least. And of course, thinking about once again how this has improved over the years, over the years, we've come a long way with these companies that have really helped us, but also we've helped them with regards to improving this workflow. They knew it was hard when they first launched a lot of these applications, and many of you are probably, yep, we sure did, or they sure did, but it's gotten a lot easier, even down to, just putting a cube in the middle and boom, your calibration is done. So a lot of those kinds of things are nice. So we've used this platform in a number of ways. We've been able to record the football coach, doing promotions for people wanting to buy season tickets for the football season this year or last year, and him sending this out on various mailings as a QR code or whatever, a different way to promote things like that. So we've done that kind of thing, and in hopes of bringing in additional funds to once again pay students. You can see a couple of our examples of some of our earlier captures. Coach Fish on the right, please feel free to scan that if you like. And Dante Loretta, he's a guy that landed that spacecraft on the asteroid, gathered some stuff, and then brought some stuff back. So this guy is a big wig in space exploration and with NASA. He graduated from the College of Humanities here at the University of Arizona, double major, of course. But you can hear part of his story by scanning that particular QR code. I won't click the volumetric recording link that I have up above, but it's just part of that workflow. So once again, when we first started, the workflow wasn't in place. Another point of pain. Holosuite didn't come out in full until we were 4 months into recording, and then saying, okay, what can we do with this? What's the next step to getting it from recording and processing to QR code and AR, web AR, or whatever the case might be. So yeah, we've been through some challenges there that were really quite interesting. And of course, we have definitely improved our setup. And of course, here is the new one where we've been able to wrap the entire stage in green screen, which has proven to be challenging, to say the least, with regards to this being, very much required for one of the platforms we're using in post-processing, but not necessarily the best for another one that we're using. And so here's where we're trying to come up with sort of the best of both worlds. Here's our president being recorded with, a sort of a welcome to the Wonder House at South by Southwest that we just got back from. And you can see the quality has improved quite a bit with regards to not only the capture, but also the calibration, the lighting. We're still having some difficulty with some green sheen on people, which once again we're learning some lessons there. And we just recorded our dean as well. And once again, the improved setup, we learned that maybe turning the lights off, and maybe that helps with lighting people a bit more. Once again, lessons learned with regards to how we're doing what we're doing. Yep. So here's where you can see those two captures, or at least President Robbins on the left, and then a capture that we have on our website of me doing an overview of the Center for Digital Humanities. Now, when I think about, the ways that we've used this so far, the ways that we've used it to tell stories, the ways that we've used it to record history, the ways that we've used this to expose underserved communities to advanced technology, if it suits their needs, so, making sure we have that responsible community engagement in mind when we, sort of introduce underserved groups to whatever we have the privilege of using here at this institution. So always keeping that in mind with regards to our, the use of these tools, and again, centering the human condition. So here's where we get into why we're doing this. Why are we spending so much money, so much time, so much effort, so many frustrations? Oh my gosh, the little hair that I have, it has been definitely pulled out with regards to the way that we've had to grow with these tools, and the commitment that I know that many of us have with regards to making sure that it's the best quality, the best representation of our true selves that we can then expose to the world and send to the world in a variety of ways. Now, when I think about why we're doing this, there is no one answer, of course, but I definitely think about why we're doing it in the sense of, the important stories and aspects or moments in history So it's these important stories that I think are so crucial to telling, to retelling history, to making sure that history is represented accurately, to make sure that we expose a new generation to such amazing tools, not just in the form of digital storytelling, but actually how they work, the ins and outs, not just the platform, but the programming underneath the platform. That's really where we want to get this generation. I'm so fortunate to work in an area that's 90, I'd say 80% diverse with regards to our student population here at the Center for Digital Humanities. So once again, keeping that in mind with our part of our whole mission is to not only expose underserved groups and work with faculty and interesting projects and work with museums and galleries and cultural centers, but also expose our undergraduate students to these amazing undergraduate research opportunities that give them opportunities to work with some of the most advanced technologies on campus, but to focus those on something that's meaningful. So that's why we're doing this. We're not doing this, at least I'm not doing this just for the fun of it. I'm not doing this just because it's cool technology, although it is cool technology, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing it. I'm not doing this just because, and you can fill in the blanks. It's really because it's going to help those that understand and can empathize and can really connect with the human condition differently because it's presented in this modality. That's the power of this technology. So when I think about these things, when I think about the ways that we're able to now use these technologies and leverage them for good, that's what this whole conference means to me. And that's part of what I hope to learn from every one of the speakers. When I went down the list, I said, yep, that's what I'm talking about. Whether it's dance, whether it's some other aspect of examining the human condition using these tools, that's what it's all about. So that's what I have to talk to you about today. I hope that helps kick off everything that we're going to be exposed to. And I hope that all of us, continue to help one another. We're all working towards the same good. And I think that once we begin to, look at how this can be democratized, how we can look at, making sure that not just the few, the privileged have access to these tools, but that everyone who has an opportunity to use these in order to promote their programming, for exhibitions, for anything that will really, help them do whatever their mission happens to be. So thank you all very much for your attention. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to the Q&A.
Great. Thanks, Brian. That was very inspiring. Thank you so much. That I'm always impressed with seeing the work that you're doing at CDH. And I think we should connect even more closely later and talk about some potential projects, because I think that's some really neat stuff going on in every one of our institutions. So it's really cool. I have a few questions before we go over to the Q&A. So for Q&A, if everyone could, if anyone has any questions, make sure that you post them in either the Discord or in the Q&A section on Zoom, and I'll read them out, or one of us will read them out. But I have a question. So from a creator perspective, there's a lot of moving parts I found in volumetric capture.
Yes.
So what do you find is if you were a creator just trying to get into this space, saying, hey, I have this cool idea, I want a mobile app that has a person in it, that does a particular thing or tells a particular story. What in your estimation, what is the biggest challenge that they will face?
Bandwidth and hardware. People have wonderful ideas, and people can usually visualize, whatever it is that they want to do. But of course, if you can't afford the equipment, whether it's one camera or multiple, that's going to be a problem. And then, of course, bandwidth. That's going to be continue to be a problem until we fix the access issue that we're having nowadays. Because of course you can make something cool, but if you can't stream it, or if those that your audience can't access it, that's really going to be the issue. we got other challenges that come after that. Once those are solved, it's a matter of choosing platform. It's a matter of choosing modality. Do you want to stream live, or do you want to record and put it into some other format, whether it be AR or a Unity gaming environment, or Unreal. So there's where then those creative choices come into play.
I noticed in your captures, you have your captures are impeccable in a lot of ways, and I'm really impressed with I've had a lot of issues with materials and choosing the right materials for costuming and hair and that sort of stuff. What sort of things would you have you found were challenging in that regard?
Yes, mostly lighting. We're having, as I mentioned before, one of the biggest challenges is the green chroma key. Our lighting has to be a certain way, otherwise it reflects, off, and we get the green, sort of tinge on somebody. One of our colleagues, we're working on a project with Volucap in Potsdam, Germany. Oh my gosh, their captions are amazing. We just saw them at South by, and gosh, they've even gotten better with their setup. They have a white screen or a white stage, and so and they talked about why that is. One of the platforms that we're using doesn't even require chroma, but then we'd need it for another one. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we've had with regards to that. We have had a chance to play with lighting just a little bit. We've noticed that some temperatures also work better than others in this world, and so those have been our two biggest challenges that we've had, beyond some of the hardware things that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I found with lighting is a challenge, especially with the Azures. The way that they have the glass on the front of them, I find tends to create like interesting blue lens flares all over the place.
Yes.
And so placement of lighting has been super challenging.
Yeah, one
I'm
of
not
our
sure
one of our
so.
film majors has been working with that, and so that's one of the reasons why I had a film major come in to really work with this, because of his eye for lighting, and so he's been able to adjust. In fact, that's one of the things we can talk about. He's been able to adjust the camera height and angle so that it eliminates all of that lens flare that we were getting and that you're probably still getting. So I know that all of us can help one another out with these little problems that we're having and that probably you've had as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We should have a group session where we go through these things and put them online so everyone can learn and solve from that, because I find that those blue lens flares are really distracting, especially when they get thrown onto a texture or something like this that shouldn't have blue in it.
You're right. There's a vodcast called Office Hours that I watch sometimes, and they talk about this kind of stuff in just like an informal way. People have it on when they're making coffee or breakfast, or they just have it on during the day and chime in when topic sounds interesting. This would be really interesting to focus it on volumetric, where we could just log in throughout the day and people can, hey, I've got a problem with whatever, and people can help solve it right away or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be a great paper too.
Sure.
I have a question from the audience. When recording people's actions, your participants make movements and behaviors. What are some successes and challenges with that?
Yes, making sure that we coach people as to not to move their hands in front of their body if possible. For those occlusions, how to make sure that they not move too fast, so that we don't have too many of those artifacts. And then of course, making sure they try to look into the camera and not exaggerate their movements outside of the bounding box. We don't want to lose an arm or any appendage or anything if that happens. So those kinds of things. Other than that, it's really just a matter of speaking clearly, making sure that someone is mic'd up properly, and we really focus on the face. I think that if we can get a good capture of the face, everything else sort of follows suit. So we really have a number of cameras. I think 3 cameras focused around the head and face, and then the rest going around the body. So we have an 8-camera setup with one of our platforms, and then an 8-camera setup with the other as well.
Oh, I see. That's great. That's interesting. I noticed that you have in your setup, you have a heterogeneous set of cameras. You have Azure's and you have Intel RealSense cameras as well. Are those for two different systems? Are they working at the same time, or?
Yeah, no, I wish they were. It'd be interesting to see if they could. No, no, they're for two different platforms. DepthKit requires one, and then FormaVision for live streaming requires another. So it'd be nice if we can just get one that would work with all, and then maybe increase the number of them. But yeah, that's the deal.
Awesome. Is there any more questions from the audience?
I see Cindy has her hand up there.
I do, but I'm patient. And there is a question in the Q&A from Lo. What was the name of the coffee chat channel Brian mentioned, or is that just within your cohort?
No, it's called Office Hours. It's run by, I listen to Mac Break Weekly, and I think it's, Mac Break Weekly, and a guy by the name of Alex Lindsay, and a bunch of his friends and colleagues run that. It's really kind of cool to listen to watch.
Okay, I am going to jump in with my question then. I'm also an educator, and I have a class that I run where I introduce students to different kinds of volumetric capture, and we just launched into a major project in the course, so it's been really interesting. And I've been doing it for a few years now. And so one of the things, so when you talked about bringing students in and getting students kind of introduced to and engaged with the technology, just, how exciting that is to see them start to envision things that you hadn't thought about, or that you hadn't really kind of expected. Right. But I wanted to get your feedback on one of the experiences that I sometimes have here. I can actually put my video on so I can talk. That so students come in, and they see what the technology can do, and they get very excited, and they have all these ideas, and then as then they hit upon the, oh well, now there's green bounce on this, and oh, my computer crashed 20 times and now it's on fire. And they're like, and so they come in with this like excitement and energy, and then it just feels this like I'm not intentionally crushing you. Please keep with it. You hang in there. It's going to be worth it. It's going to be rewarding. But I was wondering if you had any strategies or any tips surrounding that, I guess, that trough of disillusionment.
Well, celebrate the successes, and when they see the output, or when they see how those frustrations are finally coming to some fruition. For instance, when we took the students down to South by Southwest just a few days ago, and the successful stream working. Can I share my a video real quick to show you something? Okay, let me see if I can share this one. Yep, there it is. Okay, I'm not going to do the audio, but here's where you'll be able to see just a portion of what one of our devs, an undergraduate student, Daniel, we got a live stream working with the Magic Leap 2 from Tucson, Arizona, as well as from Washington State. And so this is the CEO from Forma, and you can see the quality of that coming through the Magic Leap. And then a few minutes later, Miles from one of the developers, the undergraduate developers from here, logged in as well. And so we were just so excited to be able to get that working. And when they see that working, whether they were here or there, it makes it all worth it. So I think that those are the kinds of things that when you see those successes, and when they see the product of all that frustration, I think part of that goes away.
That is very cool.
Yeah, keeping people motivated in light of technical difficulties is always a challenge, I find.
Yes.
I found one of the biggest challenge. Like, I know you're using eighth wall. It seems from a distribution perspective.
Yep.
Yeah, I find that one big challenge, obviously, because bandwidth is an issue and so on, like you've said, is getting the deployment platform right. There isn't too many of them that will work nicely with this size data. Like, for instance, my what was it, 4 minutes of raw data was 120 gigabytes of raw data in the system that I was doing. So and transforming that into something that you can stream on a phone is a challenge, right? So what are your thoughts on things like open platforms for and open formats for streaming and
gosh, that would be amazing. I can imagine how that can get really, really out of control because of the amount of data and how big, how big these files are. And of course, we can deal with the web AR with platforms like Eighth Wall and many of the others. We can also create a Unity app, but then that's a huge download initially for folks if they, and I've got a colleague that just did this from Virginia Tech. She made a hip hop course that uses in part some volumetric stuff. And so when you first download the application, it takes, a bit because you're downloading all those assets. But once you get it, it's pretty good. So yeah, distribution can definitely be a challenge. One of the, partial, ways that we can solve that is maybe through live streaming and then having this storage on the user's end, perhaps. But then that puts a whole other burden on the user and, hoping that the user can get a good quality stream. So yeah, that's going to be a choke point for a little while, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. That's great. I have a question from the audience from Nikita Shopov.
I'm actually going to give them, I'm going to ask them to ask their question live. That's okay?
Perfect.
Okay.
Let me see.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Brian, thanks for the fantastic presentation. For you, as a specialist in African American literature and Harlem Renaissance, does volumetric film and video have anything special in this context, or is it your two different interests? One is purely technical technology, and one is African American literature, or they are connected for you?
Oh, they're inherently connected for me. Yes, we can't wait to start streaming some of the volumetric captures into virtual Harlem. That's our very next step. In fact, when you think about live, in fact, we're doing a study this semester and next semester where we're exploring how effective live volumetric capture and streaming is for student learning and teaching and learning. So we're starting with, of course, a person, the person on the stage talking and doing short lectures and two-way audio. But then we have to get into what comes next, and there is where putting that person into some sort of context. Virtual Harlem, since it's already created, is one of the first candidates. And plus I teach African American literature, the Harlem Renaissance. It makes perfect sense to put me in Harlem and later on actors in Harlem. So we get away from the NPCs and we get into real life actors once we are able to maybe situate one or two cameras around the front of someone, AI in the back, and we can stream that right into the environment. And then you've got a real virtual, experience that's not pre-scripted. It's something that can happen in real time from anywhere around. I mean, that's the bigger plan for virtual Harlem, is to really bring it to life, not through NPCs, but through real people.
Sounds amazing. Is it going to be a live kind of communal immersive experience, or it's going to be a distributed person?
Yes. No, I'm thinking it can be live. I mean, think about some of the collaborative virtual environments that we currently have. Places like Spatial and Engage. Spatial just launched their Spatial Creator, which allows you to import Unity scenes into there. I can imagine being able to stream a volumetric stream into Spatial. It's already, made for 80 people, I think, or something like that, that can simultaneously enter a space wearing a variety of headsets. And so here's where, the next stage of these is to really think about how we can, use those pre-built social spaces. So we that are into this volumetric stuff don't also have to solve the massive multi-user online space, because that may not be our purview. And that's a whole other can of worms that we really don't want to get into. But if those spaces already exist, yeah, that's going to definitely be possible.
Great. I guess we have to travel to Arizona to experience this, right?
No, no. Well, right now, yeah, I guess right now, or figure out a way that we can distribute this whole thing and maybe do our next conference volumetrically. Wouldn't that be fun?
Okay. Thank you.
Let's do that.
I
That would be
appreciate
great. There's a couple more questions in the chat here. So someone came a little bit late, maybe they missed something, but they think Brian mentioned something about a NASA project or collaboration. They'd love to know more about that or anything related.
NASA project. Okay, so we're what did I say about NASA? I can't remember. I know that we're talking with one of our folks. Oh no, that was Dante Loretta. So Dante Loretta, when we did his volumetric capture, he's strongly connected with NASA because he had something to do with the craft that landed on the asteroid and then brought a sample back. And so he's a double major in the humanities, and so we did a volumetric capture of him, and it was one of the examples that we showed.
Cool. Also, you mentioned using it for education. Do you have any resources or some leads where to look for using volumetric video in education a little bit more effectively?
I have a whole bibliography that I can send you. If you shoot me an email, I can send you a bibliography. Let me just put my email in there at Arizona. So if you shoot me an email, I can send you a bibliography that has a number of sources of studies that have been done. They've been done at different levels, and I think we're going to be adding to that conversation when we look at some of the ways that we'll be evaluating students and their engagement, their time on task, and their attention to the content that's being delivered via volumetric.
Fantastic. Awesome. Thanks so much, Brian. Yeah, I'll post it to the Discord in a minute. Thanks so much, Brian. I know you have another commitments shortly, so I won't keep you. Hopefully you come back for the other talks, and
I will.
And I'm excited to touch base with you later.
And thank you all very much. Enjoy the conference. I know that you're going to have an amazing time. I can't wait to hear about some of the ways that democratizing is going to be part of the conversation and all the other talks. So, and I know this is going to be recorded. So if I miss some of those, I'll definitely try to watch those recordings later on. So good luck, everyone, and bye-bye. Have a great conference.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks so much. So we're, if I have the schedule right, we're going to take a short break. We've got about 10 minutes for a quick break, and then we're going to be returning with our first group, our first panelists, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So see you
Excellent.
in 10 minutes at 10:50. Less than 10 minutes.
Yes. Sounds good. It could potentially give some folks here the opportunity to, well, actually take a break from the screen, which is highly recommended. But also potentially, if you're interested, head over to our Discord, where some of the back channel conversations been going on surrounding the talks. And we will see everybody at 10:50. I see two speakers, the third speaker is still not Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Our next session is going to be a panel. We have three guests joining us. They'll be kind of speaking together about a joint project. It sounds really interesting. They're just to give everybody a little bit of an overview of the panel structure, since this is the first one. So for this group, there's going to be about 20 minutes that the panel will have to kind of to present and to share and to talk, and then we will open it up to a Q&A again, so that we have a chance to kind of ask questions and have a little bit of a discussion. So with that, I believe, do I have the three panelists, or the three folks in this group here? If I can get you to maybe turn your cameras on. Oh,
we're
very
on
nice.
there. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, and I will turn it over to you folks to tell us a bit about your work.
We don't hear you, Pierre-Henri.
Oh, you're not. Oh, you're on mute. Try again. Oh, we still can't hear you. Oh,
is it working? Okay.
it's working. I was going to say, we heard you fine during the tech check.
just when I was singing, you just heard me. So yep, I might want to share my screen if you can stop sharing yours. I don't think I can while you're doing it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, and welcome, Pierre-Henri, Shalani, and Clémentine.
Can you see my screen well?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Okay. Hi. So I'm Pierre-Henri Baralis, and we're here to talk to you about our joint project, the Pocket Opera. So just to quickly introduce who I am, I'm overall someone very technical, but super interested in art. For the last 10 years, I've worked in video games mostly, and also VR and AR experiences. And so on the screen, you can see some of the companies and projects I've worked with. And more recently, in 2021, I started also studying music composition at the University of Montreal, which is what led me to join this project of the Pocket Opera as a tech director. So I'm going to let it pass to...
Hi, for my part, I'm Clémentine Brochet, and I've been working in cinematography for a few years. Since the last 3 years, I'm focusing on new forms of storytelling through sensors, spatialized sound, and mixed realities. I'm both working on the creation of the volumetric capture system for the opera since 2021, and I'm co-directing with Shalani one of the opera. Apart from that, I would say I'm especially interested in audiovisual projects which develop sensory attunement. So right now I'm doing research and creation on the topic of underwater noise pollution from the point of view of a beluga whale. And the objective is to create a sensory immersion to meet a non-human perception. And for that, I'm creating a real-time audio interactive experience with ambisonic sound. And I've also worked on several AR and VR experiences, both in 3 and 6 degrees of freedom, including one experiment outdoor.
So hi, I'm Shirani Boudin-Quintin. So I'm an artist and a filmmaker, and I'm also a student. I'm doing a PhD at Concordia. I come from the visual art, and I've always done video work, whether it be installations, short films, or video art. I created videos for theater for Mama and Cici that were presented at Giuseppe and Matzeticorn in Montreal. And for the past 6 years, I have dedicated myself mainly to dance film and immersive experience. I created a film called 21 Gun Salute. It's a 360 stereoscopic film where I was interested in the relationship between deminers and their military robots. I'm also currently doing the augmented reality opera, and I'm directing an underwater stereoscopic film and another project which will be animated, also immersive experience around the ADHD child.
So let me start by introducing our joint project, the Pocket Opera. It is a research creation project led by a team of 6 teachers you can see on the right. Our research goal could be summed up as instead of filming operas that were written for the stage, what happens when an opera is conceived for new technology from the beginning, and what can this experience teach us about opera as a genre. So the project is currently in phase 2. And the end output of the project is going to be 5 15-minute long AR opera that are captured using volumetric capture. So these opera are going to be for mobile and tablets and distributed on the Google Play and Apple Store for free and ad-free. And so one particularity of the project is that each of the 5 opera is created by a different team. Each team being composed of 4 to 5 persons, such as writers, composers, scenographers, film directors, artistic directors, choreographer, for a total of 20 plus creators. And so in addition to all those people, we have also a number of partners that help us creating and funding and organizing these projects. To talk a bit more about our tech, we've got 8 Kinects in a setup that you can see on the left and the right. The cameras are placed in the 14 by 14 feet square, which gives us about 10 by 10 feet real capture, like playable area. And so we also have not shown on the picture, but we also have opaque curtains around the space to help with like depth noise issue and depth cleanliness. For the volumetric capture software, we're using Soar. I know that in phase 1, we were using dev kits, but we switched it for phase 2 for many reasons. If I could name just the main 2, and I'm going to say that Soar didn't subvention or like sponsor this talk at all. But the main 2 are like the calibration speed, since we can calibrate in about a minute, and also their overall helpfulness and responsiveness of the SOAR team. So you can see a screenshot of the software there. About our tech pipeline as overall, so we're using SOAR and Reaper to capture volumetric data and audio at the same time. So we record the singers that are in the central space. Then we export everything to Unity. And then we use Unity to build for Windows and Mac for testing purposes, and then an AR app that ships for Android and iOS. If I can speak a bit about the tech challenges that I've been seeing on my part as a tech director. The first one being performances, since we have 2 volumetric captures with AR, 3D models, and visual effects in the same Unity app for mobile devices. It has put a huge trend on performances, and so this leaves us with a very limited budget for 3D elements, and it's been very hard to afford complex visual effects like real-time shadows, reflection, post effects like bloom. So this has obviously a huge impact on our direction. And so this has led me to ask myself how, as a tech director, how can I convey the tech limitation to 20 plus, mostly not super technical creators without being boring. Ideally, I want them to see tech as a source of creativity and not constraints. So I think this kicks also back to the comments that was made about, how to keep students motivated. It's a bit the same thing. So what I found works well in my case is tech documentation. If it is very visual with a schema like you just saw and pictures and videos, I think it's a very good way to convey dense information. Then I figured that one-on-one meetings were much more interesting to me than group meetings, because in groups, like, people are not don't feel free to ask questions like that they deem are stupid questions, like, I didn't get it, or what is Unity, or what does this tech acronym mean? But in one-on-one casual meetings, people feel much more free to ask those questions. So it's almost everything I do now. I prefer to repeat myself with 20 plus people than doing a very large group meetings. And so we have a dedicated room that you saw in the picture. And now that we have it, it is a very good opportunity to do hands-on experience with the hardware and a lot of prototyping. So they can see the tech, and they can see the cameras, the lights, and see the software in action. And they can also see that we're able to go from volumetric capture to, hands-on on the device, AR app, in, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes, which is something we're still looking to improve, but that was very important for us to be able to iterate on the results and for them to see it. So I'm going to pass it to the virtual mic to Clémentine and Shelani so they can speak about one of the opera in particular.
So yeah, Clémentine and I are directing the pocket opera called A House in the Hand. It's written by Thomas Dufour and composed by Alicia Ripoll, and we're working with two scenographers, Émilie Langlais and Julie Creusfond. And well, Pierre-Henri is also a precious part of the opera, being a technical director, and we're also working with a 3D artist, Abdel Adjara. So the story takes place during a flood. As floods threaten the homes of a neighborhood, a daughter tries in vain to convince her father to abandon his house. So this hybrid work addresses the themes of expropriation, of family, of natural disaster. And as the works unfold in the domestic space of the user, the singers comes into life in a tiny house in a model.
Yeah, so we can change this slide. Thank you. Last year, we created a first prototype, and we are now deepening our explorations with volumetric capture. So on the left, it's an extract from our storyboard, and on the right, it's the final result. As you can see, it's far from being perfect. There are plenty of glitches and so on. It's also without any aesthetic exploration of the 3D elements that were added around the volumetric capture, since it wasn't the main goal of this phase. Anyway, prototyping this was actually really essential to us because it allowed us to better understand technological issues and to get more precisions on the pipeline and on the communication tools to use between all the collaborators. Thank you. Regarding collaborative tools, we developed several of them in collaboration with our team to deal with the challenges brought by this new technology. Firstly, we created mood boards to be on the same wavelength with our collaborators, and also help them to understand the aesthetic we could achieve since they were not used to those new technologies. It also helped us to share like a common view on both 3D visuals and real elements with the scenographers. As an example, as you can see on the left picture, our scenographers created models and sketches, and we then adapted those for the mise-en-scène in regards to the capture setup. It It helped us on the shooting regarding, for example, side positioning of the performers, and it also helped the performers themselves to link the real space they were playing into, which was almost empty, to their immersion in the virtual universe. As we are not musicians, the composer created a video of the score, as you can see on the right, in which we then added images and notes to direct in live the performers and ensure to match with the timing.
So working and creating with volumetric capture comes with issues and challenges, as Clementine told you. So we had to work with the possibilities, but also the limitations of the technology. And one of many questions we have for this project is how to work with performing arts together with the limits of the technology, and how to maintain the sense of presence and the quality or specificities of the opera. The first challenge we had was the limited space of the volumetric capture setup. So you're probably many of us know about it. So it involves limited movements for the singers and requires a production that will be adapted to this reality. So the work of mise en scène being a work of space, we had to think of it differently to keep a certain dynamic in the bodies and to avoid feeling this restriction in the final project. This space is also abstract for the team, so the more the singers will understand their performing space in relation to the virtual environment we're creating, the place where their action will take place, the better we will be able to feel their presence in the final work. The second challenge is that we obtain a better quality if the performers are captured separately. So there's no occlusion in the capture. So you probably all know about it too. So unless they are really close to each other, then we can capture them together. So if two singers are captured at the same time, well, they won't be able to move much. And if we capture them separately, we need to adapt their interaction and therefore the nature of their relations, since they won't be able to touch each other, for example. As Clementine mentioned it, the site also needs to be correctly positioned in space in relation to the other singers, but also to the user. So they don't seem to look in the wrong direction in the final project. And in order to keep the complicity between the two singers, we would rehearse the scene with both at the same time. And then just before the capture, well, we will do this just before the capture. So they have in memory their dynamic and it's easier for them to perform in solo. The last point we wanted to underline is the relationship with the 360-degree space. The singers are used to perform for the stage, which is frontal. So this liberty of movement and the positioning of their body can be destabilizing for them. But above all, by exploiting this space, the singer can also lose visual contact with the conductor. So one possible solutions is to have a TV setup all around, allowing the singers to follow the conductor in all their movements. And this is also an adaptation for everyone in order to keep the right timing and all the precision that is required for an opera. So all these elements for us required a lot of rehearsals and a nice collaboration. And finally, well, the technological and artistic challenges influence the work being created. And in order to not be disappointed, we need to work with the limitations of the technology. We want to work with the glitches to take advantage of it and to transform these limitations in qualities. As directors, the visual is really, really important for us. And volumetric capture is made to be able to capture reality, but the end result can completely achieve the look with the resources we have. So that's why with Clémentine and with the help of Pierre-Henri and Abdel, we are exploring ways to achieve an aesthetic that can both respond to our visual quality expectation, but also to the opera's specificities, and that can better serves our storytelling.
So we are now deepening our explorations and developing some narrative strategies. For example, we are experimenting with makeup to emphasize facial expressions as they tend to be simplified, like more round and curved than they are in reality. We are also exploring volumetric capture texture with the art director, as we would like to get away from the 3D pseudo-realistic look, even though our current rendering is actually quite good compared to our first phase. So we are exploring a common texture for the 3D environment and the volumetric capture with a charcoal drawing render, as you can see at the bottom. But in any case, we would like to preserve the facial features of the singers. As you can see on the right image, we are also wondering, for example, what if we would add some prosthesis to the costume to emphasize the body shape? So we are like basically trying different things. And regarding the aesthetic, if we can change the slide, please. Thank you. So to conclude, it's a brief overview of the aesthetic we are aiming for. As the motions are limited in the capture space, we can only be inventive in the way we move our characters in the space. So we are planning to create ellipses by playing with the light, so the characters and objects will appear or disappear in space. And the work of light will isolate elements in regard to the narrative and contribute to the dark and fragmented environment we are aiming for, as the world of our characters falls apart at the same time. And to finish, Alitea, the composer, is a really visual person. So when she presented us one section of the score, she talked about music as a lighthouse, which inspired us with dynamic lighting to accompany the score. And as we may not use the recorded texture of our volumetric capture, we could actually shoot in a very dark environment, as the infrared still works fine for depth data. And it's over.
I just wanted to take a minute to thank Andrew and Cindy to invite us there, and also Dr. Carter for the amazing keynotes earlier. It was super inspiring.
Yes,
thank you
very much.
Yeah, this is starting out amazing. we are going to do questions, but I'm going to ask to organize the questions, make it a little bit easier. If you are a member of the audience and you have a question that you want to ask, and you want to ask it just verbally, then raise your hand, because I can give you, I can allow you to talk. If you have a question that you would prefer that us read out, that we put into, that you just add in text, then put it into the Q&A and we can read it out on your behalf, so that you don't have to use voice chat to ask the question if you don't want. I wanted to start out, I don't have a question, but one of the things that, well, first of all, that charcoal like shader aesthetic that you have is gorgeous. That's gorgeous. I'm so excited to see how that's going to turn out. That looks really nice. When you're talking, the first thing that kind of popped into my mind was just, in going through your process, how multidisciplinary this whole thing is. And because of that, like how much it highlights these things from all of these different creative fields that we are familiar with and that we expect and we know, and the things that are that you realize once you start doing a different sort of capture is that you don't have anymore, or that that you've maybe lost within the process. So obviously there's things we use volumetric capture to kind of gain some of these some of these immersive qualities, but there's also things that just differ in terms of what we expect to be able to like prioritize, or to like understand in terms of like the production process. I was wondering if you could talk to me just a little bit more about like what some of those moments might have been for this project. Like where are the aesthetic gaps, I guess, or the experiential gaps? You did highlight some of them as you went through.
I think one important thing in our multidisciplinary team and collaboration is that Clémentine and I were more familiar with the type of aesthetic we can achieve with VR or AR, but not all of the teams. So with mood board, sometimes you can imagine something that is not accessible. And for us, it was really important that to include in our mood boards some aesthetics that are more accurate or where they can imagine the final result. But then I think we also imagine a result that had a quality that maybe we couldn't achieve with the first prototype. So we kind of tried to adapt, and now in our new process, well, we're trying to have an aesthetic and trying to push it at the maximum before the shooting. So we don't have surprise afterwards, but we can work with it beforehand. So yeah, for us, it's really important to have, because the aesthetic will actually change the scenario and the storytelling. If we, it goes together, so it influences one and each other. So yeah, I think it's really important for us to know what we can achieve and then to work with this. And that's why Clémentine was talking about the idea of maybe adding prostheses and changing and creating our own characters with the volumetric capture.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Clémentine, wow. Maybe you want to add something, or?
Did you have a question?
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Oh, okay. I think this is amazing that how something has a challenge of movement, and you guys have like started to create stories of minimum movement. I know like limitations like this could be extremely frustrating because opera in its original form is a lot of movement in theater, and not being able to do the similar inspiration, but also being able to see it in a different version of it. How does it feel in the process? That do you feel that you're not doing enough justice, or do you feel like we're creating another space of opera totally or different language?
If I start, I would say that we are definitely exploring a new space because of all the limitations that Shelani presented. It's like the way we worked with the singers was actually really interesting for them, because they were not facing, they were just moving for a 360 point of view. And yeah, I don't know like until which point we are creating a new space, but we are definitely exploring movement in a different way.
Thank you.
And they still have like the possibility to move like, a bit. So it's a really restricted space, but still they can move. So we have like a choreographer that can be part of the process and also help us to achieve certain movement quality, even though it's more restricted.
I would say like, I'm just thinking about an example. For example, it's like we have a character that would be climbing, comment je dis des marches? Stairs? Climbing stairs. And for that, like the space is too limited, you know, like the characters, the actor cannot walk too high because of the Kinect limit. And in that case, we would use light, you know, to like jump over the limit as an illusion, I would say.
Yeah, we can create shadows and then the character disappear in the shadow.
Andrew, did you want to ask the question?
Thanks for their great talks. I thought that was very interesting, and I'm excited to see where this goes. One thing that really interests me these days is sort of the desire to have realism and photorealism in different things, and when it's necessary and when it's not necessary, and when people want to sort of, you know, at what point do we require it, and at what point is it just sort of like superfluous, right? What are your thoughts on realism with volumetric capture in these types of spaces?
Well, I think, as you can see, we're kind of going a bit out of the realistic aesthetic, mainly because, well, it's for us a way to work with the glitches, and we were not so much satisfied of the result, and we'll probably have a better result at the end, but it still won't be hyper realistic textures. So I think for us it's more interesting, and well, going on the idea of not following a hyper realistic aesthetic, for us opened so many possibilities that were really creative and exciting, that were tending for this project to go there. And I think it's a project that really suits with that type of aesthetics. Other project, I think, for example, the project that Brian Carter presented to us, like the realistic aesthetic is really appropriate. But in our case, we work with an imaginary. We're already in a tiny house, so in a model. So the working with this type of aesthetics really suits our narratives, I think.
So I think that one of the strengths of the volumetric capture setup is to be able to jump in and out between realism and not realism. Because if we were to do something not realistic at all, then we could have used mocap, and it would have been overall much easier, even though it's not easy. But being able to jump in and out, some of the projects are using that as a strength. Maybe there is a first scene that is super realistic because it's based in the real world, and then there is a second scene that is representing a memory, from far away, and the visual are going to be much more creative there, and then we can go back to something more realistic afterwards. So I think that's one of the strengths, is to maybe use realism, but not all the time.
Well, thank you so much for presenting this project. I am super excited to see how it turns out. I think that you've brought the conversation into some really great kind of additional directions that hopefully we can kind of delve down into and explore a little bit through the course of the day. We're going to take a short break. And we've returned for the next talks at 11:30. So I will get up here, and I will meet everybody in just 5 minutes. Thank you again very much, Pierre-Henri, Clementine, Shirani. It was really wonderful to have you here. Hello. Thanks for everybody's patience as I work through advancing everybody into being visible in our panelist session. Now, these aren't really panels per se; they're just kind of just groups of folks that I think that would play off of each other nicely and have a nice conversation at the end. So this is kind of a reminder for the participants who are here now, but then also as this information for the folks that are either watching us on YouTube or who are here with us in Zoom, that what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of introduce every individual in the spotlight. I'm mostly going to do this by transitioning through people's bios and kind of formally inviting them up to speak. Again, so we can kind of keep the timings fairly constrained for these sessions and give everybody the maximum amount of speaking time possible. I will go through them kind of roughly in order. Obviously, Karen and Ben, you're presenting together. But then what we'll do is not have Q&A for each individual person speaking, but to save that for the end and do a collective Q&A with everybody at the end. So everybody's going to speak for about 10 minutes. So we're going to go on to the next person, and then at the end we'll have a larger discussion. I typically do prioritize questions that come from within the block. Again, because hopefully there are a lot of interesting resonances that kind of go on between the different talks, and people often have questions about other people who have spoken in the group. But then there also will be open questions as well. So with that, I am going to start us off with Allison Moore. Allison, you're here?
Hello.
Excellent. All right. Ready to go?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
You're on. I'm going to stop my
right.
sharing and turn
Okay,
it over to you.
Get set up here. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Let me just try to get started and share sound and video. Everyone can hear me okay? Thank you. So should see my screen now and go to presenter view. And I want to see the video panel. Okay, thanks. So yeah, thank you, Cindy, so much. This is a really great invitation to speak with such amazing people and to talk about volumetric capture. I'm an independent artist, a digital artist based in Montreal. I work in expanded cinema. I come from a very interdisciplinary background, combining animation and performance with photo-based media to create immersive moving images. And today I will be presenting my work, my research into volumetric capture technologies, and in particular my work in cloud bodies. So this project is very fresh. I just performed it at the SAT in February, and this is my first presentation of the work. So I will do my best to talk about it. So Cloud Bodies is a real-time generative dome experience using volumetric capture of dancers merging with the point clouds of photo-scanned landscapes. The topography of the bodies morph with the topography of the natural world, and this geometric metadata gathered from the real environments are processed and reconstructed into virtual environments. And the work plays with scale, perspective, and it explores the body as landscape and questions our embodied relationship with virtual spaces. It was my intention in this research to explore volumetric capture and really go into a direction of abstracting the body. We already got into a discussion about photorealism in the volumetric capture. And for me, with this exploring and researching this technology, I really was attracted to the abstracted sort of aesthetic of volumetric capture. So initially this project started as a VR research using the volumetric capture and depth kit with the Connect in Unity while I was an MFA student at Concordia University. And so I started collaborating with dancers and experimenting for a VR project, and that started in 2017. And Cloud Body's VR project, well, actually a bit earlier. And I'm going to talk about the VR stuff, but first I'll go show a clip from the set. And so I was accepted for a residency at the Society of Art and Technology in Montreal to develop this research into a full dome performance. And I was accepted for the residency in spring of 2020. So we all know what happened then. So the project was delayed a couple of years. I entered the dome probably a year ago. And so this work of the performance has been made over this last year. The challenges for us, for me, was how to integrate a live and real-time volumetric capture, and also for a performance, also how to integrate the volumetric capture into a full dome 4K resolution, and also integrate 3D virtual models of the point clouds that I make into the dome with the dancer. We also had some OSC audio reactive visuals, so how to create audio reactive visuals with the volumetric capture, and connecting a live presence, ultimately to create the experience to have a connection with the live presence of the dancer with the virtual sort of avatar that in this large immersive environment. So we're a small team. There's Arthur Demarteau, who does the audio. I do the visuals, and Lucy Vandel is a choreographer and dancer. So the technology that I'm using for the dome is Azure Connect with Unity, Visual Effects Graph, and Touch Designer, which is ultimately helping to put it out to the full dome and have more of a MIDI interface for me to do the sort of live manipulation of the volumetric capture, and also to create the connection with sound. Some of the programs we're using. This is more for like the photogrammetry side of things, how I do the point clouds of the landscapes. Some of the influences of this project, to give a nod to some amazing women developing VR work, Char Davies in 1995 with her work Osmos, and also Spectral Bodies by Catherine Richards in the 90s. So these two works really influenced this direction of my project. And just to say a little bit about my work previous to this, are doing immersive panoramic moving images. Most of these were sort of loops for installation for immersive environments. But I do a lot of work with green screen. So when I started doing volumetric capture, this was definitely a big benefit to have that knowledge and experience for 17 years working with green screen stuff. So to talk about the VR work, when I first got started doing Cloud Bodies, it didn't really have a direction, like an end goal. I just really wanted to experiment and dive into the technology, but immediately discovering the kind of depth kit work and wanting to integrate volumetric capture into VR, my instinct was to work with dancers and just explore movements of body in virtual spaces with the dance. The other part of it is the photogrammetry. And so for several years, about 6 years, I've been archiving the forest where I grew up in British Columbia. And this process involves photo scanning different environments and processing these photos into 3D models, which are point clouds. So here's a little image of my process. And so a lot of these are what I really like about it is the kind of hyperrealism that you create with these 3D models, but also the sort of pointillist texture that you have in a way that you can explore the micro, macro, again, playing with scale of these environments. And so on the, when I first started diving into DepthKit, in the early research experimenting, I was just testing out very simple things to try and thinking of what type of material would be interesting to explore with this technique, which led me working with the dancers. So this is at Milieu Post-Image Cluster Lab in Concordia. And I worked with the dancers, Fia and Alex, and it was a collaborative process. They had never been in VR before. So I first put the dancers in VR so they could see what that would be like. And then we just kind of worked through what kind of images and movements would be interesting in this using this technology. So this is some captures from the DepthKit. And what was really neat was when the bodies would collide together. And so here's a bit of the preview of the VR stuff. So this project, I guess I sort of finished a version of the VR works in 2018, and it showed a few places, the Banff Media Art Center and Mexico, in China. I guess I'm always interested in like how we frame images in this kind of exploring the collective experience of immersion to solitary immersion. So which I kind of see between VR and these immersive sort of projected environments. So it was really great to enter the dome and see what might be possible with this work as a live performance and also as like a collective experience. So I'm gonna walk through a few things. This is very early in the residency, just about a year ago. And at first, when I entered the dome, turn the sound down, you know, I just would play my Unity project, essentially the VR project, and project it out to the dome. And I was like, well, that was fairly easy, not easy, but just to kind of open up Unity in the dome. But it was pre-rendered pre-renders of stuff. And what I really wanted to do ultimately was the live capture. So at first we were using the Azure Connect through Touch Designer, and that connection seemed pretty like straightforward to try to get a live capture of the Azure Connect into the dome. And here's some early phases of that. Anyways, I didn't have that look that I had in the virtual reality that I was able to achieve in Unity. So after some more explorations, I managed to get like an Azure Connect through Unity and live real time through the visual effects graph. And this stuff was a lot more interesting visually in terms of like the lighting and shading I could achieve and the effects that I could achieve with the volumetric capture. This is a lot of times just me sitting in front of the camera, waving my hand, trying to see what looks good. So this is some rough footage of the final performance. that's Cloud Bodies. I think I went over my time, but thanks for listening, and I look forward to the Q&A and the other talks. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. This is the last session before lunch, so I was certainly not going to cut you off when you were showing such amazing work.
Okay, thanks, Cindy. Yeah.
I am going to move to our next panelists. We have, one second here, Karen and Ben. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, I think so.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and you're up.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, it's a joy to be here at Speaking Volumes Symposium. We're joining from the UK, and yeah, it's great to be among so many fantastic speakers and creative people doing such interesting and amazing work with volumetric capture. So yeah, we're really pleased to be here, and yeah, we're going to kind of blast through a bit of a script, and hopefully we can chat a little bit more after that. Yeah, we are Display Studio, so that's myself, Ben Neal, and the other half.
Hello.
Karen Wise. So Display Studio is an immersive performance studio that's co-led by Karen and myself. I'm a creative technologist. So we explore the intersection of dance, film, theatre and technology. And our works often take the form of intimate, dreamlike journeys through uncertain places that are rich in symbolism and metaphor, in which curious behaviours are encountered. So we aim to create interpersonal, sort of deep interpersonal experiences that gently kind of push and pull you and invite you to question your senses and explore your perceptions of reality in those kind of liminal spaces between the known and the unknown. So we've been touring a virtual reality work for 1.5 years that uses volumetric capture called Facades. It's a 15-minute room scale dance theatre VR experience. And I think Hervey has a video that we can show, and we're just going to talk kind of over the top of that. And you can see some stills from the experience. We don't like to tell you too much about it and give away too much of the mystery, so you're just getting a kind of slideshow of stills from the VR, but it's yeah, it's a kind of a free roaming VR experience, and hopefully you can see some screenshots on the video. Yeah, wonderful. We aim to kind of subtly guide audience members through this domestic space. It's set inside a house, and within this virtual set, participants encounter these volumetrically captured performers playing different versions of themselves. And so this unique kind of journey invites a solo audience member to engage with these digital representations of a solo female performer who, when viewed from the front, looks complete. And then when you kind of go around the sides, you can see this fractured concave shell, a spectral facade of a woman. And so we allow people to sort of step around the sides of the volumetric capture and really get up close and in there with it. So it was created during the pandemic, and Karen worked with the Microsoft Azure camera and DepthKit software to capture the choreography in a studio, and then sent the files over to me, and we worked over Zoom to build the world in Unity. And so as independent creatives, this kind of flexible and affordable, portable and pretty straightforward setup allowed us to experiment and test ideas really quickly and reshoot and adapt them as needed.
So Facades begins with a doorway which the participant is encouraged to enter. And a miniature house appears with a miniature performer inside, curiously dancing with a pair of red shoes. The participant is later transported to the scaled up version of the same house, peering through the large window at the performer inside. Participants then move through several domestic spaces which unexpectedly shift and change, defying the laws of the physical world. The house spins round. The walls expand to reveal the performer outside of the building, caught in a windstorm. The walls gradually disappear and leave a vast blackness. and just the lone performer reaching out, yearning to make contact. The final scene returns to the house that is now dilapidated, and the performer and her double perform a melancholy duet. Facades is an atmospheric and sometimes challenging VR experience that leaves audience members questioning their own place on a virtual stage, what the rules of this new world are, who is in control, and what the experiences they have really mean. Inspired by cinematography, Facades draws on iconic moments from films that use the architectural features of mirrors, windows, and doors as metaphors for duality, reflection, and portals, including abstracted movement, themes, and settings inspired by iconic film scenes from Hitchcock's Rear Window, The Wizard of Oz, and Tarkovsky's The Mirror, to name a few. The choreography explores domesticity through repeated gestures and emotive reoccurring motifs, as the isolated solo performer seeks to find a connection by reaching out to the visiting viewer. The interactions between the participant and the performer create a beautiful yet unsettling narrative that exposes themes of vulnerability, trust, disembodiment, and isolation. In designing Facades, we utilize the aesthetic qualities that the single camera setup offers, so that the dancer is shown with one particular perfect angle. As audiences step around the edges of the illusion, the performer's body morphs between realistic and abstract imagery. And rather than cleaning up the Volcat imagery through post-processing, we chose to highlight the fractured edges and the glitched appearance of the performer, enhancing the ethereal qualities and artistic effects of the illusion. This revealing highlights her digitalness, her imperfections, her hollow shell, thus prompting the participant to consider how digital representation is created and exposed. In Facades, we are inviting participants to inhabit positions and perspectives that shift and break their own sense of presence, which allows them to perceive the virtual world and perform differently. In the feedback, participants expressed a strong sense of connection to this imperfect, vulnerable woman and a yearning to care for her, despite her being a fractured digital shell. Moving away from VR's pursuit for the perfect human replica through photorealistic avatars, Facades is interested in the audience's relationship to these fractured performers and what this conjured. One participant said, "The flickering pixelated image, solid but not solid, made me think of them like digital ghosts." Another said, "I found the breaking up of the image of the performer had an emotional quality."
So one description of one of the scenes from Facades is a scene in which there's a performer that reaches out towards you, sort of grasping from the dark, but she's very close, but remains out of arm's reach, and unusually pivots, sort of slowly spiraling around your head movement as you step around in the VR play area. So this allows people to control the motion and actually invert the volumetric capture and kind of see from the inside out and see through her eyes almost, wear her skin in a way. So throughout Facades, we explore these fractured edges, challenge this idea of proximity to the volcap, allow unusual perspectives of the volumetric capture as well. And we never place the participant inside an avatar's body or ask them to play a role. And yet their invisible body is still reacting physiologically and emotionally to this kind of evolving narrative. And some powerful responses were noted from the audience members. So after experiencing Facades, one participant said, "A very physical sensation was left with me. The only way I can explain it is the delicate hollowness of the virtual bodies leaves me with a sense of density, realness, awareness of the liveness of my own body." And so this suggests that this kind of ethereal aesthetic provokes a heightened awareness of the audience member's own body, despite them being invisible. So our proposition is that capturing recognizably real people would encourage heightened emotional and embodied responses from audience members, sort of beyond the scope of animated characters. And while motion capture has been used extensively to allow performers to inhabit those avatars with naturalistic movements, and has been used a lot with dance artists. Volumetric capture is interesting because it offers opportunities to extend the possibilities for immersive content by recording actual people, and that heightens a sense of intimacy and connection with the performer. In facades, the imperfect imagery and some of the choreographic vocabulary allowed us to evoke empathy and a sense of nostalgia in the audience member, a bit like looking at an old photograph.
So we propose that the artist-led interlacing of the techniques and effects which playfully exploit the potentials of the Volcap technology alongside established strategies from dance and performance have generated a perceptually evocative experience for audiences that contributes towards new understandings of audience perception and embodiment in virtual environments. So we've been touring the work extensively in the UK and internationally. And we are just about to open a kind of time-limited release of facades for the Meta Quest 2 in conjunction with DepthKit. So yeah, if you're interested in experiencing facades, then do follow us on social media at Studio Displays, or we have a website, facades.info is on the screen. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. I am going to toggle back, this awkward toggle back and forth to screen sorts of thing, and introduce Olivia. Olivia, you're on mute.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Hi, I didn't realize if it was my cue. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So I know we're a bit behind, but I don't know if I still have 10 minutes or...
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so hello, everyone. Thanks for your interesting, stimulating presentations and for the audience here. I will start sharing my PowerPoint. Hold on, sorry. I'm just going to do it right. And I'm going to speak over images and videos that I show you. So here we go. Okay, so hopefully you're seeing my slides. Is that right?
Yep, I see them.
Okay, sorry, it's just because I can't, hold on, I haven't found a good way to continue seeing Zoom. Anyway, okay, I'll just do my thing. So hi again, I'll jump straight in. So excuse me, I need to be on the right screen to click, there we go. So Virtual Islands VR, so I'm going to speak about one aspect of the larger project, explores the relationship between the experience of immersion in VR and the physicality of being submerged, offering viewers what I see as audiovisual interpretations of the ebb and flow of water around them. The previous iterations of my project featured performance artists from the Caribbean, the USA, and myself, exploring the relation between how our different positionalities function within the same virtual space in VR. I'm going to flick through images. Bear with me if they're not 100% synced with the text I wrote. So I'm reading from text. So these are some of the people I have worked with. New York-based African-American artist Ayana Evans and Martinican performance artist Henri Toliot and a group of his collaborators. So during the pandemic, with less opportunities to collaborate in person, discovering volumetric video, literally just before the pandemic, became a new way to trouble the ways I could capture the body and shift from a photographic representation to a more abstracted representation through using particle systems with the DepthKit to Unity pipeline. This is a test before I got there. This is just a preliminary test with a one camera DepthKit capture. So I engaged a dialogue, fast forward a few years within the pandemic, with Newfoundland artist and researcher Keely Whitelaw, who's a fellow Concordia University PhD researcher and creator, and she thinks about phenomenology and movement in her work, as well as being a professional aerialist. So Keeley was open to a collaboration on portraying submersion, my take on that, through volumetric capture. So I was given this opportunity as an artist in residence at a place called Zoo in Montreal, which is a startup incubator. And here what I'm showing you is the behind the scenes of my first, and to this day only, 10 camera capture in the summer of 2022, which we choreographed with Keeley for a VR integration. So my prompt was to work with aerial performance to interpret submersion gesturally. Whitelaw was really helpful in establishing a feasible method for me to do this, since obviously aerial performance and a 10 camera setup with depth kit doesn't seem to mesh so well. It took me a while to get there anyway. And so we hired this device, which you see, this metal structure that I then covered in green tape called a WEG sphere. I can tell you more about that. But basically a floor-based structure inspired by the aerial hoop on which you could execute aerial movements well enough for a 3D output for VR without leaving the ground technically. So it was also the most practical solution for the 10 camera capture setup with depth kit. With the studio license was provided by Zoo. So in terms of space, accessibility, and budget, that was realistic for my, what I was doing at the time. This is within the context of a research creation project for a PhD thesis. That's just to give you the full context. And we had to kind of improvise in the space and create a giant green cave, which I'm sure many of us here and others who are following or interested in volumetric capture have had to come up with solutions for. And then we decided on a sequence of movements that would be inspired by different swimming gestures to then reinterpret them on this sphere. So I'm just going to kind of play this I think it's about a week of work we did in this space, and you get a sense of what we're doing here with all the different steps. So I'm just going to speak a little bit ahead just to keep things going time-wise. When I will show you the next images, you'll get a better sense. This piece is to be shown in the next few days, actually, for the first time as a VR experience standalone. It's a 6 DOF VR experience, and I'm inviting viewers to enter an aquatic scene and observe these movements that you see here as we're creating them with all these collaborators. And they're rendered into a particle effect, so they become much more abstracted. And the idea is that in VR, a tidal wave traverses the visual plane and invites viewers to navigate alongside the performer and her gestural response to being underwater virtually. So I will finish my little making of video. This is just a screen capture from within the VR experience. So as a standalone piece, it features an original composition by a British composer called Jack Hyde, which is something you can experience when you experience the piece. I'm not going to play it now. And then I will just run you through a few of the stills from within VR and play you a little clip. So hopefully you can hear the sound. Okay, these are the credits. I just want to make sure everyone's credited here because there are a lot of people who helped make this happen, even though it's like within the context of a student creation. So I just want to mention as well, the sound you did hear was by electroacoustic composer Casey Posius, and they are based here in Montreal, also from Newfoundland in Canada. So the standalone experience features one soundtrack, and then I'm just going to speak to why there's another soundtrack. I got a residency as an artist again through the Hexagram Network, which is a Montreal-based network of different researchers and students, often engaged in what's called research creation. And I created essentially like a beta of an installation where we have here like it's 4.1.4, but basically the immersion is also sonic in the sense that we have speakers all around the VR viewer. So the idea is to shift the focus from the immersion primarily coming from the ocular side, which of course it is, you're wearing a VR headset, but also have a sonic immersion using spatialized sound with Spat Revolution software. And so, yeah, we did that over the summer as well. So these are just like some installation shots of that. And the upcoming viewing of the VR experience for the first time will be Thursday the 23rd, so in a few days at a gallery here in Montreal, Jojage, and it's part of a group show called New Surroundings with some other artists. I just got a screenshot from the lobby. It's a virtual, so VR-based group show in which 6 artists, including myself, are showing. This is just a screenshot from the lobby that you'll be entering to get to my VR experience. And I was asked to mention the creators of the space, Benjamin and Louis-Philippe Huppé. So I think I'm getting close to my time, but if that's okay, I will add just a little bit of context for who I am, my positionality, since this really has been coming through a variety of different approaches to the medium of VR. I'm just going to end with this, which usually I start with, but I just want to highlight that I'm myself a white French Jamaican, born but not raised in the Caribbean. And so I started off thinking about my positionality through creating this alter ego already in relation with the coast and water in the Caribbean itself. And then that my research now theoretically is concerned with how VR tends to operate on a universalizing basis, and I'm proposing to think through other approaches and Caribbean thinkers such as Martinican philosopher Edouard Glissant, who proposes the notion of relation or relation, and Barbadian poet and historian Kemal Brathwaite, whose notion of tidialectics or tidal poetics I claim are useful to think of other ways or other approaches to the argument that VR is the ultimate empathy machine, which American filmmaker Chris Milk proposed back in 2015. And I continue to think of water as a historical space in the context of British scholar Paul Gilroy's notion of the Black Atlantic in his book, The Blank Atlantic, Modernity and Double Consciousness. So I just wanted to highlight those references for folks who might wonder where I position myself today and how my work operates within the different fields it exists. So thanks a lot. That's from me, and I'll stop sharing. I hope that was, yeah, just within the time frame. So there you go.
Nothing you have to worry about. I know we're pressing into lunch, but I want to hold at least 5 minutes for kind of questions and comments, and I do prioritize ones that come from within the panel. So if there's anybody who wants to jump in or add a comment or a question, either something that you want to direct towards somebody who's here today, somebody who's here on this panel, or something that you find has resonated with other sorts of panels, other groups. Olivia?
Well, yeah, I might ask Karen and Ben. It was really amazing to hear what you're up to, and I can't wait to see it if it's possible to get access somehow. I love the way I mean, your stage, I mean, I'm just gonna, sorry, I don't know if this is relevant in this context. The minimal aspect of your presentation, and myself, I'm not coming from a performance background, but I work more and more with performers. So I really feel what you shared was really highlighting the performance per se amidst all the tech and all this, stuff on top, which of course is essential. But I think, it really leaves a lot of space for folks to see a different way of, being in performance. So I just wanted to say I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah, thanks. It was actually a question that I was going to sort of raise to everyone, because obviously volumetric comes with its restrictions in terms of space, which tend to work against a lot of dance and, people who move a lot. And we have found our own ways to get that space and movement and encourage audiences to be part of that. I wondered if other people had ways of breaking out of that kind of caged center point has anyone done work or seen work that has been bigger than a kind of little tiny room? It's obviously like a part of the technical limitations at the moment, but I'm interested, in especially for performers to actually, travel, and VR has got its own techniques with teleportation and other such things, but I'm waiting to see some kind of flying performance or something that really travels far using volumetric.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of the central problems. If each element has to be boxed into its own little clip and can't interact with the background, with the environment, with others easily, that becomes a real problem. So I think it's a matter of designing these things so we can freely mess around in that space in the production part, and then maybe if these are being distributed, maybe then bake it down to a single volumetric clip that has all the stuff we want in it. At least that's how I'm thinking about this now. But yeah, like it's a real limitation in 3D generally. I think you can end up with a lot of little isolated things on holistically, like we're used to doing with 2D computer art usually. I don't know if anyone remembers from the Flash days, we could just hit a button to break open a scene graph element and just scribble over top of it or draw over it. I don't know if that is familiar to anyone anymore. Certainly my students don't remember Flash these days, but that was essential to the way I worked. Just go in and erase something and change something. So yeah, I think that's a very compelling idea.
With cloud bodies, as much as possible to create more dynamic movement, I just played a lot with like animating virtual cameras through the 3D space to move around the dancer and have different perspectives, because she is sort of trapped in this 2-meter box. And in this, we created a light ring to light her, and it sort of acted as her boundary box, but like also kind of a way to light her in that dome space. But yeah, to try to like show her movement around the dome, it was a lot about just animating virtual cameras. And what was nice about that is like being able to put her on the apex of the top of the dome or show a different perspective of her movement from different angles. But yeah, someone already commented on the Discord that I've used treadmills and green screen as a way of like, and that wasn't with the volumetric stuff, but with other green screen work when I was doing panoramas and wanted someone to walk across a whole panorama of a 3-screen display. I would film them on a treadmill. But that they're still stationary, just kind of like illusion of movement.
Yeah, we did a similar thing with a kind of trolley that we made into a sort of dolly, and we were sort of had the performers moving backwards as Ben sort of pushed the camera on wheels. I think what I think is really interesting though is the way that as creators we're finding solutions, creative solutions that are happening kind of in the studio, and just by trying things out and experimenting and playing and seeing what works and what doesn't work. And I think it feels really exciting today to hear the way that people are experimenting and finding things out in that way. I had a question for you actually, Alison, or maybe a comment. I just loved the way that you had staged the balance of sort of the live performer and the way she was lit with this circle and then the dome. I had a question about it looked really beautiful. And then where the audience are in relation to that. I just wondered about touring that kind of work, because one of the things we've been kind of grappling with is where do we tour to, how do we tour, how do we frame the tour with it being kind of dance, theatre, VR, but I just wondered with the dome, obviously you can only tour, I guess, to spaces that have that.
Yeah, that like we just finished this in February, and so I'm in a process of looking for other domes essentially. And yeah, it's really, really difficult. The sad is we're just so lucky in Montreal to have that space, because it's a dance floor in a dome. And also a lot of like planetariums have their camera or projection system in the center of the dome. So like even though some planetariums are used for film festivals, for full dome films, you can't put a dancer in the middle. So yeah, no, it's a huge issue, and I'm going through a process of like how to adapt that work potentially in other immersive environments, just to help show it again. Yeah, thank you. It's a good question, and I really enjoyed your presentation too, Ben and Karen. Yeah.
All right, I'm sadly gonna kind of draw the conversation to not a close, but just shift it potentially onto the Discord or into a different format, so that people have an opportunity to maybe grab a little bit of lunch and kind of come back and join us afterwards. Thank you so much to everybody for for your presentations, for the excellent kind of conversation afterwards, for showing these works. I can see that on our other Discord platform, there's tons of conversation that has come out of it. It's been really rich for everybody. And I just wanted to thank you again so much for participating.
Bye, thank you.
I am going to switch back here for 1 second to flag our next presentation, which is going to start at 12:40. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. And then we will return here for this session. I'll see you all soon. right, folks. So we're still missing one person, but I will keep an eye out for them, and I can add them afterwards. That sounds cool.
Great. Great. All right. So I guess we're almost ready to begin. We have Nick and Chris and Paul's coming, hopefully, and then me, and then great. So I will be moderating the session. So I'll keep you guys to 10 minutes, and if I pop my screen up, then that means you have 2 minutes left. Okay. All right. So first up is Nick Fox-Geig. Nick.
Hello. So Nick Fox-Geig, I'm an animator in Toronto, currently in the PhD program at York, researching VR drawing and machine learning and essentially rotoscoping over volumetric video. Been really excited to work with Andrew and Cindy over the last several years on open VolCap solutions. I've been working on Connect stuff since 2010, kind of since this started, and really, second, I'm starting my stopwatch here to keep track of time, and really just been excited to see this grow despite all of the sort of starts and stops and changes in hardware and software. So let me begin sharing my screen. All right. So one thing that has been like a consistent challenge for me this whole time has been distribution. Like, we make this work. I think someone said, Ben said really beautifully in the last session, that we have trouble breaking it out of this collection of small clips that we pack into other projects, and also how do we distribute them. I've been very excited recently about web distribution. I think that's finally coming together, especially stuff based on Three.js and A-Frame. But we still kind of have the question of how do we distribute this easily? And I think a lot of people have been settling on the conclusion of arriving at the conclusion of using video. There is so much infrastructure out there already to stream volumetric video. I'm sorry, to stream regular video, to stream MP4s. We just leverage all that. If we can only convert our 3D information into video, get it to its destination, and convert it back. So there are 2 projects that I know of that are really advanced in this area, but neither of this I think are really accessible. They're one, I would love to hear from anyone else's experiences with either of these or other things that I haven't encountered yet. Microsoft has a codec called MRCS that does this. And to show really briefly, so here is their video. This is not, the decoder is available by request on the private GitHub repo, and then the encoder they don't even make available. But it's quite sophisticated here. So here you have a full 3D sequence of meshes, really clean. This is from their capture solution, which I'm not even sure if that is still viable. And if you look at the video, so here are the textures, and then they have encoded the mesh binary data also as a track in the video, an additional track that isn't visual, that they decode. But again, this is just not accessible. There's also universal volumetric, which is a format from the Ethereal Engine. And I think some people here may have worked with them, and I would love to hear the experiences. I just can't get it to work. That's supposed to be...
The internet brought our devices together.
But it's supposed to look like this. So I'm supposed to, or I've been trying to, create a simple solution from the ground up. I have been working for some years, and it's become my PhD dissertation research, on a project called the Lightning Artist Toolkit, which is basically a collection of pipeline tools that I would need for my work. I really enjoy drawing frame by frame in VR, combining that with volumetric video. You might recognize Andrew and the very long-serving test subject, which is Vicky the Viking. The amount of work we have to do to create stuff that doesn't really fit with traditional pipelines turns out to be considerable. Working frame by frame as opposed to working with a single mesh that we move around with a rigged skeleton. So this is sort of an ongoing project with plugins that I've written for various programs, languages, Houdini, Maya, lots of stuff done in Blender. All of this also shares the same problem with volumetric video. It's all very hard to distribute, all these brush strokes, all this information. So I think the problems of volumetric animation and the problems of volumetric capture are, in this sense, quite similar. So this is intended to add to this suite of tools, this video converter. So some folks like Andrew might remember one of my first attempts was to use sequences of GLTF files. Draco is a wonderful compression option for GLTF files that allows them to be, small enough to send through the web. We still run out. The problem is we still run out of bandwidth and space because each frame has to be downloaded before you can play the video back with this method. These are meshes running in Three.js. So I can paste this into the Discord here, and if you want to start following along with some of this, a lot of this is, I think it's more interesting to actually fly around and explore live. So all this is on all these examples are on the web. All these are, you can navigate these early ones with a mouse and keyboard, and then I'll show you, I've been getting into AR. I think delivering flexible web AR stuff is maybe one of the most promising ways to work with this stuff in the near term. But again, these are short loops, and then it'll work okay for short loops, but you really can't use too much data this way, because all of the meshes, unlike video, I'm still using 3D meshes here, and they need to be downloaded before you can begin to play back. So here we get to my project, LATK video. So essentially what I'm doing is making this. I am turning a mesh into a bunch of colored pixels representing X, Y, Z position, and another tile for RGB color on the mesh. It is a Python encoder, and you can run it here on a bunch of input meshes. And I've made this to sort of work. It'll figure out whether you're giving it a point cloud, which is our example here, or a conventional mesh with UV mapping, or LATK brushstroke, my own brushstroke format, which we'll get to it in a moment. But you can run this, and it will convert each of those meshes and resample them to a set number of points, turn those into pixels, and write out a video file. I've also made a Google Colab if anyone wants to try this. Right now, the version I have up here only works with my brushstroke format, but we'll adapt this later, especially if people are interested, to work with mesh sequences. So the idea is that anything you could turn into a sequence of meshes, you should be able to throw into this and get a video out. And then the result. So here is a basic demo. This is a brushstroke drawing. This was drawn frame by frame in VR. And here is the result. I have a bigger demo with volumetric video here, again, pasting into the Discord. Go to the Discord, you can click on this, and this will also work on phones. Part of the reason this is so noisy right now is I am using an MP4 encoding that will work on mobile devices. Especially iOS is the Internet Explorer of our times. It's the one we have to cut back to accommodate for. Here's Andrew again. Compression is the problem. If you can use newer video formats, less compression, these can be really quite clear. So that is the real challenge right now, is working on the way I use compression, which probably isn't very flexible, but also the way I sort the pixels. I'm using something called k-means to sort them now, which is kind of a naive way to go about it. There are better ways to do that. So how I organize the pixels affects how compression affects them. So how I group this color information, because so it's essentially getting damaged by compression. And then, because we are short on time, my last trick, I am bringing this to A-frame and glitch. So anyone can just sort of click remix here. Oops. This is not quite ready. A-frame is way simpler to work with, and so it's harder to modify. So you can see there's a little problem here. We're rendering as triangles when we want points. But this works in AR. If you go to this in your phone, you will see this in 6.0 in front of you. And because it's glitch, you can just click remix and have a copy of this for yourself to experiment with. Also, I will let everyone know when this Google Colab notebook is working, so you can try this out for yourself. And I think that's time.
Thanks, Nick. That's exciting to see where that's going to take us. It's cool. I love open tools, so this is very cool to see where we can get to with open source. Okay, so the next talk is Chris.
Yes. Hey. I think you need to stop the screen share so I can get on with mine. Thank you. Okay. Parameter. Oh. Sorry, just 1 second. I think my Zoom just kind of crashed. I will try something else. Okay, sorry. Just short test. Can you hear me now and can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. So yeah, hi, I'm Christopher, and I will be giving a short talk on I'm working on, which is called LiveScan 3D. I'm very sorry, my Zoom keeps crashing right now. I will try it again.
All good.
Okay, I hope it will work now. Okay, so just short 10 seconds about me. I am an XR developer and researcher from Berlin, Germany. And I've been interested in volumetric videos since a few years now, but I've been also pretty dissatisfied with the state of kind of volumetric capture solutions that are based on DEF cameras, and especially with the open source capture solutions in this regard. And so, yeah, that's what I've been working on for the last few years. And so in the first place, why in the market. So why would we need open source solutions? So I think one point is that you really rely on like one company to implement stuff, and I think we are still in the pretty wild times for volumetric video. So there's like a lot of research going on, new stuff coming out every day, especially like in the AI field. And so, but there's no easy way right now to just implement this if you're like a technical artist or a developer and looking to integrate this into your own solutions. And so I think open source bases could help with that. And so also volumetric capture is of course expensive right now. And I'm not talking just about the hardware. I mean, you kind of need the hardware to be there. But I'm also talking about like the software. Even the dev-based camera software is kind of really expensive right now. And I think this also creates kind of a paywall community where a lot of people can't access this technique. A lot of people from different backgrounds and other disciplines are probably kind of prohibited to join the community because of these high walls that are created. And I think actually we can kind of see the effects of this today, because if you go to like any website of like a volumetric video software or a company or like a studio, you kind of see these short TikTok style video dances. And I don't think I don't want to say anything against like recording and capturing volumetric dances, because I think there are like a lot of awesome examples for this. And I think we've just seen, just like in the last few talks, we've seen really good and creative examples of these. But I think just like this particular style of videos, it just kind of shows a bit the lack of creativity in these big companies and studios. They all have kind of the same content. They sit on this awesome hardware and have like these awesome looking videos, but they don't really know what to do with that. And so the motivation for Livescan 3D is basically to create an open platform that is open for creative development, that we can make the barrier to volumetric video capture as low as possible. So that not only means make it as low as possible in the financial regard, but it also means to make the entry point for people coming from non-tech disciplines or from every possible background, to make it as user-friendly as possible. So, and I hope this will contribute to an volumetric community that is open for everyone and where everyone can join. And so through this, I hope we can also then find some really creative and meaningful use cases for just like I think I'm picking up on a lot of points that Dr. Carter already mentioned this morning, but I can really only double down on that. And I think if we open up the software and the volumetric capture to more people, the more cool, creative, and meaningful use cases we will find. And I think that's what it's all about in the end. These translate into direct goals for Livescan 3D, which means I want to keep the cost as low as possible, especially on the hardware side. I mean, the software is of course free, but I think through some clever tricks in how to design the software, we can also keep the hardware costs lower. I also want to make the barrier or the entry into the user experience very smooth. I want to have like a very smooth discovery, download, install process, and also a very easy to pick up UI. And following or at the same time also have good documentation, video tutorials on how to use the software so that really everyone can join. And I also want Livescan to be kind of guided by community feedback, because I want to develop it for the community. And I think I really want to respect and just be guided by the wishes and desires of the community, because I think they know best what creators really need in this software. And of course, I think I don't really need to say this, but I also want to offer a competitive capture quality compared to like other commercially available depth-based volumetric software. Yeah, so this is kind of a look at the old LiveScan 3D. It was created originally not by me, but by Marek Kowalski and Jacek Narunic in 2015 as a research project. And yeah, at the time you kind of see the state here. It's, I think, I mean, it's research software, so it's to be expected that the maybe UI and UX is not really well tuned in this regard. But I think there are a lot of things that can be optimized to give a better user experience overall. And I think my first goal really is to get this project on a good basis so that it can be used in production settings. So yeah, LiveScan is split into 4 different parts. It's the server, the client, the player, and also there's a Unity integration. And so I want to get to the server and client first. So LiveScan kind of has a unique architecture. It was also originally developed by Marek. And it's a distributed architecture where you can run the software on as many systems as you want. So you can use not one strong beefy PC, but you can grab like kind of old laptops and PCs, plug in your Kinects there, and then all connect this up to the server, to a central computer. And I think this design kind of keeps the hardware costs also low, because you don't really need like a strong beefy PC with the latest GPU. So you can just borrow some kind of old PCs from your friends and colleagues and get started. And I think this makes the financial barrier also a bit lower. And so I can't really show you like the whole stuff or get into like the details today, because there's just not enough time. But I will just try to keep it short, and yeah, you can follow on the Discord if you want to get more updates and like more technically or more detailed breakdowns on the software. Then there's the player part where you can just take a look at your files, play them back, judge the quality, export them into different formats. And yeah, then also there's the Unity integration. I also wrote a short plugin, or a small plugin, where you can play back your files. You can play your files directly from LiveScan in Unity. This is not compressed right now. So yeah, but it's also, the goal here is also to make it as open as possible, and you can really play back any geometry sequence you want. You can also play back meshes if you want to. And that's also kind of a goal for LiveScan, because at the moment you can only record in point clouds. I think this is the biggest drawback right now from LiveScan. And but on the roadmap, after I want to release after I've released a new version of LiveScan soon, I don't really know when yet, but I hope in the next few months, I want to release the first version, which gives us a good, solid, stable basis. And then from there on, I will go and kind of try to do the meshing and texturing capabilities to the software, because I think this is the biggest leap LiveScan has yet to take to be able to compete with the commercially available softwares. And also have kind of like, after that, I want to improve more and more upon it, have a better calibration process for a better quality. And yeah, also, of course, I want to be guided by this, by your feedback. I want to get the software out as soon as possible, so that you can try it out. And if you're interested in helping me test LiveScan 3D, I would be very grateful for any feedback, for any critique on this. I will be posting all the links down in the description or in the chat. And yeah, thank you very much. That was my talk. Really a big thank you for listening, but also a big thank you for Cindy Hoke and Dr. Hoke for organizing this event. And yeah, I had really a lot of fun today. There were so many interesting talks. Yes, thank you very much.
Thanks, Christopher. Thanks. I'm excited to see where that goes for sure. And definitely happy to help where I can. All right, so on to our next talk, Paul Miller. If you could share your screen if you like.
Sure, that'd be great. Thanks, Andrew.
And if you see my head pop up, that means 2 minutes left.
Okay, sounds good. Just chime in too. I might not see your video there. Can you see my screen okay and hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to be talking about virtual environments, real patients, and hopefully real life, which is basically our goal of trying to keep humans a part of medical training. I'm going to be talking about sort of our context here at UBC, and the process we went to and how we eventually arrived at looking at volumetric capture and volumetric content. Before I begin, though, I wanted to just acknowledge that today I am speaking from the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. A little bit about me. My name is Paul Malaire. My role at UBC is producer of technical innovation. Strange title, still trying to figure out what it means exactly, but I'll get to that a little bit later. For me, though, I do bring sort of 3 main areas of training and experience to the role. Historically, I've done a lot of video production, kind of helped build a small production company here in town. I studied mechanical engineering for my undergrad, and I'm now looking at educational technology for my master's at UBC. And that's where I work. I work at UBC. Just a little background on that. It's a public research institution on Canada's West Coast. Consistently ranks, top 5 of universities in Canada. There's over 70,000 students, 19,000 staff and faculty. So it's relatively large. There's 2 sort of main campuses. This one here in the shot you're seeing is in Vancouver, and there's another one in Kelowna, which is sort of the Okanagan interior region of British Columbia. And within UBC, I work in the Faculty of Medicine. And now the Faculty of Medicine is closely integrated with healthcare in the province, as well as clinical sites. And that benefits the learners tremendously. And my group inside of the Faculty of Medicine is called Educational Technology. And our group is a team of multidisciplinary instructional designers, educational strategists. We have media producers, kind of like myself, and sim specialists, all serving the Faculty of Medicine. And my role has sort of morphed into looking at emerging media. And that's kind of really centered around extended reality and virtual reality tools for learning. And so the program that I'm going to be talking about today is unique in that it's distributed across the province. So right now you're looking at a map of British Columbia. You can see at the bottom there's Seattle, Washington of the states. And so the teaching sites for this program are scattered across the province. And the program is pretty much the med school of the province. And it has learners centered all across the region. There's 4 major sites that are kind of centered around major cities or urban areas, but all the yellow dots and blue dots are more rural sites, places where there's small clinics, small hospitals, where learners are taught and trained along clinical practitioners. Every year, about 288 students enter the program. Usually they start in Vancouver, which is kind of near the bottom, and then they distribute to other sites and more rural sites as they get into their practice and start looking at specialties. And so for us, we had an opportunity, 2 of them actually. We wanted to see what VR was capable of for clinical training. This was maybe like 2018 at the time, and so VR was kind of just up and coming for us. Education can be a little slow to adopt things. And so we were thinking, what could be possible here? We hadn't explored it. We hadn't done anything with it. We wanted to see what we could do. And a few years later, as we were developing a VR experience, COVID hit. And suddenly learners weren't able to interact with patients in clinical settings. Social distancing was a thing. And so there was a potential loss of clinical practice for learners. And so this is kind of where our project really filled a need. We were able to pitch that a VR clinical learning experience could fill the gap during COVID and allow learners to interact with somewhat real people and work through a case and practice forming what's called a differential diagnosis. And that pretty much leads them towards diagnosing what's wrong with a patient. And so historically, we built something like this. This is a screenshot of an online module where learners click through buttons and they see different information. And this is sort of what we also call a virtual patient. And what it is, it's pretty much a case. It's case-based learning where learners work through a case based on a patient, they interview them, they get information, they're guided through an approach, and they eventually form a differential diagnosis to figure out what's wrong with the person. So we thought, why don't we bring that into VR and see how it works? And to do that, we had several sort of guiding values that steered us towards volumetric capture and content. Most medical VR training that is sort of simulation-based seems to fall into the uncanny valley. There's a lack of humanity involved with the patient. Usually they're just kind of there, they're a 3D model, and you're guided to do certain procedures or certain things to them or on them or with them. There's a lack of a backstory. The patient doesn't really have a personality. Ultimately, you can feel, you don't really feel much empathy towards them. And it can really start to feel like a game. You know, I just want to get through this. I want to complete these milestones and I want to be on with things. We wanted to avoid that. We wanted our patient to be a human being. We wanted them to have a life, a real story. We wanted learners to respect them, but we still wanted to be engaging for learners. So this ultimately led us to creating this. This is probably sort of the early prototype stage, maybe the second iteration of what we created. And you can see sort of different areas of the experience. In the top left, that's where learners interact and interview the patient. The bottom right is when they're in the clinical setting and they're reviewing what they've gathered with their preceptor, which is like a clinical mentor. Top right is the students using the experience on a Quest 1 at Vancouver General Hospital. And the captures there we created with DepthKit. We sort of manufactured a process before. I think they released I think it's their Cinema or Studio feature where I realized that the captures we were getting were MP4s. And I thought, oh, well, that's familiar to me in video production. I'm just gonna shoot something on a DSLR or a video camera and then swap it with the MP4 and do some After Effects jigging to make it higher quality. And so that's what we did. And we kind of merged the two pieces together before that feature was available. And we got a higher quality volumetric texture on top of the depth data. From that experience, we got a lot of great feedback. Learners loved the experience. They felt the patient and clinical mentor were realistic, and they really wanted more cases. And so here's a closer up view of the captures there. You can see there's some sort of fringing and things. It's not perfect because of that sort of black fringing. We really had to make it so that patients and people were placed against somewhat of a black area. We wanted to improve upon that. We wanted to get a full 360-degree capture. We wanted people to be able to walk around folks and feel like they're actually really there and not just give the sort of 2.5D perspective an impression that there is a virtual person there. And so we started looking at a number of things. Bottom left is sort of our early attempts at volumetric capture. I was doing photogrammetry work at the time. I thought, okay, I think Metashape has some sort of 4D volumetric process. So let's get everybody on campus to donate or bring their DSLR to a room and we'll try and make this. So that's kind of where we started off. I mentioned we went into DepthKit. We experimented with EFE there on the top right. You'll probably recognize Sora on the top left there. And then I think it was 2 holidays ago, I spent much of December building boxes to fit this free volumetric capture system that I found online. And eventually I got it to sort of align and produce somewhat interesting results, but it still left us sort of wanting more. And that's kind of where we have ended up now with developing our own system. We're looking at something that's really people-centered, but also high quality. We want something that's portable, modular, and adaptable to almost different focal lengths. It's kind of coming from our film background in that we can punch in for a nice close-up, see the face detail if we need to for a physical exam, or we can come out wide if we need to do a gait exam, see the person walk and see how their gait performance is. We're kind of close to a working system. You can see a few screens here from what we have, but we're still working at it, and it's kind of early days. So we're really at an early point, and we're open to collaborating and looking for collaborators. That's all I got. So thank you so much for your time.
Oh, perfect timing. Thanks so much, Paul. That looks very promising and very exciting. I really love the detail that you got on the face, and I think that is super exciting. I'd love to work closely with you guys to see what we can do with that. Let's do something for sure. Okay, so here's the next speaker is me. Okay, hold on one sec. I got my talk up. I will share my screen. Okay, share. And I will also start a timer very shortly. Okay. All right, can everyone see my screen? Perfect. Okay, so from the beginning. Okay. Oh, go away. Okay, I will just do this. Do you see the actual thing, or do you see the notes? It's all good? Okay, cool. All right, so welcome. So my name is Andrew Hogue, and I'm a professor in the Game Development Interactive Media program at Ontario Tech University. And I want to sort of talk today a little bit about where I see the future of volumetric video and AI, and sort of coach it into talk about some of the context of where we are today. So a very, very, very brief history. I sort of think about volumetric video in a couple of different, three different eras, right? The first one being the geometry generation is what I think about. And what I mean by that is basically we have a whole bunch of geometric based solutions that are all pretty much multi-view stereo solutions, right? They're very large scale, multiple cameras, 50 to 100 cameras, right? This is the Microsofts and the 4D views and all these large studios that are not necessarily around anymore. 4D views is still around, but the Microsoft Studio isn't. I'm not sure where all these are going, but they are super expensive to utilize, to rent, etc. So there's a certain amount of budget that you require in order to actually accomplish this. But they're all based on geometry, right? They're all based on fundamentally geometric solutions to solving this problem. Then we moved on to the RGBD revolution, which a lot of people don't realize, but it sort of started way back in the early 90s with Zcam. And subsequently we are, for some reason my videos aren't playing here. Hold on. Well, I will play from here. But basically, these are scalable solutions, right? They are RGBD cameras, like the Azure Connect and the Kinect and that sort of thing. And we can get some amazing quality of realism and point clouds and whatnot. And this is sort of where we are currently at in a lot of ways, right? But where I see us going now is really we're entering the age of AI. And we see that everywhere in the text generation community with ChatGPT and GPT-4 that was just announced, and all these different AI solutions, as well as the image generation community with Stable Diffusion and DALL-E and all these types of things. And they all come with their own interesting ethical, moral dilemmas to talk about, but we can talk about that essentially. But essentially what we end up seeing is this new age where there's a plethora of an influx and explosion of algorithms that are coming out these days in terms of using, especially for human-based capture, right? So specifically for human-based volumetric video, we get things like Simple, and these are parametric models of humans that can then be learned from RGB cameras. And we have companies like Volograms, which are using basically your iPhone to generate a volumetric video from a single view. And then we have a whole pile of really recent papers that have come out of CVPR and SIGGRAPH and all these other large conferences that are exploring this space of creating avatars with as cheaply as possible and as quickly as possible using different AI techniques. And I think that's where we're going, right? So what we're seeing is, here's sort of some quick examples from Vologram, right? A very, actually quite decent single view approach, but it does give you a complete model, and it does a really decent job at hallucinating the texture on the back side. So that's actually not too bad. And this is from literally holding your phone up with a tripod, using an iPhone with a LiDAR, taking 5 seconds of video, and then waiting maybe 10 minutes for the server to come back with an animation for you that you can then literally just plop into Unity, and it works. So these are really, these are pre-trained on high quality volumetric captures from Volcap in Germany. And what they use is they use the iPhone LiDAR to basically do inference in that space. Obviously more complicated than that, but it's quite effective at what it does, and super easy to use. And so this is really going to become the camcorder for volumetric, this type of solution, I think. Like how can we use really low cost devices to capture volumetric video that is high quality, but also fully spatial, right? So what about volumetric video from RGB images without depth, right? So there's some solutions for that. For instance, here I was trying a paper on some images of me. This is just, so this is literally just an image that I input into this algorithm called Icon from Michael Black and his team in Germany. But they fit this simple model, which is a parametric model of a human, onto an RGB image, and then optimize that to estimate normals, depth, hallucinate the back, and estimate the pose to create from a single image a decent representation that can then be textured. This was used recently in the World Cup by the New York Times. They had a really good write-up there to showcase sort of like a couple of, being able to explore and sort of look at different frames of how things for instant replays and that sort of thing. They subsequently extended this to do a little bit better in terms of the deformation on the backside, and a little bit better in terms of the deformation on the front side. It is definitely improved. It has some issues with beards. It has issues with bent knees. This is typical, but these bent knees are a product of the training data set. So we simply swap out the training data set, and you can fix that. It's a very common problem these days with these types of models. What recently excited me was when I saw this paper, Vid to Avatar, by Chen Guo from Zurich. And this was essentially a single video. It inferences over the entire video. It does inference of two separable pieces, one of the background and camera motion, and obviously the avatar inside of it. So the cool thing about that is that it learns the avatar through motion across the entire video. It also learns what the background is, so it can segment it more effectively, and you end up with something that you capture a video with a camera that's potentially even moving, and you get a decent 3D model out of it that is animated. I did a test on some of the data that we had, and so this is very simple data, right? Just a person standing there, and this is the result. I was able to, very special thanks to the author, Chen Guo, for taking the time to test my video on his algorithm. It's not available yet. It did take 12 hours to train and 9 hours to do inference on the video, and it's a short 500 frame video, so there's that. But it does actually do decent, and I can see this going forward as this is the very first kind of approximation of this. Obviously, it has issues with facial movements and stuff. It's not perfect, right? But it has a lot of promise, and so I expect this to become a lot faster and a lot more accurate very shortly, as things change very, very quickly in the AI community right now. So this is kind of where we are now, right? We have the volumetric video engine pipeline that looks kind of like this. We have video, volumetric video that is extracted from this video or other sensor data. We then throw it into a rendering engine, have our interactive controls and user input. We have a rendered image in a display, right? For the next 1 to 3 years, what I see is we're going to start to see AI-based user input sort of steer these models, right? So we're starting to see drivable volumetric avatars from Meta, which is basically you have a 3D model that exists, a 3D animation that already exists, and then how do you nudge it? How do you change it? How do you modify it? Well, as long as we know the pose and we can extract the pose of that, then we can modify and change it with deltas, right? So we could then use these, our control system to sort of steer these volumetric video models and become more interactive in that space. So we're still going to see the offline approach. So we're going to have a lot of offline algorithms that create this initial volumetric video. And then what we're going to see is the ability to then steer those offline processes in real time to add interactivity to it. We're going to see, GPT and voice being utilized a little bit more effectively in that space to actually control it. And what we're also going to see is this is a very exciting paper last year at NeurIPS from NVIDIA called Get3D, which was, a very almost starting point for kind of a diffusion style manipulation and generation of 3D models, right? So the idea is that they can take a 3D model, give it a name and some text, and then they can apply different aspects to that and styles and change it and manipulate it in some way. And so if we could do that in some way, then all of a sudden you can then add hats, you can add features, you can change things up with these voice inputs. And I think that's what we're going to see going forward very shortly. We also are going to start seeing a little bit more on the image-based side. So the other side of the rendering engine, right? So once the rendering engine, extracts and renders an image, then we can use filters on that image, right? So this, taking the AI stable diffusion type of pipeline, we can then utilize the rendered image and filter that afterwards to manipulate it and change it. So this is an example of once you have an image, it estimates the pose, and then manipulates that with an AI model to create something interesting, right? This is very slow right now, but we just came out, StyleGAN-T, which is a very new approach using GANs instead of diffusion-based algorithms that does the same sort of thing, but now at 10 frames per second. So we're going to be able to see very quickly the frame rate of these types of algorithms improve. Given the fact that we already have a lot of that information that it requires, that we could do in advance, or as we do the steerable volumetric video type of ideas, we don't necessarily have to re-estimate the pose from the images. We can actually give it that information, right? We can generate a lot of the information, which will make it a little bit more easier and faster to work. So that's basically what I wanted to talk about. So I think we're going to see a lot of this in the future. This is an example at the very end. I took a still of this capture and then I ran it through stable diffusion to try and make it more interesting, make it look more rubbery. And this is literally, it upscaled it and got rid of all those artifacts. And so if we can do that at a very low resolution, generate low resolution images, we can then use these algorithms to upscale them. And I think that's where we're going. So thank you very much. All right, so we're on to question times. Let me take this off. I can get this. Where's my sharing screen? Stop share. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, so Q&A. We have a little bit of time for Q&A before the break. We'll break at 1:30, a little bit after 1:30, and we'll be back at 1:40. But do we have any questions in the meantime? From anybody or the panelists or whatnot for the work that we just saw. Chris?
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thanks for your talk. I kind of have a question regarding the capabilities of the UI AI capture. So I think we've kind of seen the volumetric videos very human-centered right now. I mean, also for the non-AI videos, it's already pretty human-centered. So, but do you think there are also kind of generalistic solutions on the horizon that are, I guess the systems today are learning from volumetric sequences on humans and can't really be applied to other objects for now, but or how's that space going? Yeah.
Yeah, currently everyone's really into like generating humans, right? Human models, human performances, et cetera. And so that tends to be one of the big limitations right now of all these approaches, is that they're really, kind of tailoring it towards that. However, the neat thing about that is that it's literally it's highly dependent on the training data that you give it, right? So if you have a larger training set or a different training set or multiple different training sets, you can generate different models for different types of objects, right? And I think in the 3D, your text to 3D sort of space, you're looking at ways that they're working on how to actually generalize this kind of diffusion type latent space to generate 3D models. And I think that is going to allow us to sort of, manipulate towards other objects that are not just human, or at least identify them a little bit easily. And then, which model do you need to apply to which part of the data, right? I think that's where it's going to go. James?
Hello. Wonderful presentation, Andrew. I had a question in terms of how you think of the neural radiance field work that's being done by like NVIDIA and GPU group, and so much really compelling imagery is coming out of that community. And so I'm curious if you see how you see that as part of the landscape. And you touched on it briefly, the word appeared in some of your slides, but you were really focused on human performance capture and also the aesthetics with generative AI, which is super relevant. But yeah, tell me how you're seeing that trend feeding into the landscape.
So nerfs are very, very interesting. They're a little, they always seem like a giant sledgehammer for a smaller problem, but at the same time, they seem like they're doing quite well because, they're trying to represent the volumetric space, right? Kind of more generally than fitting a human model to a particular image. So yeah, so they the nerf space I've been looking at a little bit. There was a really compelling test, I would say, for it was from Land Labs. There was a blog post on stop motion bullet time using nerfs, and that was a really cool example of how you can actually sort of, with the current landscape of actually just generating nerfs from multiple iPhones, then they could actually do volumetric type of rendering a little bit more expensively, but in the sense that you have a lot of data, right? A nerf is huge. But what they did was they had, I think it was 16 iPhone cameras, and they synchronized the video from that. And then for every frame, they used a nerf. They generated a nerf per frame for those 16 cameras. In a sense, they did a little bit extra on top, but they did that, and they were able to then swap out those nerf models in order to render the appropriate frame from the appropriate camera angle. And so you could actually stop motion. You could play it from any camera angle, but then you could also stop the motion, move the camera, and then play it again. So they were doing like the Matrix type of effect. And I think that's pretty cool. That's pretty interesting.
Cool. Thanks for your answer.
Just the first question I'm going to take.
So we have a question on the Discord, and Purvi is going to it's from Max Lander, and but Purvi is going to give it voice.
Hey, so I'm just going to read it out. When does everyone think the point of capture-based media is if we are going to root back to generating the inference of AI? I don't mean these as confrontational as it sounds, but do I? Or do I? And so it's just a conference to everyone, basically. What is the value and where does it get lost?
I'd say this hits right to the heart of you got Runway now openly saying we're going to get rid of the camera. It's a thing we've had for like a couple hundred years, and I think until recently kind of always assumed would feature in some way. So it's a very valid open question. Do we have enough things recorded that we no longer need to shoot new ones? We can just synthesize new ones from what we've already shot. I wonder if we will need it from a UI perspective in the near term, regardless. That's, I guess, still, they'll need to point a camera or a device that controls synthesis at a subject, like a camera.
Yeah, so my take on that is it's interesting, right? Just think about, what is the value in capture generally? We're seeing with the new image generation stuff that you can generate highly realistic, photorealistic, very high quality imagery, or you can take low quality imagery and convert it into something that is high quality, replace people's appearances and change it, right? That's interesting from a perspective of like, do we need to then invest in really high-end hardware in order to capture these things? Or can we just literally like give it really low quality data that is fast and easy to capture and cheap, and then convert that into something that's super high quality in the end, right? And so is it capture, or is it generation, or is it some sort of, you know, middleman of that?
Yeah, I think so too. I've been kind of, I think like a lot of people in the scene having a small existential crisis when all the new AI stuff happens, because I think it's just amazing tech on the one side, and you can do really a lot with it. But on the other side, it's also a question about what's going to happen with all the classical workflows or the established workflows until now. And I think, but there will always be value in also capturing the real scene as it is, like having the ground truth basically. So for example, I'm working also in the medical field, and I think if we are, for example, recording a doctor or a medical professional in virtual in volumetric video, then the patients want to see the real doctor. They don't want to see a generated doctor that feels even more soulless than a lot of than probably like a medical doctor, a real doctor. Sorry. So I think there's always still going to be value in that. Yeah.
So Paul and Chris, we should generate a GPT model that using GPT-4 that you know, answers these medical questions, right, for people, and then create a volumetric avatar of a doctor that that is almost indistinguishable, and see what people think. Do they prefer one or the other?
I'm reminded recently of this glorious astronomical photographer was complaining about the Samsung, the thing where it seems like this happens every few years. Someone gets the idea of pasting a high-res photo of the moon into photos of the moon with a phone camera, and then someone was using that with a telescope. And it's like sometimes you do need the indexical reality.
Yeah, agreed. There are, I guess, applications that require accuracy are going to require the actual data, right? So I think that's the key. Well, we hope anyway. Great, I'm gonna have to stop it there. We will have a few minutes before the next talk, so I guess we can take a quick break, and then 1:40, so 4 minutes from now, we'll have the next grouping of individuals talking about urban arteries. I think it'll be great. Awesome. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, Andrew.
Robert's here to equip. Awesome. Perfect. Fantastic. All right. So welcome back. That was a quick short break, but hopefully we're trying to keep on track here. So everyone's schedule is good. All right. So I would like to introduce the next panel grouping, and that is Jackie Thomas and Robert Modem and Ian Garrett. And I know that they've chatted about who wants to go first. So I will let you take it away, but they're going to be talking about a project that I have been excited about and working with them on in terms of capturing a bunch of volumetric captures and learning from the fun that we've had with that. So I'm sure they can, we'll have a great time talking about it. So off to you, Jackie.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting us to speak about this project. We appreciate the opportunity. And this has been a really terrific conference so far. So thanks for including us. My name is Jackie Thomas. I'm the artistic director and founder of a company called Theatre Gargantua here in Toronto. We have been creating sort of all original work, building it from the ground up for the past 30 years. And our work is, it's ensemble based and it's very collaborative. And we usually have our artists, all of our artists in session from day one, meaning our designers, choreographer, a writer, the actors, media artists, those people are all around the table, usually slow brewing these productions over a length of time, usually 2 years. And we expose them in the various states of their creative life over the 2 years, and then we premiere our work, and then we start to tour it and develop a new one at home. So that's sort of been the life cycle of our company for the past, as I say, 30 years. We've been using media in our work for maybe 20 years, and some of that has been sort of interactive media, and some of it has been projection, mostly projection work. But all of these tools, I would call them, just like music, because we sing in our shows. We don't necessarily sing the stories, but music is sort of another narrative tool, as the media would be. So we've been using, as I say, media in our work for a long time, and the genesis of this project, and ours is mostly a theater company, so we normally performing in the theater, or so we have done some site-specific works, but primarily we perform in theaters. The genesis of this project was, I think, a product of where in our history we were, which was during the pandemic, when artists had a hard time, A, getting work, B, communicating with their audiences, and there was a lot of stuff that was happening online where theater artists were either allowing allowing the audience into their Zoom rehearsal process, or releasing some archival footage of previous works, but it was still that sort of distant kind of 2D experience, where it was the interaction was the audience watching a screen and the actual artist having not really any communication with the audience. So when my husband and I were walking through High Park during the pandemic, and I was just sort of looking over into the forest and thinking, oh my God, do I ever wish I could see right now is a couple of actors in there doing a scene. I wish I could see, someone reciting poetry or a dance in the forest. I missed it. I missed that sort of live interaction. And just by chance, I had my phone with me, and I sort of looked at my phone, and I thought, I thought of that game, Pokemon Go, which I've literally never played in my life. But I started to consider what would happen if we replaced the animations with live action. And then I started to think about that more seriously, and Urban Artists was born. And so we commissioned 12 artists. The project actually ended up being dozens and dozens of different artists working in different capacities. on the project. And we're actually not finished the project. The project is still hasn't launched yet. We're hoping to launch it this year. But we knew that we wanted to create something that the audience could experience. We knew that we wanted to install in specific places in Toronto, sort of storied places in Toronto, different art pieces, dancers at a bus stop, a musician sort of floating off of Ireland Park. And we wanted the audience to be able to walk around them, basically holograms. We were envisioning holograms that we can install. And, you know, then we started to look around and see, okay, we obviously don't have the skill to do this. How can we approach, or who would we need to approach? What media artists are there working in this field across Canada? And of course, Ian Garrett's name came to the fore. And we had began to have discussions with Ian and his wonderful company, Toaster Lab. And then Andrew came on as a wonderful collaborator and did a lot of the filming at Ontario Tech. So I'm going to pass it over to my collaborator, Ian. And Ian, maybe you can talk a little bit about the challenges maybe and the types of things that you've been working on to help us realize the project.
Yeah, and it's interesting in the flow of the day also, because there's a number. Obviously, it's a informed crowd, especially from presenters, of people who've been involved. So in addition to Andrew, Nick, who has been presenting today, has also been instrumental in some of the thinking that we have with some of the more current challenges with it. Like Jackie said, I have a part of a company called Toaster Lab, which at its core is 3 people that is primarily looking at various ways that various XR technologies are performance. And a lot of our work tends to be in place and geolocated work as well. And so we've been looking at various ways to do that. With the goal of, one, making the technology as accessible as possible, and I'll mention a few things about that over the next few minutes, and then also thinking about what are the types of stories that end up getting told in various areas. What are the types of narratives about space and how we come to understand space, and how we can use bringing people to specific spaces and using the tools at our disposal to sort of really combine experiences to either time shift, time or space, and think about those as ways that we can approach design. Because as I said, most of our projects are connected to performance, so we're thinking about most of them in terms of like a theatrical experience as well. So I thought that I'd share, and I'm going to get to share screen here. I'm going to share just a couple of our projects that sort of like take us through a little bit of trajectory, primarily on the emplacement work, because I thought that there's so much rich conversation today regarding the volumetric side of things that unpacking exactly what we're doing there would probably be a little bit repetitive from other conversations today, until we get to some of the specific challenges of trying to do the work in this way. So just to share a couple of things, we have our own, in no way proprietary. It's in fact, it is right now quote unquote open source, as in the code is available for free. We're in the process of actually making it usefully open source insofar as creating documentation around the way that it works. And it being what we refer to as the map tool. And the map tool, there are other platforms that integrate this sort of, it takes in a library of map tiles and becomes essentially a content management system for us to place various types of content in a customizable way. So the first thing that I'm showing here is one of the larger things that we've done with it, that we'll use it as the background for creating mobile applications. So this is a project called Trail Off that similarly, and why I'm starting sort of here, was an anthology piece. It was entirely audio based. In this, the map tool, which right now is not necessarily, there's not necessarily the back end of it, I'll show you that in just a moment, but was used to place a number of geolocated stories. And in addition to being driven by specific locations were also designed around the idea of creating narrative stories that would be triggered through your progression through a specific space. There's a lot of overlap, I'd say, if somebody has used echoes as a platform, but trying to create bespoke experiences that someone can build themselves out of that. So this was in the watershed areas of Philadelphia, working with 10 different local authors to develop site-specific narratives that were then created into various story trails as well. Another really brief app that we put together was working with an artist, Sharon Reshef, in Prague around the 2019 Prague Quadrennial. She did an audio piece listening to the diegetic sounds of various areas around Vista, the industrial palace and convenience center where the Prague Quadrennial was taking place, which were recorded ahead of time to create sort of a time-shifted experience that someone could have in the venues of the Quadrennial after it had been shifted over. Another audio piece. Two of the things that were included within this, which gets us to the challenges of the that we're grappling with right now, actually, is that they both are applications that more or less complex, and both engaged with one of the modules that has been built to connect to the map tool, which is a packaging system to distribute content that might not be baked into an app that you would distribute to be able to do these type of experiences, and define how those get used securely. So a lot of our work, though, takes place in web apps. So as things that are accessible online. This is a project called Public Squared, which has another front-end experience, but I brought it up as sort of like the basic backend. It was 3 site-specific dance pieces along the streetcar in downtown Kansas City that we did in a collaboration with Jane Gotch, a choreographer based between Kansas City and Toronto. And this being the backend for it, it's a map, it's got pins. And then we go through the process of identifying, in this case, working with 360 video of 360 video dance films that were created with her, of then placing those with specific coordinates and then creating a front-end experience that goes with that as well. And that's been the basis for a lot of our projects. We have one that's sort of an ongoing one called Groundworks with a number of Indigenous collaborators in Northern California, where we're taking different types of media, 360 video. This is actually how we initially got involved in volumetric capture, because we were talking about working with dancers to place them in the space. This project is around restoring the land with different types of contemporary traditionally informed Indigenous collaborators spread throughout the Northern California. So the idea that this is creating the ability to explore various significant locations and then tie these into specific experiences. There's about 3 of them here that are down on Alcatraz, as well as putting those together. So we've been working with that. Sometimes we don't work in geographic maps. One of the other modules that we build in there is customized maps. So this is the Albion Branch Library in the Rexdale area of Toronto, in which we also created a number of different short performances that were again captured through a collaboration with community members, of starting with just some 360 video. So they could create sort of embedded media experiences in there, in the library, looking at different ways that people use it from the specific places in which they took place, and then had it so that there's a map that guided people around. Perhaps in Toronto, the 2 ongoing projects that are most similar to what we're working with on this one are our Parkway Forest project. That might require me to leave just living in the background for a little bit, which is at parkwayforest.twisterlab.com. And this has been a multi-year project working with primarily youth, but has expanded through the pandemic to be a number of different community members. And primarily, primarily everything that you'll find here is done through this 360 video. We've been doing various simpler, not volumetric, primarily green screen, chroma, subtraction, AR pieces that are in this last year of embedding people's stories or how they see the park so they can sort of share with each other as a community area. You can see each of the different rings sort of represents one of the 3 primary years of activity of the different types of activities. Like I said, primarily 360 video, so that we could give kids, average age of 10, the ability to create little narratives about their experience of the park, or have people create videos around how they move their way through the space. So part of that initial cohort here doing a game called Big Booty. And then we've also worked with the Steps initiative around the Roundtree Mills Park, also in Rexdale, and then the Panorama Park, which is adjacent to it, which has combined a number of different aspects of it. So there are flat, regular, just streaming videos within it, one involving a medicine walk. There are various events that have happened in here as well. They had a number of community storytellers, then picked a location, which we created a summertime, just 360 vista of it. Right now I've got my volume down, so you can't hear Eva talking about a picnic happening in this area. To sort of embed these stories within that landscape. And there's also things that are other text and media putting together. So really about emplacing that content throughout the space. So for urban arteries, what we've been building is similarly trying to create something that is web-based. So it's combining the web app approach that we've taken with a number of these mapping projects to reduce the need to download much. Somebody can go to a URL. They don't necessarily have to think too far ahead of time. And then using, in our case, we make a lot of use of 8th Wall as a WebXR delivery platform, mainly because it's quick for us to deploy and has brought us success before. And looking at actually getting a project out there that actually gets that sort of AR content that we've been putting together outside of, 360 media or other flat content, as we've been intending to do, which leads someone to these spaces and then without having to necessarily open things up or add things onto their phone, as long as they have a decent data signal, being able to access things. The primary challenge that we've been dealing with, and I'm sure that there's probably some questions of like, how are you dealing with that? With anything captured thus far volumetrically, some of the pieces are relatively long. So for the medium, and when we started doing the math around, if we're not going to bake this into a standalone app and we're going to be supporting it through a WebXR platform, how can we get them as small as possible? That's something that Nick, who's just presenting, has been working closely on as well, and I believe had shared some thoughts on that earlier as well. So I'm happy to have his voice in here as well. Right now, we're looking at how those things come together. It really becomes a question of integration of what the web platform is. So in this case, there's a project website, which is primarily being designed through Gargantua, which will then embed the map tool within it. And the map tool will then provide the links between the location information with a customized way of getting it to the in this case, the holograms to embed with in each of the individual places. And so we started last year, started in April with this idea that we get everything recorded in 2 weeks. Last April, scheduled, as Jackie mentioned, there's a lot of people that involved in all the pieces. So scheduled it through the summer to get the capture done. And I've been working towards, in parallel with good faith, that we're gonna be able to distribute it in a really effective way in the not too distant future. That pulling that together with the performance and the various media and a little bit of animation adding into that, so we bring it out to something that someone can come upon or actually guide them around the city. One of those pieces is taking place at Osgood station at the right outside the COC, which is also train ballet, and the director of that is Robert, who's with us now, and I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit about coming out from that creative end.
For sure. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Ian. Thank you to the organizers. I think a few weeks ago I was in a meeting with Ian and Andrew, and I asked like, who else is doing volumetric stuff? Like, what's out there? So this is a wonderful day. That's just a entire buffet of everything volumetric, which is so amazing. Yeah, I had a small part, a small role to play on this Urban Arteries project. I'll share a screen. This is just raw footage from the cameras. Capturing it, and I'll just play part of it. I worked with theater artist Molly Garrett and an actor / my roommate, Zach Parsons, to create a 3-minute devised movement dance piece inspired by the sounds and the actions of the TTC, of Toronto's transit system. So it's set to a, oh, I don't know if I shared music, that'd be helpful. Great. Set your sounds. But obviously even that short piece presented a number of challenges: 2 bodies in space, incredibly close together, moving around quite rapidly at times, using small props like a Presto card, and just the fact that it was 3.5 minutes of material provided a huge file at the end of the day. But I'm happy to speak more to that. We're probably getting into Q&A time, aren't we? But thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, no, that's exciting. I can't wait till we put it all together in the end. Just to sort of give some more context, I just wanted to show, hold on, I don't have that particular video in play, but I can share this briefly. One sec. Which just sort of shows the type of performances that we have been envisioning in this project, in particular, and how potentially we could see them working in AR in different ways. But so what were from a creator perspective, I'd love to hear Jackie's and Robert's perspective on this from the theater design production side. What did we learn from, what were some of the major challenges that we learned from producing these types of performances?
Oh, and there's my dog. that was a hilarious one that we did. I mean, a lot of it was like real practical things. You know, we found that sometimes we were missing the tops of people's head. We found certain colors completely disappeared. The one anecdote that I want to share was having a wonderful musician, Donald Kwan, in with his $10,000 viola. And it was a beautiful black viola. made of carbon fiber, and it just completely disappeared. So, we were out getting painter's tape, blue painter's tape, and basically covering it with painter's tape, which was the only way that we could have it appear. So the challenges were all, very practical in the sense of, I guess the technology is, there's a lot of, I guess, finicky things about it with lighting and, camera position. And so, for me, who doesn't really necessarily work in that way, that those were challenges that we needed to overcome for sure. But very satisfying. And honestly, every single artist that came into that room, there wasn't one of them that didn't come up to the screen and see themselves there and just were, completely blown away about, how this could be depicted. They all saw the potential of what we were trying to get at, which was really exciting for sure.
Yeah, certainly challenges from moving this dance piece from my, apartment living room into the box, into the volumetric capture space. And I've said this to you before, Andrew, but I remember walking in on the first day and we were one of the first groups to be recorded. And you're like, well, I haven't really done too much testing with two bodies in the space. And the space was a little bit smaller than the space we'd been working in. And Molly was wearing a costume that didn't show up on her arms. And we ended up putting her hair up in a bun so that the top of her head would be shown. And it was just this incredible tweaking of both the art and the technology. And at no point was an artist upset with this confrontation or the limitations of this box, nor were you or Ian or Jackie. I don't think anybody ever said no. It was always yeah, with an upward inflection, being yeah, I'm sure that's possible. We'll figure it out. There's a way that we can get some blue painter's tape. There were frequent trips over to Shoppers to get hair dye or to get other things to make it possible. But yeah, that's what I found really exciting and invigorating about the project. Just this tuning of space.
How about you,
Ian? I think, well, with every, having resigned myself to this work, there's always the surprises of, well, that's interesting. So I think that it was my catchphrase. I was like, yes. I don't know why I'd say no in this situation, but my yes for things will be non-committal for things, because it's always trying to find what you can do, and as opposed to I think even in the most experimental theater realms, we're sort of well, there's going to be walls, and now we're in a situation where it's I don't know, do we have to make those? It's that level. It's that sort of the assumptions that you make about things existing, working, etc. You have to take a few steps back to say okay, what are the affordances that are actually here, and what am I going to discover? Because there's not a huge body of information to work on. We have billions of people who have confirmed that many of our performers have backs of heads, but the capture SOAR might disagree in the moment just because of the way that it's calibrated at that point, and that person hasn't been in it before. And so as that's the sort of developing question for all that, and it's exciting, but also sometimes okay, this is going to take me. There's all these unknown unknowns that can be exhilarating, and also really steer the direction of where the work happens. We, like I said, we were hoping, just in scheduling, hoping to get everybody in April. But even once we did get everybody in, it's okay, now we got to process it. Now it's okay, how do we actually look at these takes so that we can do it? Because we're capturing audio separately. So anything that has diegetic audio that's coming from within the scene, we got to pair those up. So we got to take one of those inputs, which one's actually worth looking at, and then getting those passed through. And then I saw Nick has come in and out of being the panel. So it's then there was it seems to be working. It's oh, these are going to be massive. How do we make it so this doesn't eat someone's data plan? And I will say that the reason that really occurred, I feel like I've seen how big they were, but the reason to like question those is that there's actually another project that I was working on that like was entirely a math problem about like networking and the number of concurrent connections that you could have on a network. And so I was like had spent some time calculating like, okay, what is the bandwidth that we're going to need to make this project work? I was like, wait a second, how small can we get these volumetric recordings to actually get? Because like one of our first big projects, we presented in Edinburgh during the festivals, and we did all this field testing in July. And for anybody who's been to Edinburgh in August and the festivals, the population of the city doubles. And so does network traffic, if not more so. And so then it was suddenly like, oh, these might not work in these specific places because of the infrastructures that are set up for it. So those become the really like meaty questions of like, okay, we had to bring it back to the studs in some ways, some of our thinking sometimes, to be able to serve it. And we don't know those things until we like try and test it and go and have that back and forth, go through the devising process with the technology.
Yeah, I found that the my background's computer science and I'm a techie, right? And so this artistic performance is a very new field for me to be engaged in, and the theater space is very interesting to me. But at the same time, it's like what I found was that there's this interesting conversation. I really felt like it was a conversation between the technology and the artistic direction, right? Like, how do we meet in the middle somewhere? Like, how does the technology provide all these constraints, and it has to sort of like try and meet the goals of the direction and the creative ideas that you want to have in the performance, but at the same time you can't get all the way there with the tech. And so it's like, what do you sacrifice? When do you sacrifice? And then how do you calibrate appropriately in order to move the cameras around and make sure that everything is as good as possible in those spaces, right? Like I found with this project was, at first it was, okay, there's a few performances of a few people, right? So there's a single person in the space at once. This is sort of what I expected. And we ended up having, one person in the space for one performer, a dog with a person, two people, a puppet show with big puppet props and other, other things like this, and one with a whole pile of small props. And it was an interesting challenge to sort of try and figure out, okay, what do we sacrifice, right, in terms of the geometry, and how do we, what is the most important thing for those particular performances that we can, get the cameras in closer, and make sure, and then constrain the performance to that tiny space. From my perspective, it's very interesting problems. So yeah, I think we are out of time, unfortunately. I would love it if you guys could join the Discord and discussion on there, and people can ask more questions about that, and sort of keep up to date with what you guys are doing, because I think once we finish this project, I think it'll be very interesting for a lot of people.
Yeah,
especially in GTA.
If you go through the archive of the Discord too, you can see flurries of activity between Andrew, Nick, and I, furiously trying to figure out like how do we start to solve this problem. Yep. And lots of interesting paths there for it. So I'll see people there.
Great, thanks so much, and thanks Jackie, thanks Robert, and we'll talk to you soon.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next talk, we'll have a 5-minute break, and then next talk is at 2:20, 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. We're back. Max, are you here?
I am. Ooh.
Hello.
Oh, I'm so bright. Too bright.
That's really, it's intense.
It's really too much. There's not that much sunshine here. I don't know what's. Look, my face.
Yeah,
it exists.
I'm here under the soft glow of the aurora. I'm going to do a little intro, if that is cool, because this is our first keynotelet. So last year, out of all of the excellent speakers that we had at the 2022 Speaking Volumes Symposium, there were two in particular standout talks. One of them was by Roya del Sol, who sadly could not join us today, but the other one was by Max Lander, and we particularly wanted to invite Max back again to do this keynotelet. Sorry, I coined the term now and I cannot stop using it. It's in my head. To do a featured talk. So with that, I'm going to stop wasting Max's time and turn the session over to you.
Hooray. We have a rule in our house that like once something has been named, it has to exist. Like if you're working on a project idea, that like once it's real, once it has a name, you have to make it real. So now that you've named it, it's a real thing. That's the you're in my house for the moment where that's a truth. Hello, everybody. I think it's great that my talk was received well, because if you were not here last year, I gave a talk on how volumetric video sucks, actually. And so I might be I wonder if I'm going to become the contrarian of speaking volumes. Today, I thought I would do something a little bit differently because it's what interested me. I have a project in the back of my head that I've been kind of sitting on for a little bit and figuring out where I'm going to put it or where it's going to go. And what that means is that it's a very work in progress piece, but it's all the work is in my mind. And that doesn't always make for like the most interesting visual presentation of a work in progress. And so I thought instead I would talk a little bit about what my conceptual framing and thoughts around volumetric mediums and how I interface with them now is. So it might be a little bit different than some of the other talks, because I don't have any really like fancy, beautiful work in progress like everybody else does. But I do have a long history of being a photographer. I did the math, and it's been almost 20 years that I've been working as a photographer, and primarily what that work has centered in is queer portraiture. A lot of it has been erotic portraiture, as it says in my bio, and pretty much working to try and have this really technologically ingrained, engaged photo process that's a little bit different than what I think a lot of queer photography ends up looking like. And so some of that is what I'm going to kind of chat about today. So this is a chat about volumetrics from a photographic and conceptual art lens. And yeah, so this is some of my work. This is some of the work that I've done over the years that is fun. For a really long time, I started taking photographs when I was a teenager. I'm not one of those people that like grew up with a camera in their hand. I thought it would be fun as an adult primarily. And then it became my main job because I didn't go to school. So the other fun thing is that everything that I will be talking about today, I'm primarily self-taught in, including photography. Volumetric video a little bit, although Cindy helped with a lot of that knowledge. I think everybody who does volumetric video is self-taught because that process is bananas. Yes, but this is some of my work, and I spent a long time. I spent like a decade just primarily taking photographs of folks kicking around, and at some point this fatigue set in with me and photography, and I realized that it had to do with the fact that over the course of my life, photography hasn't meaningfully changed as an experience, as an art experience, right? And I think a lot of folks might be like, oh, photography's changed so much. We had film, and then we had digital, and now we have all this like composite Photoshop processes, and now you can, replace any part of your photo with AI if you want to fill stuff in, and there's all this stuff. And I'm like, yes, that is different
from a creator standpoint. That is not different from an experiential standpoint, and it hasn't fundamentally changed how we experience photographs. And on some level, that became boring to me, right? That's fine. Photography is good, in fact. It's an enjoyable medium. It has a lot of power behind it. I think it holds value. But I became bored with the fact that you couldn't interact with it, that it wasn't spatial, that it didn't have all these things. And so I kind of meandered away from photography for a while, and started getting into game design and interactive art design, which led me to VR and XR, which led me to volumetric video, which led me back to VR and AR, and now has kind of led me back to photography. This is some of the VR and XR work that I've done in the world. Some of it is volumetric video. Some of it is making strange interfaces for VR. A lot of it has to do with queerness and bodies and sexuality and comedy, and a little bit performance. And then some of it is I'm pretty like technologically oriented. And so the second I started fiddling with it, I also started to be able to pick up jobs being a developer on other people's projects. So the lack of technological talk in this talk is because I've been in the depths of it and can do it all, and it's not it does not compel me, really. I think a question that I want us to ask more is not how, but why and what. Because the how is an answerable question, right? The how, even though sometimes it's difficult, especially with volumetric video, the how is answerable. There is always a way to make it happen. And that's as somebody who does not exist with a lot of money, does not have institutional funding, does not have research funding. I'm just self-taught. And so the answer, that is overcomable and therefore kind of a more boring question. And to me, the interesting question sits in why. Why would you do this thing? What value does volumetrics have? What is the reason you want to capture something? What way in which, how does volumetric anything impact the experience of the piece in a way that is meaningful, right? Part of this kind of long meandering journey I took through games is like, there's no problem with photography and film. They are not, a lot of people are like, oh, but immersive makes people feel things. And I'm like, photography and film are not having any problem and have not throughout the history of the mediums had any difficulty making people feel things. Artists are really good at making people feel things. Mediums don't make people feel things. And so it has to be something more than that, right? The answer to these questions has to be something more than something inherent to the medium, right? It has to be us using the medium to accomplish our goals and our artistic visions, right? And I realized as I was meandering through all these technological explorations, which I think are very necessary to be able to answer these questions, that I had lost track of a lot of the important things to me about photography. And I kind of lost touch with photography in general, but had really lost track of what the pull and the concept and the drive and the value of photography was for me. And so recently I've been kind of trying to step back and revisit my relationship to photography and see how that could inform my relationship to interactive media and volumetric media going forward. Which is to say, I tried to figure out what was good and bad about photography. Bad, two-dimensional. It just sits there on a wall, on a screen. That's boring as shit. It can be powerful. It can be wonderful. It can be beautiful. It can enchant you, whatever. It can make you have a weep or whatever. But it's a pretty boring physical experience, right? And also it's static. And the static is a pro and a con, right? And that's a thing that I have, that staticness is like, oh, that's a thing that people talk about not liking a lot. We love video. We love things to move. We love things to react. And I think there are goods and bads. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what I think those goods and bads are. And then there's the good photography shit, right? And the good photography shit is that photography is an inherently collaborative medium in a way that most other visual art mediums are not. Specifically when you're dealing with portraiture, or specifically when you're dealing with human representation. There's no way to make a portrait photograph without another human being being involved. And throughout the history of photography, people have really abused that. And so that collaboration doesn't make it not a site of power dynamics and abuse, and that is a thing that we all have to work on with all of our works. But it's a really powerful part. It's a reason that I think that the medium is powerful, is that it does take a back and forth between multiple human subjects to create a single photograph, right? Then there's this representational documentary piece, which I think is one of the pieces that really is important to this talk and to this forum, right? Is what is the value of documentariness? What is the point of having representational media? And it ties into this idea of realness, right? We want things to feel real. We want them to be relatable. We want them to be recognizable. And that is good. In fact, I think it has value. I do not have a lot of answers in this talk. There's going to be a lot of questions that are left unanswered because that's kind of how my brain works. There's the whole, I don't know, blame it on being an artist. It's chaos. It's all chaos up in here. And I think that's valuable. I think that's good. And then I think the last part is that it's an incomplete narrative. What kind of isolates something like photography from film, from games, from volumetric video, from all of these mediums that we're talking about today is that the narrative is incomplete. It requires the viewer to fill in so much of the story. And that's the play space of photography, right? And I think that's really like the heart. That's the heart of what I'm coming to. What I've realized in trying to prep this talk is like that's the golden little nugget that I think that is really important. And that led me to what technologies are kind of like that. I apologize if I'm talking very fast. I think I tried to cram a little bit too much in here, so I'm gonna continue cramming is what I'm gonna say. What technologies kind of have some of those characteristics or can carry that? And that obviously led me to photogrammetry. Right. And I think photogrammetry, is it cool? I think it's cool. I think it's mostly been used to document stationary objects because that's where the technology thrives. Right. And so these are some cool, whatever, these are just me walking around my neighborhood. There's a bunch of cool graveyards here. And I was like, what if I just photogrammetry the graveyards as a tech test? And they have this kind of interesting quality to them because of their three-dimensionality, but still have this static thing that you can kind of interrogate and are really incomplete. And I kind of like that. And so I wanted to move forward with this, like, okay, so if these things lead me to photogrammetry, what are the questions? What are the interesting exploration spaces within photogrammetry? And that led me to a bunch of questions. And I'm not very good at actually answering questions because I think the whole point of research and art in general is to ask interesting questions and then answer them with the art, right? And so these are the things that I'm moving forward with a little bit in my practice, is what is the idea of like, what does portraiture even mean when spatial? Because traditionally portraiture sits in this two-dimensional space where people can observe. What does that mean when there's something else to that, right? And this is a big one for me. If there's something compelling to be found in the fictional and incomplete narratives of photography, is there also something compelling to be found in the exploring photogrammetry through the same lens? My hope is yes. How does three-dimensionality add to the experience of these incomplete narratives? Which is like, that's some juice. What happens when photographs become immersive? I hate the word immersive, just going to throw that out there. I think you can only be in these spaces for so long before immersivity becomes like a bad word. It's a tech evangelical thing that I think kind of gives me a spiny feel. What happens when you take the potential for recrafting histories, aka adding perceived realness to location-specific works? So I think a lot of photogrammetry sits in location-specific works. I think a lot of volumetrics sit in location-specific works. What is the value of making it spatial if it's not also in space, right? And the idea that you have this perceived realness gives some validity to the idea of a history, of a document, of a record of something. And then how does playing with the realness of that or the fiction of that create interesting narratives and interesting experience for users? Which is all great. But I said I was going to talk about queerness. Those are medium-based questions, right? And that leads me to, okay, but I want to take the medium and then I want to imbue my like queer arts practice methodology into the medium. And that leads to, what are the cool things? Well, what do I think is important? What do I think is queer about my process, right? How do I make a queer art? For me, that has to do with resisting or critically engaging with the conventions of the medium, right? And so when we're talking about volumetrics, how are other people using it? How can we use it differently? What does it really want you to lean into making it do? How do you kind of force it to do something else? Or how do you invert the expectations of what people are expecting when you're talking about immersive and spatial medias? Empowers the subject, is rooted in collaboration, kind of already touched on. I think often I even feel suspicious of myself talking about this, right? I am one half of this equation. I am not the person who makes the art. I am the person who participates with other people to make the art. And getting away from that individualistic authorship idea of art that is really a problem in technology that we give to people with technological proficiency, not the subjects of where we push those technological proficiencies on. And I think that's something we should really be troubling a lot more. Challenges the viewer. It's just base queer witness 101, right? Like they can't be comforting. It can be comforting for us, comforting for queers. It shouldn't be comforting for other people, right? Like there should be this disconnect, this challenge, this, especially when you're dealing with spatialness, this is something that we technological people, XR people, have been talking almost exclusively about how to comfort people in these experiences. How do you not make your experiences too confrontational? How do you make them physically enjoyable for people? And those are okay questions, but they assume that that's your goal, right? They assume that your goal is making a warm, welcoming, comfortable blanket for people. And I don't always think that that's the point of art. And I certainly don't necessarily think that's the point of queers in art. And then this, and to be fair, these are all my relationships to queerness. I think lots of people do queer art different ways. This is just the way I think about queerness as it applies to the practice of art. The last one for me is this resists authenticity. Something that I will always come back to is authenticity is something that we ask of marginalized people to be a valuable subject in art, and we should always be questioning that. We use documentary medias, we ask people for their stories and their traumas, and that's why we give them value so frequently as the subject of art. And so my work has always tried to resist that idea when working with documentary, when working with representational media, resist that idea by giving my work to be a place where queers can envision fantasy and fiction and alternate realities, right? As opposed to, oh, I'm a queer person, so I'm going to hold up a sign that talks about what queer trauma I was in this portrait series. Everybody has seen one of those photographic portrait series. They bother me to no end. We have to give people the same space to engage in fantasy that we do to non-marginalized subjects. What does it all mean? What happens when you combine all those weird little theoretical underpinnings with all of the technological considerations? These are some of my reflections. They're not all of them, but kind of what that led me to is like, unlike photography, volumetrics don't live alone. I don't think they sit on a wall. They sit in space. They sit in reaction to interactivity. They kind of require some kind of engagement that isn't just viewership, right? And thus their presentation becomes the key site of where we can put a lot of these politics, right? We have more room than just in the creation or the production of the images to engage our personal political views. And I'm talking about this in the lens of queerness, but everybody should be talking about their work in relation to their personal and political views, right? You should always be creating work informed by your specific positioning as a human being in the world. And so engaging that, we now have more spaces. We can do that by picking a site, right? By picking a specifically charged site that has meaning to us. If we're talking about, geo-located artworks, if we're talking about even VR space, if we're talking about what we're representing, we have so many more elements in which we can apply those questions and those lenses to. Place and interactivity. Kind of touched on that already. Interactivity is great. It really complicates the idea of photography. It really complicates the idea of crafting a narrative, because you are all of a sudden crafting a collaborative narrative, just inherently by the fact that you're letting other people engage with some kind of interactivity, even if it is just spatial and more towards passive. And then I think for me, what a big thing has come is that game design is never not going to be present, whether people think they're engaging it or not. I have spent a lot of time being in digital game design spaces, and then recently have moved towards RPG and tabletop game spaces. And one of the lessons there for a lot of technological people is how to design experiences that let your users and your players make so much of the narrative. How do you design experiences that inspire your users to actually fill in all those gaps for themselves? And I think there's a really interesting, I think I could give a whole other talk or whatever, do a whole other thing about the bleed in between those two fields, between tabletop role-playing games that are really about designing compelling prompts for people's imaginations, designing compelling experiences and mechanics in order for people to ignite their imaginations, to fill in and collaborate on that world building with you. And how could that be used in these digital spaces? Because traditional game design does a lot less of that. Video game design, I should say. It's not traditional. RPGs outlast video games, whatever. But video games often, because of technological limitations, have to close the gaps, right? And RPGs don't. And part of that is that there are just these huge, and I think, well, what I mean to say is I think there's a spot with like AR in particular, and staticness in particular, and these lack of interactive, because the thing about all the volumetrics and all the captures is that they're not hugely interactive, right? You can live stream something that's different than it being interactive. You can have it respond. It's not, I mean, from the viewer standpoint, right? They react only in limited ways because they are pre-captured mediums. And I think the way to embrace that is to design experiences that leave a lot of gaps for people to fill in with their own minds. I think. Which is to say that I really don't have any idea what the answer to any of these questions are, right? These are questions that compel me into thinking about how I could design AR and VR with volumetric capture, with photogrammetry, with the idea of fictional histories, with the ideas of queerness and embodiment and representation in it. But the answers, I don't see them. I have not figured them out yet. I see a lot of technological questions. I don't see a lot of theoretical questions happening in the space. That's not, some people are doing it, some people aren't. But I'm excited to kind of explore all of that big jumble of theoretical and conceptual space and turn that into some kind of like methodological underpinning for some artworks that potentially involves making three-dimensional queer portraits and putting them in space somewhere. I think I talked for too long. I got all hype about myself. I got all chaotic.
Okay, we went with it.
I was like, nobody's popped up to tell me to shut up yet. This is not.
It felt rude. For some reason, it feels more intrusive in a longer talk. And also, we have a long break afterwards, so there's some flex. There's flex room here. Anyway, point being, I still think that we have a good 5 minutes for questions. Since there aren't any that are already staged, I am going to use my host privileges to jump in and ask a question, or at least like start like a little mini discussion just based on this talk overall, because I'm also fascinated with weird portraiture. Any portraiture that's like done in a medium where it's not supposed to exist really fascinates me, like in-game photography portraiture. The one that I'm most recently super interested in is like different kinds of like machine learning portraitures. So the question I would ask kind of plays upon the one that we asked on your behalf earlier, and that's this like, what are you getting from the volumetric in the portraiture?
Yeah, I mean, that's I saw all that AI stuff and I was like, oh no, does this even have value? Is this technology over already? But because I feel like photographically for me, that is about the representation of a real, like there is something that is impossible to identify in a human input in an artworks, right? Like, I think this is a really big technological question right now that we're looking for really solid arguments. Like we're looking for really clear wording for what it is that the human element in a piece of art is, in order to combat a really violent attack on human elements in art, right? And the only language and the only tools we have is to try and fight back by solidifying the clarity of our counter argument. And part of me is like, it's just different, bro. Like I don't, like there is something I think part of that is that, like, I don't know, you could get down to the technicalities of it where like you're never going to probably express human emotion the same way a human face can in the moment of experiencing an emotion, right? In photography, we have this human being is actually experiencing something that is unique to them, and you might be able to replicate the specific muscle spaces of their face, but you're not actually going to get that realness out of them. And the other answer is that part of me wonders if it's about the specific relationship to that human being. If the goal to kind of generalize what human beings are, like a human being that I don't know, being volumetrically captured, super high resolution, I actually don't know that has a hugely different impact on me on as a super high resolution 3D modeled asset. I'm not sure that those things have a huge difference for me. A 3D modeled asset or a portrait of a person whom I care about or know or something is totally different than a 3D than something crafted to look like them. I will notice the difference in facial features. I will notice the difference in humanity in that person, which is part of why people should never pick their own headshots. PS, as a side note, life tip: get the people who love you to pick the photo of you, because they will see things that are based in their psychological relationship to you that you won't be able to see, right? And I'm sure that there's a psychologist somewhere that can talk about what that is. That might actually be a very interesting, like, that relationship. But I am semi-resistant to the idea that we need to solidify what that value is, other than being able to just know, like, we all feel the value and that should be enough, like there's something. I ask those questions obviously also, and then I have some resistance to answering them myself, other than it exists. I don't know what it is, but it's there.
Well, I mean, I really like that you highlighted too, just that the heart of it's in a relationship, right? And like that relationship is important. It's not the look of it necessarily. The look helps support a certain type of relationship, but like at the end of the day, if using that portrait to make a connection with an actual living human being is where the power in it lies, and how that connection is made is really independent of what it looks like, or the technology that you're using to make it, maybe.
Yeah. I think that's something that documentary media has struggled with for a long time, right? Like I think that, or at least is aware of, right? Like we know, even just like if we're talking about documentary film, we know that documentary films and like things like interviews fundamentally change if they're made within community members from external community members, right? Like we know that fundamentally changes the feeling of those representations. And I think it's the same in photographically, right? That's why you have this whole history of photographers having muses or whatever. And all we're saying is that there's a relationship that we're getting to witness. And even when we don't know those people, we can recognize that relationship's presence in that captured media, which can't be simulated it certainly can't be simulated with AI, but it can't be simulated in like a general modeled kind of environment. But I don't know what, like, that's not an inherent value. It's like, we get to see a relationship and everybody's like, okay, fine, whatever. Like that might, hopefully that's enough for us to keep it valuable and progressing as a medium that exists.
Maybe, maybe Nick has an answer.
Oh dear. So I was actually thinking, I really enjoyed last year's talk. How has it progressed? I remember one of the main points there was that it really has gotten worse, volumetric capture situation overall since 2012. Has anything changed? Like we've got Apple LiDAR circulating slowly, very locked down. We've got LiveScan 3D improving slowly. Like, what do you see changing?
I mean, It's interesting because I think these questions are related. So I will confess that I have taken a little bit of a break from volumetric media for the last year. But I did switch to Apple for that reason, actually, so that I could start working with LiDAR and even like the depth sensing cameras on the front. Like all of these scans are made with a front facing camera on an iPhone. But I think it remains like, I think platform remains a really big problem. And I'm not even sure if it's a problem or if it's just kind of settled into being a condition, you know? Like, I think the piece we saw earlier that exists on the dome, it looks wonderful. It looks beautiful. It looks like it would be an amazing experience. And it's so site specific and it's so installation based. And I don't necessarily know if that's a bad thing or if we should be embracing that. This idea that we're going to, I think we learned over, everybody in the pandemic was like, well, now VR is exciting. And I'm like, if the pandemic didn't make VR a capitalist hit, nothing is going to. It is not, that was the moment, it had its moment, you know? And all of us, what we all realized is actually, I'm really fatigued with interacting with things through digital space, you know? What I want is to go back to experiencing things in physical space. And so I feel like that's not even necessarily a bad condition of the medium, that it kind of thrives in this physical spatial installation based space, you know? Because I feel like that's always been kind of the hard part, is getting it into something that people can experience.
Yeah, the web thing seems to be the last. I don't know if it's the first viable platform or just the last hope as other avenues get foreclosed on.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if we need another wave with the VR stuff, that we got it down to, we got it down to 3 digits. We got it down orders of magnitude from what came before in the 80s. But we still haven't had, like, maybe, has anyone tried the Vive XR? We haven't had pass through, so you're not blind, and 6-stop, and standalone, no tether, and 2 controllers, and a scanner. Like, we might just now have one, and it's like, like $1,500?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Maybe its time is now. Maybe we found it. Who knows?
No, it needs another winter. It needs more time off. Back in China.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna wrap our discussion if that's okay, so that we have a bit of a shortish break. We've got about a 5-minute break before we have our next group. But I wanted to thank Max once again for a provocative talk that I was absolutely not going to cut off, and for kind of presenting this prompt to everybody. I think that it's important, and it was definitely enjoyable. Great. So I will see everybody back here in 5 minutes, and we will move to our last group of speakers, of creators, starting at 3.
All right. I guess do we have Linda and Asabe and Nikita? Awesome. Great, perfect. All right, so I guess we will get started. It's now, break is over, so this is our penultimate block of speakers. And I'm excited to see this because it's a number of creators doing some very interesting work. And I'm super excited to see the next block of speakers. So I will let you take it away. So Linda, you can go first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm just going to share screen. Okay. So I'm going to talk about some work in Toronto's Chinatowns, related also to questions of heritage and community building. So I first moved to Toronto in 2018, though I do have some connections to doing groceries here in Chinatown, growing up as a kid and driving 4 hours because it's the closest Asian grocery store. And so when I moved here, we started drone 3D scanning at that time, Chinatown East and West, just to be able to take a record of it. Since then until now, a lot of things have changed. So now we also have LiDAR. At the time, we were focusing on photogrammetry, mainly using Pix4D, which can also work with a lot of the GPS coordinates information. So if anyone in the audience is not already familiar with photogrammetry, the way that it works is you take a number of photos and through a process of triangulation, it looks for the same point in all of the photos. And by making triangles between those locations in all the different photos from where they're taken, you're able to locate that point in space. It works very similar to how we see with our eyes. So our two eyes aren't in the same location. We have two eyes, which allows us to see depth by the difference between what you see in each eye. So if you are, legally blind in one eye, for example, you would have a really hard time seeing depth. And then you can see on screen here, the green and blue represent the difference between the GPS location versus the actual kind of calculated location from the algorithm in the kind of software. And then you see all of the points projected in the background. But a major question for us is sort of, what do you do with this kind of 3D data and how do you make it useful to community members? How do you make it more accessible? Here you see the same point clouds, but now in a mesh format. So they're much more easy to kind of maybe view or handle in this way. And so I'm going to show two projects, one which use meshes and then one which use point clouds, and the different ways we're kind of trying to think through how we can engage folks with this material. So the first one is build your own Chinatown game. So we just very literally took all of the 3D scans that we made, spent a lot of fun time manually cleaning up each of the files, reducing them to be as small as they can, to put it onto this web platform. So you can visit this by going to ChinatownGame.com. It's a 2-player game. It's a web-based game. We built it with the 3JS, so the open JavaScript library. And once you fill out your player information cards, you can share a link to another person. And so you each get one side of the street. And the idea of the game is to kind of engage folks in the question of, if you were going to think about the future heritage of Chinatown, what's important to you? What would you choose to preserve? So here you can see, you can scroll through all of the different buildings. You could choose filter by metadata. So you can say, I only want to look at buildings in Chinatown West. I only want to look at buildings in Chinatown East. I only want to look at buildings that have Vietnamese in the street sign. I only want to look at buildings that have red in the street sign, this color brick, this age of building, this much setback, et cetera, et cetera. And so you can start building your street as you're playing live. Being updated would be the other person playing on the other side. And so you kind of have to negotiate with each other what you're adding in and how your side of the street relates to someone else's ideas as well. So there's a kind of idea of these things being co-created in dialogue, but also just trying to make a platform where you can actually access this data and this material. So I'm also working with the TMU library as part of a library in residency to figure out how we can kind of upload some of these materials actually to kind of like open source academic library platforms. So they have a platform called Figshare. So we're kind of still in the process of figuring out like what's the most accessible way to kind of like make all of this data that we're collecting accessible to others. And then the second project that I'm going to talk about and focus a little bit more on in this presentation is working with point clouds and storytelling. So things that are maybe a little bit more elusive as point clouds are compared to those meshes. So this kind of project started as a result of the pandemic. So we were supposed to do a symposium with Museum of Toronto about Toronto's Chinatowns, and it was supposed to take place in person in April 2020. So obviously we know that didn't happen. And on the day of the symposium, myself and the other panelists, we kind of all met just to talk about just to check in with each other. Museum had offered us to be able to do a digital event if we wanted to, and they offered some support. So we were kind of talking with each other on like, like how are you doing? How's it going? How are people doing? Do we feel like there's something that we could do that we feel like could be helpful or hopeful or generative in this moment? And the thing that we kind of concluded on is wanting to do a speculative fiction writing workshop. So if we kind of go back to that time, I think it was a time where there was a lot of sort of heightened anti-Asian violence, and as well as a very kind of narrowing news story around how both Chinatowns should behave, how Asian Canadians, Asian Americans should behave. So we kind of wanted to do this workshop as a way of kind of breaking from that narrative and kind of being able to think of more generative possibilities. And there is, of course, an architectural parallel to these kinds of both immigration policies, but kind of, just general ideologies and behavior. So the workshop itself really focused on the question of change. So there was about 50 community authors community writers who joined into that workshop. And these are some of the questions that we asked them. Who seeks change? Who seeks to prevent change? Are there others in the world seeking different kinds of change? And from that workshop, many of the writers actually wanted to continue writing. So we ended up hosting a series of additional workshops with the group. And from that, 11 stories were completed and self-published. And we will actually be publishing an anthology of 9 of the stories that will be coming out this June with Mama and Sea House publishers. So from those stories, we then reconstructed them, reconstructed all of their worlds in Unreal Engine. And all of the kind of data that was used to create the worlds were from 3D scans that we did of Chinatown during lockdown in early 2020. So here we can see one of the stories, which this one obviously uses LiDAR scans because it's at nighttime. So we can't really get those very well with photogrammetry. And the story is called Hot Pot Politics. And so there's kind of a conflict that happens at a hot pot restaurant. So this is sort of a sort of animated version of that space. So we've also been looking at kind of like the different formats of how do we engage folks with this. So this is kind of part of a short documentary film that we made interviewing all of the authors and taking you through a very sort of carefully guided camera movement through the space that is paired with audio and interview and reflection that is kind of highly calibrated. At the same time, we also looked at just, like web-based VR platforms where you could kind of choose to click and play audio and navigate through it as you would want to move through it. And then similarly, there's also the kind of, mobile version of that and kind of, gauging what are the different ways in which how we can explore these worlds, we can allow others to explore these worlds, and which is kind of a more effective way of kind of communicating. And I mean, both effective in terms of like, it's like with an E, but also with an A in terms of like, how are we communicating affect? So we just premiered the film recently at the San Diego Asian Film Festival, and we're kind of doing the festival circuit right now. So we are working on getting a community screening together for the summer in Toronto. So yeah, stay tuned for that. So that is all for now, and I'm very much looking forward to the panel.
Great, thank you. That's exciting. I really enjoyed that the look that you had in the Unreal Engine. I thought that was really cool. All right, so we'll go right to the next, and then we'll get to the Q&A afterwards after the third one. So Asabi.
Hi. Let me share my screen and get to it. Right. Hi, everyone. My name is Asabi. I'm a graphic designer and I'm a multidisciplinary artist, and currently a graduate student at Oak Ridge University pursuing my master's in design. I have been working on this project titled NIBA, which means to search or to find in Hausa language, which is one of my native language from Borno State, Nigeria. And I'm currently exploring ways in which cultural preservation can intersect with 3D modeling and design to create an immersive experience in the VR and AR space. My process involves me working with both traditional methods of making and digital techniques. I am currently seeing and exploring ways in which I can create works that are culturally and traditionally inspired while intersecting lived experiences, ancestral knowledge in the digital space. And this entails me creating clay sculptures that hold significance of traditional heritage beliefs and powers within them before transferring them into the digital space through 3D modeling, 3D scanning, and AR and VR exploration, with the end goal of having an AR and VR installation that people can come and view and have like an interactive and immersive experience with the works. And also with working on this project, I'm thinking about ways in which cultural heritage inspired design can be interpreted in the digital space, basically. These are the clay works I have been working on. So they all bear certain cultural and traditional elements and themes to them that act as a way of me trying to preserve those traditional beliefs and heritage within the works I am making. So this was done with clay, and they were glazed and fired. So the aim of me walking through this process first before putting it into digital space is I'm trying to use my voice to create what I believe is my traditional heritage, right? My cultural heritage. So this is me using inspiration from my culture to create these items. The middle sculptures you can see is it's like a bust of a lady, and she has braided hair. And me and my mom would sit back home and braid each other's hair, and it's a way of the community bonding with each other and just getting to know one another. Quite a number of people back home also have tribal markings on their face, and it's also interpreted in my sculptures here. So I am trying to see ways in which these sculptures can be translated back into the digital space and be stored in those areas. So walking through that process, I was able to use an app, and I scanned my models through photogrammetry, and I made like these 3D scans. I'll play it shortly. These 3D scans were edited, and then I put them in the AR space to create this short video, which shows how the physical models, the physical clay sculptures were transformed, or rather transferred into the digital space. So this process took me, it involved me taking about 120 images of each of the sculptures. And I had to like take a 360 view of all the sculpture in order to capture this more detail and get this quality of 3D scan before putting it into the space. This is a sample of the VR and AR exploration I was working on, which this is basically me taking the 3D scans I made and being able to just input the physical, well, not this physical sculpture, but input the models into a physical space virtually. So, on the right, you would see the video being played. And with this, I was able to scan and scale the object to be big or small, depending on the output you would want. And with this, so long as someone has a file of this 3D scan, they can place this object virtually anywhere around the world. All they need to do is just simply open their camera and then just input the files, and then they can place it where they want to place it. So with this also, you can get a close-up view of the 3D scans and the clay sculptures that we made before. Transitioning from making traditional objects into trying to make like 3D models that can now be placed into like a VR setting, I had to make this 3D models, which are still all inspiration from my cultural heritage. They're all similar to the clay sculptures I made. And there was an intersection here between the 3D models I made and the sculptures that I just showed previously. This is a demo I am currently working on, placing my 3D models into the VR space. And let me just go ahead and play that. Here I had applied the model into Unity, and then with the use of an Oculus headset, I was able to view the environment and be in the same space virtually with the 3D models. I'm still working on this, so I still intend on like creating a scene that will speak more to the traditionally inspired sculptures that are placed in this scene. And also the other two vacant spaces are going to be filled by the other two models. With this, I hope on creating more interactivity between the 3D model and the viewer, right? It's going to have some form of animation, very minimal, but it will promote some form of interactivity with anyone that goes into the space and, view the object. Still similar to the 3D scans I made, the person can also view this object in a 360 view, go behind it, around it, close up, and move backward and step back to view it also. So yes, throughout this process, I'm just thinking of ways in which my cultural heritage can be interpreted into the digital space, especially using an immersive experience, and how AR and VR influence works like this, and what can be brought into that space virtually. So yeah. And yes, thank you. That's all for my presentation.
Those are gorgeous.
Thank you.
I really love that. I dabble in sculpting on the side as well, and I'm really into 3D scanning them as well. And those are really high quality scans. So I'm really happy about that. That's really cool.
Thank you so much.
Love to see them in VR.
Yeah. I'm trying to stop sharing. I don't know. You can't see stop sharing. Oh, I've seen it. Sorry about that. I thank you.
Great. Okay, Nikita, I think is our next. Yes, awesome. Okay, I'll let you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone, my name is Nikita Sholhov. I am right now in my house near the campus of Virginia Tech in Blacksburg, Virginia. I grew up in Russia and live in the US since 2015. My background in photography, film, video installations, gallery and art museums, lens-based visual art, documentary, photojournalism, and live theater a little bit. The one thing that always stays the same in my practice is that I work with lens-based imagery. For me, it's a document of time, space, politics, human condition, and history. I studied film at Cal Arts first. It's an amazing, reputable school But for me, the problem was it has a very limited budgets for and sources for new media technologies because of it's founded by Disney, purely art and entertainment industry. And I wanted to do rather a spatial film, a hologram, surreal spaces, so that I could move around the cinematic mise-en-scene and have a partly cinematic experience. So I transferred to Virginia Tech for this purpose in Creative Technologies program, which I graduated recently. Virginia Tech has a little bit more sources because it's US military funded and industry. So all time-based works, what I show today, are done in collaboration with many other people, not just my own. So it's a communal work and communal thought. So I've done a little bit of VR films, hybrid VR and live theater first, and then at Virginia Tech I was finally able to explore spatial cinematics merged with real spaces. Let me share my screen. So we used DevKit Studio infrastructure and iOS mobile AR platform. I tried several other algorithms for multi-sensor capture first until DevKit finally released a studio, which worked for me as I wanted. So I've been with DevKit from the very early stage of the studio pilot program in the midst of the pandemic. Let's talk about this work drags in a short trailer. So we created this experience called Dragzina. You can download it today from the App Store. I'll give you a QR code at the end. This experience challenges our perception of space. The LGBTQIA+ community is often disoriented within heteronormative spaces, and this work reverses that dichotomy by disorienting the audience. So we produced this in Moscow before the war and finished the actual app during the war last year, the Russian war in Ukraine, I mean. So it's a 12 minutes drag show, and the algorithm automatically adjusts the mise-en-scene according to real environment we have in real space using LiDAR sensor. I will show you some excerpts now. So you probably will be able to only see my artist statement, but so the work begins with my artist statement and ends with short artist statements. So I'll show you a little bit the mechanics. Sound. Okay. We have to scan our space first. An algorithm knows where the empty floor, available floor for mise-en-scene, where it's not available. Give some.
Hi, I am Nikita Shokhov, the creator of this work. You will immerse yourself in the atmosphere of a friendly virtual drag club from Moscow. LGBTQ communities are often disoriented within heteronormative spaces, and this work reverses the dichotomy by disorienting the audience. This experience will challenge your perception of space. It will be populated with glitchy holograms. Try to walk around them to enjoy it fully. Why you're so shy? Come closer to me. Glitch aesthetic and its imperfect visual quality reflects the essence of queerness, which perverts what the heterosexual majority defines as normative, right, or straight. AR medium simultaneously has features of bodily presence intrinsic to theater and documentary intrinsic to film. Drag Xena Gender Black Community and I amplify queer voices using the poetics of AR video holograms. Everyday devices like the one you hold in your hands democratically deliver the experience into any environment. Talk to you more at the end of the show. Enjoy!
Давай, кружись, пока тебя не стошнит. Идеально.
A little introduction to this. You can watch it if you're interested in for yourself. So I wrote this essay called has a long name, Orientation Device, Poesis of Documentary Volumetric Video for Augmented Reality, Application of Interactive Mise-en-Scene Applied Queer Phenomenology, the Potential of Procedural World-Making in the Future. So it has 73 pages. You can also see it if you're interested. I'll give you a QR code to scan. So the work mainly based on the concept based on several gender study books, including the book Queer Phenomenology by Sarah Ahmed. It's about the perception of heteronormative spaces, the accumulation of heteronormative traces in spaces, and the potential to disrupt, to subvert this heteronormativity of spaces. So it's an attempt to subvert spaces, allowing drag queens and kings to come into potentially any possible space in the world through a personal mobile device. This is the book. Another context for this work is a study of Aaron Betsky on queer spaces, the history of queer spaces and its essence and potential. Aaron Betsky was a head of School of Architecture and Design at Virginia Tech. That's him, and that's his book, Queer Space. I'll quickly go through the essay. It ends with the future of So this is the volumetric studio in my student townhouse I built for to record the artist statement. So the end is about procedural world-making machine authoring in the future. The most interesting for me here is probably involving our personal spaces, real spaces, into the storytelling itself. So the virtual characters would interact with real humans and real architecture. This is our studio, and in Moscow School of Contemporary Art, where we recorded Drag Zina. This is in our studio. The most recent work that is released 3 weeks ago, is hip hop lit. It's a collaboration with Dr. Taisha Thompson at the Department of English at Virginia Tech. It is made as a part of her Virginia Tech curriculum course, Black American Literature. Students learn some of hip hop's key aesthetics through short augmented reality lectures delivered by Taisha Thompson, and it is also features Nikki Giovanni, a star of modern American literature who taught at Virginia Tech for about 35 years. This is also made with the great support of Brother Studio, who's presenting next after me, Michelle Stephenson and Joey Brewster. I will now quickly show some excerpts of this hip-hop lit educational experience. So we have intro and conclusion, and we have 8 key aesthetics of hip hop. We have the sources where they have all artists mentioned. We can go and see the information Taisha wants us to see. Okay, let's show some intro.
What is hip-hop literature? This course is listed as a part of Black American literature. Is hip-hop literature a subset of Black American literature? Is it its own thing? How does hip-hop literature connect to other genres called perhaps remix fiction, which I heard fairly recently? I've heard the term ghetto lit to discuss literature that encompasses urban themes. There's also urban fiction, Black lit versus Black literature, like lit meaning it's lit. So when we're thinking about hip hop literature, how are we gonna examine it? How will we know that?
Let's see some other communities.
What's cool about intertextuality is how it's connected to traditions. But we can also think about how intertextuality is essentially a remix. One of the cool things about Grand Theft Auto San Andreas is how it's a hip-hop intertextual video game. How the topography is modeling of Los Angeles and Nevada, and even the urban themes of like Carl Johnson coming home from jail, has a like 90s hip hop film aesthetic. And even like
Yes, it's, traditions. So traditions features Nikki Giovanni are in the middle of this lesson, but let's see the chair.
Sorry, Nikita, but we're gonna have to wrap it up.
Oh yeah, thank you. Managing time. But I covered the most. What I wanted.
Great, thank you so much.
No.
Okay, so we have a few minutes for Q&A for anybody. Would Linda, Sabi, Nikita, anybody have any questions for anybody? Or is there questions from the viewers in the chat? No? Linda, I have a question for you. So drones. So I have a drone. One of the things that I was having challenges with, and it's a stupid thing, is literally getting permissions to fly it in the space because we're near an airport. So did you have similar issues? Did you have to get specific permissions and stuff to fly it downtown Toronto?
Yeah, so I had to go through the whole licensing process. So I have an advanced operations pilot license, and you basically have to request permission from Transport Canada every time. But they usually approve it within 24 hours, so it's not so bad. But I think the process of getting the drone pilot licensing is kind of long and somewhat inaccessible. So the basic license is actually very quick and easy. It's just like an online test, and I think the passing rate, you only need to like get like 60% right or something to pass. So that's not too bad, but it doesn't allow you to fly around people, or like it doesn't allow you to fly where like you can't get permission where there is an airport nearby. And then the advanced operations one, you need like 80%, I think, to pass. It's a bit harder to pass the exam, but the expensive part of it is that you have to do an in-person flight with someone who's reviewing you, and that's quite expensive. So I think it's a bit of like, I think would be a financial barrier for a lot of people. And also like, how would you have learned to fly it before the exam if you didn't have access to a drone before? And why would you have access to a drone if you didn't have a license because you couldn't fly? So it's a sort of, yeah, a bit of like an opaque system. But once you jump through the hoops, it's not so bad. But yeah, getting there is kind of costly.
Yeah. And then I know we had to get permission from, it was our campus as well, security and all that stuff. So it was like another layer of bureaucracy. But
I think I usually don't bother with the campus people. I just beg for permission later. But like Transport Canada, I'm like, okay, I don't want to screw around with that.
My dean said the easier way is to not use a drone, just use a giant balloon. And control it with 2 ropes.
Yeah, the other thing you could do is just use the DJI Mini, because it's not a drone, it's a toy. It is light enough to just be a toy. It's basically a balloon. Looks like a drone.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I think the photogrammetry aspect, putting that into games is really cool. I love the isometric look of your final sort of environment of your different buildings and so on that you put together. I thought that was super cool to see that, it's kind of like, a typical mobile game or something like this where you have people running around and stuff. I'd love to see that in a larger scale game even. It'd be fun.
Yeah, I think we definitely learned a lot in terms of just like workflow and like memory and sizes of things. So we did another like web-based game later on that had a lot more assets than that one did, but we ended up doing all of that low poly. So we like use 3D scans to like then just model a low poly version, because it at least at this moment, if you want it to be on a web browser, that it can be accessible to folks who don't have like a crazy high-end computer. We're still pretty limited in what's possible. So that was a kind of like optimizing 3D scans, making them as compressed as possible. Yeah, that was a big learning curve in that one, and I don't know that they're the best, that it's the best format to kind of display them or to work with them, because it is so limited.
Awesome. Does anybody else have any questions for any of the speakers?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me just lower my hand for a second. I'm going to, sorry, this is such a conferencey question, but it's a legitimate question. I promise you, even though this is a symposium, it's cooler than a conference. One of the threads, or one of the themes that I could see kind of resonating through all of the works from this last little block was this idea of, I think like abducting is the wrong word, but being able to like take a hold of take a hold of like existing places and performances, and to be able to move them into, to be able to like move physical things into digital spaces, to manipulate them, to move digital things into physical spaces, to kind of intervene in that space. And I was wondering more about that dimension in kind of all of your different projects. I'm not directing this to a particular person, because everybody kind of had aspects of that in your work, but I found that those kinds of transpositions really interesting. Like it gives you, like in terms of this broader question that's been coming up in terms, like, which is just why do you do this? What things does this actually give you in terms of like what does it empower you to do and to say? I think that a lot of the works that you're showing us kind of starts to answer some of those questions. I don't know if anybody had follow-up comments or.
That's the whole purpose of worlds, virtual and real, moving into each other, right?
I guess one of the questions there is like, really, what do you lose and what do you gain from doing that, right? So like every time you translate from one media to another, physical to digital, digital to physical, vice versa, you lose something or you gain something, right? Or both. So like, what in your experiences, what did you gain and what did you lose in terms of that translational experience?
To me, the biggest loss is shared experience. When people are together in one space, nothing can replaces this. And the classroom, for example, or theater, it's the biggest loss for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think shared spaces is a challenge generally, right? Especially in digital spaces. And so like you lose out on interactivity, I find, is one thing with educational experiences with volumetric that I'm always struggling with, especially with augmented reality, is that you're holding a phone and it's light, but how long can you hold that phone at arm's length, right? And to view the screen before your arm gets tired and you don't want to do that anymore, right? So what is the optimal length of those types of experiences? And are they, once we get AR glasses, it might be easier, but whenever that is.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of, I don't know, so much of like the outputs were focused on like, how can this engage people? And with the Chinatown 2050 speculative work, I think the short doc actually works way better, even though it's not in VR, even though we built the whole thing in Unreal and it could just be a game. And you could navigate the whole thing yourself. Actually like focusing the camera movements and like telling the story in that way, I think actually ended up being a better interaction. And then the kind of like web platforms are like trying to be interactive and like spur conversation in a very structured way where like it's not unlimited to interactions. It's kind of there's only so much it's very curated as well, or it's not, I don't want to say curated, but it's intentional in some way, I guess. I think the thing that we gain coming from this as an architect is just that like a lot of the buildings that are in that game, like a lot of those businesses already don't exist. Like we started scanning in 2018, so many businesses closed also over the pandemic. Gentrification is happening really rapidly there. So it's also just like that you can still see it physically. You can still build this Chinatown. It actually might be the Chinatown that you wish still existed. And for I think especially for like community members who like if these are a lot of tools and technologies that in the past until recently were considered only things that could be accessed by like experts, by like design experts, by architecture experts, by planning experts. So there wasn't really an ability for regular people to engage in like a kind of civic scale building process. And I think that's becoming slowly more accessible. So I think that's kind of something that is exciting that we can gain. And I'm trying to kind of like look to collaborative spaces that we can build in a digital way where it's kind of like collaborative digital spaces, interactive digital spaces to kind of counter some of that loneliness that we lose from not being in the same space with each other.
And I think one thing that just intrigued me there, something that you notice in downtown Toronto a lot, right, is like, you know, a lot of the historical buildings get torn down rapidly and then new buildings get put up and whatnot. And so there's these, you know, the dynamics of the space changes throughout time. And there's very little preservation of that, or very little, you know, understanding of that in terms of, you know, history and whatnot. From, you know, the other generation, the newer generation that's coming through those spaces. And so, you know, I think there's an interesting opportunity there to say, hey, look, you know, shouldn't there be a way where before someone goes and tears down a historical site, they should scan it and then put it somewhere so that we actually have the ability to explore that a little bit more effectively in the future. I think that'd be kind of fun.
Yeah, and also just to add to all of that, for my work, in terms of materiality, I notice in terms of what's gained and what's lost, the more I dive into the digital realm and the digital space, the less details I get. I mean, technology is still growing, and I believe hopefully in the future we'll get more details with using these softwares and applications. But yeah, there are less details, and also you get to lose, like for instance, smell, touch, texture, and all of that. So that is being lost when you're transitioning certain things to the digital space.
Absolutely. Those are great points. I had a student working on VR sculpting. And one of the things that they did a study, and one of the things that they found was that the artists using VR sculpting, they found that they really missed out on the touch and the haptics, right? And so that, because it's not the same as actual clay, right? Like you can't push something and feel the tension, and there's no good interface for that right now. So yeah, absolutely. Great. Well, thank you all very much. And I think we have a quick break until 3:50. So 2 minutes.
Oh, yes. So we have the keynote.
4 p.m.
Yeah, the keynote starts at 4 p.m. So we can potentially have a slightly longer break in there.
Thanks so much.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Oh, you're on mute.
We go.
Try the unmute button.
No, yeah, but I couldn't access that before.
Oh,
Yeah.
how are
Hi.
you? Purvi?
No, Purvi Agarwal is her.
No, I'm sorry, Cindy.
Oh, Purvi is here. Purvi's right here in front of me, actually. If you see me looking off to the distance here, it's actually Purvi.
Hi, Purvi.
And Andrew Hogue is also here. He's the co-host.
Hello, co-host Andrew. So they call you Andy.
No.
Behind his back, we do.
And where are you guys located?
So Purvi and I are in Toronto, Ontario. We're at OCAD University here. It's a big building that looks like it's on giant stilts. And
Michelle's Canadian, you know.
Yes, they know. They know all of that.
She's one of you.
Well, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's always.
Yeah, I did some work with Ingardi at their symposium a few months ago. You know,
Okay.
Ingardi? Yeah.
All right, I think, I think we're just about ready to get started. So thank you everybody who has just arrived, especially for this chat. Thanks to our closing keynote guests, Michelle Stevenson and Joe Brewster. So I had kind of contextualized this symposium earlier as being fairly informal, just casual enough so that people can feel comfortable, and not so casual that everything is going off the rails and becoming chaotic. I've mostly made good on that promise, maybe not entirely. I did want to say that that I am incredibly excited that Joe and Michelle have been able to join us today for this closing conversation. So maybe less of a formal talk and more of a chat. My proposition was that we would be able to kind of start by kind of introducing their work and having a little bit of a conversation about it, and then essentially inviting people to kind of flood the conversation as they will, so that we can have a little bit more of an open and informal chat, rather than something which is a really strict kind of Q&A necessarily. And we'll see how that goes. It is getting a little bit later in the day, but I think it could work, because we've had a pretty good conversation, a pretty good community so far. I am going to, if I can, kind of do just a formal introduction, which is going to be reading this bio, which is right here up here in the front. Excuse me. Get ready my speaking voice. Joe Brewster and Michelle Stevenson are a husband and wife filmmaking team who founded Rada Studio in 2006 with a mission to think radically about storytelling and disrupt the imaginary in nonfiction spaces. They tell compelling, deeply personal stories created by, for, and about BIPOC communities that reimagine and challenge the status quo. The duo draws on fiction, immersive and hybrid forms of storytelling to build their worlds and narratives. Stevenson and Brewster's feature documentary, Going to Mars, just won the Sundance Grand Jury Prize, and American Promise won the Jury Prize at Sundance. The film was nominated for 3 Emmys, and their work, Stateless, was nominated for a Canadian Academy Award for Best Feature Documentary. Their magical realist virtual reality trilogy series, The Changing Same, premiered at the Sundance Film Festival and won Best Immersive Narrative Story at the Tribeca Festival. The project was also nominated for an Emmy in the Outstanding Interactive Media Innovative category, their 4th project to be Emmy nominated. Both filmmakers are Guggenheim Fellows and members of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Science. Brewster has been a Spirit Award nominee, and Stevenson is Creative Capital Artist. So this is all to say that that we are so absolutely thrilled that you could be here today. It's really an honor that you could be the closing keynote for this event, that you can give a talk. I know that that folks that are here on the actual Zoom chat, and also folks that are watching on the live stream, which is going out to YouTube, are incredibly excited about it. And yeah, that's I feel personally really just so pleased that you would be able to kind of make time to share your work with us and to chat.
Thank you. Excited to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So I just want to say hello to Nikita, who we're collaborating with right now. I hear he's in the room. And James, who we have collaborated with in the past. So without whom, you know, this the Changing Same would not have happened. So thank you.
Now, I thought that we could maybe start off. I know that you had some video that you wanted to share, or did you want to start off there, or we could start off
the trailer.
chatting? Yeah.
Yes. Maybe we can start chatting a little bit while I look for that trailer. We can start with a little conversation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, here, I'm gonna stop this. So
Well, let me say something that we're honored to be here. You guys could be doing other things with your beautiful Friday afternoon, but I really want to. You found the trailer?
I found it, but I'm just wondering what's the best way to.
I start with
I'm gonna send
analyzing our bio. We were nominated for a lot of things. Like, so the moral of the story is sometimes you don't win. And we're happy with that because we are really committed to the process of filmmaking and the process of creativity. And sometimes not walking away with the blue ribbon is the best ribbon. And so we've been really concerned now, and maybe our audience might register with what I'm about to say, is that a lot of times the commercial forces are pushing us towards making work that we're not quite happy with. And it's not quite artistic, but rather designed to appeal to a mass audience. And so that is a big concern of ours. That's why we went into film and being makers, because we thought the mass audience was not generating material that would inspire our kids and our families and our neighborhoods.
Also, I mean, what is mass audience, right? It's this preconceived notion of what's, you know, what works and what doesn't work. So we're trying to challenge that. You know, and VR for us was sort of a natural outgrowth, I think, in terms of wanting to play with the form and see what we could bring as storytellers to the form. So yeah. I have the trailer. I don't know if folks have actually experienced the Changing Same.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like some people probably have, and then others haven't. I can pull it up. Or actually,
yeah, let's pull up the trailer so we can. Yeah.
Okay, Purvi, did you want to pull it up? All right, we'll do that. I did want to say too, just following up on Joe's comments as well. I mean, there's something, I don't know. I find something always that's always a little bit consoling about being just challenging enough that somebody's not prepared to give you the top award in something. That that picture of what garners that top award sometimes is bound to a sameness that that there's something nice about having a little bit of friction on. I know that winning an award is also nice, but that some of I think that those works that kind of slightly challenge what somebody would want to see in a top spot are the ones that are most rewarding and most valuable from my end.
Yep, very, very true. Yeah. A nice way to look at it. It's a good way to look at it. And it's a constructive way too, you know. Yeah, I agree.
Are you okay? Okay, we're going to do a brief trailer. Oh, do you have audio? Audio?
Oh yeah.
It has audio, but I think the Zoom you have to go. I can't remember where you have to go to trigger the audio.
Yeah, when you go to share a screen, there's a little button on the side.
She's asking you to go to share screen.
No, I'm not doing it. Murphy is doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. When you share screen, there's a button that says, "This is yes. This is what I'm hoping is the charming chaos of our operation."
For the closing doors.
Oh, I can see you're curious. You want to enter?
We got a call. This call describes you perfectly. You have to come with us.
You fit the description. Black, wearing clothing. Shouldn't be surprised by this.
Listen, these are some serious charges. A Class D felony assault carries a 3 to 7 year sentence in this state.
I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm a free man.
What's it gonna be? Guilty or not guilty?
Thank you. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about just the context for that particular work, because I know that it it has documentary elements, it has kind of an installation context. When we kind of picture the work, what should we be picturing? Or alternately, how did it come to take the shapes that it took?
Well, we see it as a time travel experience where we're collapsing time in terms of what people are experiencing, but also very grounded in specific characters, where kind of the storytelling comes in. There's a bit of a beginning, middle, and end. You experience it in 360, but there's also some storytelling conventions that we use so people are emotionally grounded in the experience. So
another way of tackling this is to look at how this came about. You know, that this was our involvement was through Sundance. And they gave us a grant to look at very serious problem, lynching, and asked us to tell that story in a short form. So we proposed this trilogy of short stories, and then we added on to the grant proposal that we wanted to look at other ways of telling this story. And so we spent almost a month examining different ways that we can tell the story.
Beyond the linear kind of 2D space.
And we looked at all of the usual suspects, but when we encountered virtual reality with some unique challenges, like how do you tell a story in with the 360 view, right? Where the viewer, the audience, the user could actually look away when you're trying to tell them something, right? And so we saw that as an amazing challenge, because you had to convince the viewer without telling him or her that this is the direction you needed to be looking at, or you have to give alternative ways of informing the viewer. But also, it was a very beautiful art form. But we happened upon the Scatter group, and so
volumetric filmmaking and what they were playing with that form, and so we were very deeply attracted to that as a palette, as opposed to using 360 video. Felt there was more control, artistic and creative control of that. So,
but one of the things that we noticed when we met them, the Scatter crew, if I can call them that, is their commitment to character. And so that's what we found missing in the work, the immersive work. Like, do I remember that person, right? Mm-hmm. Or do I have to engage them using, game engines and reward? Can I use dramatic structure to engage people? Could I use their backstory? Could I develop that in the course of moving through this environment? And they were committed to that, and we were committing to deepening that. And it was very important for us on a number of levels, right? Let me know if we're rambling, because we want to make
this. We're inviting you here to ramble. We're eager for your ramblings.
Well, one of the reasons that Sundance bought our concept is because they were worried about the industry, like who was telling these stories, right? Have you looked throughout history, who tells the stories for the last 100 years? Rich people. And so they basically tell the story from their vantage point. And then when I listen to those stories, I don't see myself reflected. I don't see my circumstances reflected. And I see a version, the rich person. And I think diversifying what happens in that space is really important to creating an equitable world in so many ways, right? That if my son or my grandson, my son's a creator, a maker, he does augmented reality. If I don't see myself in that world, I'm basically told for the rest of my life, I'm not relevant, and there are consequences for that in society. So anyway, the short story is that we met great partners who were willing to experiment in a format that we did not know, and we were challenged to know better.
Yeah, I think part of the intent also was to sort of feed people the history, the unearthing of history that we don't know about, haven't been taught, but in a way that hits you emotionally. That's not trauma porn, right? There are certain virtual reality sort of experiences that sort of work traumatic, that some people have not been happy with, and over the course of the last 10 years or so. And then others that, there's been challenging of point of view, and whose point of view, right, we're being told. So we wanted to engage in what seemed traumatic, but from this magical realist perspective. And I think that's really what drew us to 360, in terms of you could actually live the magical realist moment in a 360 way, as opposed to observing it or watching it. And so the experience would hit you at a different level, emotionally. So you might absorb some of the information in history in a different way, and take away from it in a different, in a different headspace, literally. Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about that in your work, because you also make, I guess, for lack of a better word, traditional documentaries, right? Or traditional traditional films, as well as the work, within this space. And one of the kind of the characteristics, in particularly, the Changing Same, is that magical realist kind of aesthetic, kind of storytelling kind of style, and the use of that within the work. But I was wondering about its connection with the Black imaginary, like how those things are play off each other or entangled. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that in either in Changing Same, in Going to Mars.
Joy, you want to tackle that?
No, I don't want to tackle it. I will, but
well, I think there's a definite growth in our body of work, and with every body of work, with every piece of work, we're challenging the form more. And in some ways, you could say even going back to some of our roots in terms of how we were brought up, whether it's magical realist storytelling. Joe's father was a preacher. I grew up, hearing stories from my father that were real or not real. Sometimes my mom is living in the imaginary, and and I kind of so in some ways we've developed these sort of conventional storytelling skills. It's kind of like, learning the traditional sort of painting, right? And then going abstract, right? You kind of have to know the conventions in order to be able to break them up, but also sort of thinking about what really is speaking to you. And I think part of it is also just being tired of working on issues that are really important to us, that of course are deeply traumatic and involve intergenerational trauma, but knowing that our ancestors have been through it and have been through it with a particular lens and way of seeing the world. So it's almost a way of honoring that way of seeing the world and seeing what is it in there that allows us to thrive and resist, and well, I don't like the term much, be more resilient, but also just be more engaged. And so that's what we've been exploring. I think we worked on this feature in the Dominican Republic called Stateless, about Dominicans of Haitian descent who had lost their citizenship. And there are definitely some magical, realist, fabulistic moments in there that are interwoven with the reality of what's happening today. And it was almost kind of an exercise for us that sort of led to us really taking off into space with Going to Mars, which has what many term sort of Afrofuturist elements in that project. And right now we're working with Nikita on an extension of our film, a VR experience of one of Nikki's poems.
But to answer your question, and to elaborate a little bit on what Michelle is saying, I love the storytelling, and sometimes there are parallel stories and that augment the story. And we've been using folklore. I can remember the first time I saw what's his name, Costa Rica's film Time of the Gypsies, and that's a basic story. It's but when you add the folklore and the lights and the turkey, and it becomes it's magnified, exponentially. And so that's what we're trying to do with our work. Our first priority is a story. I go from A, I journey to B, I meet X, Y, and Z obstacles. I am complicated, and then I deal with color and sound and complexity using 1 second.
Got it. You go ahead.
And complexity using the tools and that complexity and that device is folklore. I think one of the things we were talking about earlier is complicating the narrative. And so, and one of the things that I learned to be ashamed of growing up was Black folklore. And so when I began to look at it more carefully as I became a teen, I began to understand the importance of it, and how I can use it in my storytelling. And so when you say, you didn't use the word folklore, but it's one of the more powerful tools that I have as a maker to bring some complexity and something different to the story. And so religion, demons, saints work for me as a storyteller, even though I'm pretty much atheist about that. But I can reach people because it's pretty universal. I'm talking about.
Well, I just want to say too that just the fantastical and sort of magical realist storytelling tradition belongs to all communities. I mean, and lessons are always embedded in them that we've all grown up with globally, you know. It's just that sometimes we get disconnected from them, but they've become, they used to be in many ways how lessons, traditions, all kinds of things were taught, you know, ways of seeing the world. And so, yeah, I'm happy to be embracing that now.
Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, one of the things that you had kind of hit upon before was being able to kind of read that through and be able to connect to that through character, to be able to kind of to be able to see these stories, you know, in a place where they should be, where, you know, in a place of kind of prominence, in a kind of digital, you know, in a broader digital creative space, but also just, you know, in a kind of a broader media space, right? And I wanted to ask a bit about, like, I guess, particularly thinking about this when you were talking about character, how important it is that those characters are real characters. I know real is the squishiest of as somebody who's a documentary, likes to consider themselves a documentary person. Real is a very contentious term, but I mean, it's one of those things with, you know, you're using volumetric kind of technologies. You know, it's not animated. It's not animated. It's kind of in this weird hybrid space. Before, I was just kind of wondering that kind of what the role of, or what the importance was of having those real faces, having those real people, real stories, even in a VR space where we often don't see them, right?
Right. Well, I would say one thing before Michelle contradicts me. I think all characters have to be real or authentic in some way. And so we have the advantage of capturing people. And we were concerned primarily because in film, as one well-known VR maker suggested us, you have to look in their eyes to authenticate their existence. And we were struggling with that for a while. But when I created a character, right? If I don't know someone like that character, or if I don't give him a backstory, I can't write for them, right? I can't. I can't justify them picking up that cigarette and smoking it, or or tossing it in the garbage without based on some form of reality. Oftentimes it's mine, right? But these characters that we choose in narrative film, and we've made a couple of narrative films. Part of the process was workshopping the film. So with the Ching Sing Sang, we had 3 workshops where we would sit with the character, a 7-minute script, right? And read and discuss motivation moment by moment. And that changed the script. It changed our relationship with each other. And I think it made this a better film.
Yeah.
So did I answer your question?
Well, I want to disavow the same notion of real and real people, because you take the documentary form itself, even when you are working with quote unquote real people, participants, you're left with an interview and or observational footage. It's all in the cutting room, in the space. And it's really you and the editor that end up building, and the building blocks of what that character is going to be or look like, and prioritize certain aspects of who they are. And we know that firsthand because we were also participants on the other side of the camera, and know what that means to construct. You're really constructing a personality. And that's where we talk about POV and baggage that comes in and how we construct those personalities. You can't leave your person behind when you come in and figure out what you think is most important about what this person is saying and relevant. Yeah, storytelling comes into it, but there are other aspects of who we are that inform what we feel this character should be like. And so, what am I saying? I guess I'm saying that we construct reality, right? There's a philosophy book on that, the constructing reality.
So we're construction of reality.
So we are constructing these participants that we hope have an inkling of truth to them because of the truth we brought to them, that have an emotional resonance for people, or they can see themselves in there, or see parts of themselves in that lived experience. And so, but it's all constructed. It's all constructed. That's why for me, I feel the same way you build documentary storytelling, the same way you do fiction. They're the same elements. You're just using different building blocks. And just to be accurate, the Changing Same, they were actors. They were all actors in that project, which is why it was a narrative. It was in the narrative category. But Joe, you were chomping at the bit to interrupt me.
What I was going to say is that she's saying the same thing I'm saying it, but from a different angle. And so, great. That's what we do. Conflict. That being the case, I want to say that we've also toyed with in other arenas. We took the footage from a film and we made it into a.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Which one?
We took the outtakes from American Promise.
Oh yeah, and did a whole web interactive web platform. Yeah, because there was so much footage that hadn't been used.
And so whatever you're using could be a digital. Could be a 2D videos. Storytelling, augmented reality. I think the principles are pretty much the same in terms of storytelling and how to motivate audience to get more deeply involved. And that comes from us. It's a very interesting thing that to be a better maker, You have to be able to push boundaries. And I'm talking about the interpersonal boundaries, like making your character slap his mother, right? And like that, and I mentioned that, it comes off the top of my head, and I've never done that, but probably had that feeling at one point in my life. But those kinds of actions with character really involve a level of understanding of yourself. We do that with our
introspection, right? This idea of introspection, self-reflection, what you bring to the creative process,
But we do that with our staff. We really talk about those kinds of decisions in terms of working with character, and so it's a deeper dive culturally into why we are in the field, what we want to achieve, what is actually breaking boundaries for us. I don't think I could write characters today. I think the characters that I wrote 20 years ago were more two-dimensional, not three-dimensional, because I hadn't worked things through. And so I just wanted to make the point that VR is the same way.
If I could, I was just going to say,
Go ahead,
I was going to push back just a little bit. Well, just to ask, I mean, at the end of the day, does it matter that the characters are filmed? Because you're doing something unusual, right? You're bringing filmed characters into a VR space. They don't typically go there. Is that bringing anything, or what is that bringing into it? Or is it just, is that coincidental? What does it have any importance that they're real, that they're filmed characters, real?
Well, very interesting. That's a very interesting question, because the first thing we learned when we were in post with VR is that we had like 10,000 decisions to make. Was he going to be pixelated or not? Was his hair going to be red or green? Were we going to thicken the neck? We had so many decisions that to call them filmed. In fact, what we did early on is we made a film for Planned Parenthood on
abortion rights.
And we filmed these three characters, but we filmed them in motion capture, right? And we used
we did the volumetric capture. Yeah.
And then we used the post to tell story using how they were pixelated, how they disappeared, how they entered the space, how they would transform into things. We played with skin and clothing and background. And I would say they were as animated as in terms of animation, as and less filmed.
It ended up the filming aspect of it became less and less significant, and more of the animation around it. Yeah.
So what we created is that we used a palette in the post, which really wasn't available to us in film.
But there is an aspect of the reality of human representation that you can't really shortchange with stuff. And even animation, right, is always about trying, in some ways it's becoming more and more about trying to look more human, right, in some of these efforts. So there's something about seeing ourselves as human beings, just generally as human beings represented, that creates that you can't you can't go around in terms of emotional resonance and connection. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it okay if I open up to other questions.
Sure.
I'm sure it's okay for people who are in the audience waiting to ask a question for sure. There is two things I can do. I can, if anybody who's in the chat wants to just be like advanced, once their mic opened essentially, so that they can ask a question, then please just jump right in. Raise your hand and I will find you in the audience and I will pull you up on stage. If you have a question that you want to ask and it is in text form, then just let me know and I'll read it out. Andrew, hi.
Hi. Yeah, so just one thing that I have sort of a question about in terms of process, in terms of, thinking about creation of new types of media. So VR in particular is, it's a little bit different than a movie theater. It's a little bit different than a television screen, right? You have, different affordances in the sense that you can walk around, you can, especially these days with room scale VR, right? You can walk around, you can interact. And I know, like, it's interesting when you look at the history of sort of film and theater, back when theaters were just starting and film was just in its infancy, you had all these theaters that were outfitted with buzzers and other things to try and engage the audience a little bit more effectively and more interactively in a sense. And nowadays it's more passive in a lot of ways. In VR, it's more, there's that, you can have a very passive experience where you're showing something and then the user individual can passively experience that narrative and walk around and view it from different angles. But there's also the capability of being able to interact with and change that narrative in a variety of ways. So how do you reconcile that difference between the traditional process of filmmaking and this, the notion that there's this brand new way to engage the viewer?
Well, you're asking a simple question. Do I want to play chess on 3 levels or 1 level? And so we're new to the form. We're experts in manipulation of emotion through storytelling. And so we've opted to tell the story in a more passive way, but powerful way that we've left audiences gasping. The issue for us is a really, your question is very interesting because it really begs another question. And like, what is the cost of that interactivity? Because when we created the Ching Sing Same, we had some creativity, some interactivity, right? And so some of the technology did not exist. Some of it was created to make the story work by Scatter and our partners. But for the most part, the ability to respond to language and not just understand it, but to respond in a way that we can control story, was in its infancy. I would say is in its teenage years now, and I think a lot of work is going on now in terms of computers reading the user. I can only begin to tell you what we wrote into this, and so yes, I think that technology has to catch up with our imaginations, and it will. In fact, our son has introduced us to a lot of, he was an AI major at Occidental. He's introduced us to a lot of technology that I think we could use later. But I think this is for your audience to, it's a challenge for your audience.
I'm not sure we reconcile it. I do think there's a danger in thinking that there is freedom and choice in these environments, because it's all sort of pre-programmed, although now there's sort of more the whole AI element of it, but that too has its baggage because it comes from a particular point of view. You can't really get out of that. So they're all sort of, I don't want to get too philosophical about it, but the illusion that we have choice because we're choosing a different story, we're going in this direction or that, it's also sort of pre-programmed from some, Wizard of Oz behind the green curtain too. So the question is, at what point, do you leave, the choice, more choices open? In the case of the Changing Same, we left some choices with consequences, right? If you decided at the end of the story to plead guilty, your story ended until you understood what that meant. And so that was the element of interactivity that we had incorporated. And then if you pled not guilty, then you knew that you were going to be on this journey of resistance for these next episodes to come. So yeah, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it's always a challenge, especially like in video game design, on how to determine that level of, like you said, the illusion of choice, because yeah, there is an illusion going on, right? The user has some ability to interact with the environment that you've curated and created, but everything sort of leads to a particular direction for the most part, right? And you can have a whole bunch of nonlinear storytelling paradigms and whatnot, but at the same time, all of those are controlled in a way, right? Exactly. So yeah, I think at what point do you as a storyteller, right, sort of intervene, and how much freedom or illusion of freedom do you give to the user? I think that it becomes an interesting challenge.
Well, I also think we have to go to the commercial. We have to go to who's making, what is the goal of the game? Sometimes it's not to win. Sometimes it's to put another dime in the slot. Mm-hmm. And so, which is why the form is struggling now, because putting the dime in the slot often means having blowing someone's brains out, right? And the question for us is, how can we create a paradigm that allows people to play and to receive some kind of feedback, joy, satisfaction, using something other than heavy artillery. And so anyway, it's an amazing dilemma for our audience to figure out. In the interim, I'm just going to take another question. Thank you.
Right. If there isn't another question, I'm gonna sneak a question in. I'm mindful that we're already keeping you over time, and if you did have to go, I would listen. But I also do have a question. It's not a short question.
Oh,
it's not okay.
Well, you never have short.
Yeah, the only thing is I do have a 5 p.m. other Zoom I have to jump on. So, but Joe, you can stay on for.
That's it. I can. I mean, I'm willing to entertain one-word reactions as well, but okay. As a volumetric creator and kind of game maker myself, and one of the challenges that I've always had, I mean, I came in with a vision of this technology probably about a decade ago, and had these pictures of of bringing it to more creators, a broader group of creators than the creators that were developing the tech, and getting it in the hands of as many creative people as possible to kind of enable kind of more stories. And it's hard to not be a little bit disillusioned even in the last decade, because Joe, I think you're absolutely right. This is the technology for the rich. And I know that you both have a specific path to and through this technology, but I wanted to follow up on that question of access. What is the what is the ideal, I guess, like path to access? What are the things complicating it? How is your experience with access been? Should I feel guilty for encouraging people to want to create work in volumetric and in VR? Should I keep encouraging people to explore it from an audience standpoint?
I think we should. I mean, I think there should be a continued exploration and innovation in the sector. The issue with us, we had really big ideas and big visions of democratizing access with the changing SAME and the story and what it meant, and we intentionally, partnered with public media. Public media, in the Canadian context, I think it's a lot. Well, I think it's a little easier in terms of the VR and being able to innovate without the commercial pressures. But we partnered with public media, with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, POV, their digital initiatives, and we had a whole plan. We had a whole strategic plan on getting this to libraries, so getting these to schools, getting it into centers, community centers, where there would be these installations that people could share. And even before COVID, that whole division actually shut down of POV. It no longer exists, the Spark Fund. And so we had to reorient ourselves, and
Let me give you a short answer, because and it may be a more satisfying answer. That I don't think you can do this for other people. I think we do this for ourselves. And we also do this thinking of the commercial. How can we survive and make art? And so we've been intentional about creating ways to earn money, right? So that we can make a decision based on the love of the project. Mm-hmm. We also think it's important to think about community. This is the deal. No matter what, we're going to get our projects done because we've made so many relationships with people who we support. We try to give as much as we take, but for the people on the call who know us, we're still working on it. But we try to create ways in which to create community and that supports us, and that we support them. And I think that's the way forward with this. You can't go into your silo and make something, and you have to eat breakfast with the people. You have to engage them on the outside. You have to create, this, for me, this work has to be like being in, Sicily with an open table, and you're sharing bread and wine and talking about the work. I can go back to that every day. Maybe not every day.
I have to say one thing also is that in these innovative spaces, it's just like, I don't want to equate it to academia necessarily, but art also there are places where we have to be forward thinking, forward looking, and it has an impact. It has an impact on how then others do their work towards mass appeal. There's an influence, right? So there's got to be those of us who are at the forefront and innovating. And even if there are failures or the access is limited, those who do able to see it, they take it to their work. Even for us directly, the fact that we did VR work, specifically impacted how we told the story of going to Mars. That whole immersive experience we're talking about that was sonoric, we could not have achieved it on a 2D, with a 2D, dimensional story, without that VR experience and of the interactions on the creative side with those, embedded in that type of production. And it's influenced our work. So I want to say, mass audience, mass appeal is not what is cut out to be. It's really about satisfying your soul and knowing that what you're leaving behind will have some ripple effects, even if it's one individual, at where's Andrew's university? Ontario Tech, takes it onto their whatever other work they're doing. I think we have to see it that way. When you talk about community, too, it's about how we influencing each other, and then we take that to whatever circle we're involved in outside of it,
After, this is the last statement, after the computers are shut down, right? After the banks close, right? We're left there, and we should be giving each other a hug, because the hug is going to get us to tomorrow. And so this is our hug to you, makers. And if you're in Brooklyn, come by, we'll have a glass of wine. It'll be a cheap glass of wine. But it'll be a California cheap wine. And let's create art and community.
Thank you so much. I could not even imagine a more perfect ending note for not only this chat, but also for our symposium overall. Thank you both so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Purvi. Bye-bye.
Andrew, you're here to close us out.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent. Yeah, so thank you everyone for joining today. I think we had a great symposium. We had a lot of really interesting ideas, and I know I was inspired by many of the talks today. So I'm definitely going to go back and review a lot of them. So yeah, so thank you so much, and I will see you on Discord.
Can I make one super quick announcement before we end? Well, this is more like an array, a scattershot array of announcements, but this Speaking Volumes Symposium is actually slightly part of a little bit more of an expanded kind of space around here, kind of looking to build that community, to kind of invite more people in, support more work that's going on in the space, particularly the creative space. So if you are interested in these sorts of things, keep an eye on the website, because there'll be some different kinds of events posted, including a what we've been kind of loosely calling a unmastery class, unmaster class in volumetric production that will be going on very soon at OCAD, a volumetric game jam, which is going to be occurring in this fall. A bunch of other fun things. So yes, so please keep in touch so that we can hopefully encourage you to participate in some of these other things. I also wanted to give an extra special thanks to Purvi, our amazing symposium coordinator, much fancier and more chill than a conference. And and thank you, Andrew, co-host. And thank you to all our participants and our amazing audience who have been super engaged in both the Zoom and in the Discord. This has been a pretty successful virtual event, and you can't say that about all virtual events, or even most of them. So yeah, everybody take care, and I hope you have a lovely weekend.
Have a wonderful evening.